So now the world can listen to your sins.
Not my sins.
Not your sins.
No.
Hear your echo too.
Yeah, that's not. Meh.
Hey, if I don't hear it, I don't have to hear it. Only they do.
Oh, that reminds me. I should probably unmute you so that you actually show up. Oops. What a horrific thing that I have to live with. If only I could push to talk Sean's real life.
I'm doing my utmost here. Listen, be grateful that they're not hearing echo 2 ways because I use push to talk.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I'm doing my part.
Do your part.
I am so loud on the stream.
Yeah, it's because I haven't tinkered with your audio in like ages. Try again.
All right, take 2.
Maybe too quiet.
Mm.
Take 3.
Take 3. We could try a third one. The delay is brutal, so I can't hear.
You sound your levels seem fine.
Okay.
But
I still sound loud, but I think that's just me.
You are just loud.
Yeah, I think I'm just loud. Well, now you sound quiet, though.
Who sounds quiet?
Josh on the stream.
Me? I sound
Josh
quiet
is
on the stream.
Maybe not.
It's all a matter. It's all a function of how close I am to the microphone.
Yeah, I know.
Listen. I am not going to lie to you. Like my gain is actually pretty far down for how much power, how much gain this microphone actually needs. It's actually kind of impressive that you still pick up on it.
Someday we should do a test and just switch our 2 microphones.
Maybe.
And see if the extra super cardioid actually changes anything.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Because the alternative, right, is that like I just orient my microphone so it's exactly away from you. But it should be like better on the side off axes. So
yeah,
I just don't know.
Well, actually, no. Cardioid is really reduced in the back.
In the back,
believe.
right? Yeah.
So it should be better if it were 180 away from me, technically.
It's like pretty much perpendicular to you right now.
Yeah, it's 90 degrees away.
Which is ideal for the supercardioid.
Yeah, but you don't have a supercardioid. You have a regular cardioid. You have the A.
Oh. Is that true? Oh, that is true, isn't it?
Yeah. So in theory, the more you turn it that way, I mean, I don't think you can, but in theory, if you turned it more that way, that said, I'm not hearing that much. I don't know how much the stream is hearing, but like it seems fine right now. Like Dan, how much echo are you hearing?
I just muted the stream, so I don't know.
No, from Josh. My echo from Josh.
None, I guess.
I don't think you're picking up on my Discord at all.
I don't think I am. It's a miracle.
I think if I just put a noise gate on my stream microphone, that might also cut you out there, but I'd have to put it up obscenely high.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That's it. I briefly unmuted the stream, and while it's hard to hear the myriad of voices that occur, like I didn't hear myself echoing that bad.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to probably if I was going to try to cut you out of with a noise gate, I'd have to cut you off at about minus 35 decibels.
Oh, that's that's a bit much, I gotta say.
Yeah, that is the point at which you would stop being able to hear me like half the time.
Mm-hmm.
So an imperfect solution, but a solution nonetheless.
It's true.
Hello.
Hello.
Yellow. Are you here to talk about?
Oh, Tyler, you left Roll20.
Wow!
No, I just
Congratulations,
have my laptop
Tyler.
closed.
Dan, there's a really funny story about that actually.
Oh yeah.
Very specifically, Tyler had to leave Roll20 last night.
From Pokemon tournament or something.
Because he was Tyler was using his laptop on our TV to watch the Ace Attorney stream, right?
Oh,
Okay.
And in the middle of it, the stream, all of a sudden we started hearing Roll20 dice roll sounds.
Oh, from me.
And it was because Dan was rolling dice in Roll20 and Tyler had it open in the background. So no, you didn't close it though. That's right. You just muted
I
the
just
tab.
muted it because I need to remember
Why didn't you
to.
close
That's
it?
so funny.
I need to remember to level up and to do some other things.
Have you done that?
No.
So it failed. It actually straight up was the worst of all worlds.
And you
No.
closed
You don't
Roll20 and
realize
haven't
how-
done it yet.
You don't realize? No, it's still open. It's just on my laptop.
You're not in Roll20 though.
Yeah, because he's not
my
on his
laptop's
laptop.
closed.
Wait,
My
okay.
laptop's asleep.
Oh,
The next
so-
time he opens his laptop, it'll put him back in. is what
Oh,
he's
I
saying.
see.
So, Dan, you don't realize how deep this goes. I've had it open since
What a
last
bug you have.
session to remind me to do this.
That's more than 2 weeks
That
ago.
was
That's
2
so
weeks
long ago.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh.
I didn't realize because I didn't open Roll20 for at least a week after that. So it's just more than that. Yeah.
Okay, so Josh, we are technically live.
Yes.
Explain.
Okay, so Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition has lots of subclasses, and some of them are better than others. They are not all created equal. So we're going to rank them on a tier list.
I feel like you're missing one. Wait, are you?
What? Which one would we? Which one are we missing?
Oh no, that's the Berserker, isn't it?
Yeah, the Frenzy Barbarian is the Berserker,
Frenzy,
but
yeah.
like we call it the
Yeah.
Frenzy Barbarian because it's like the one ability that they have that is like uniquely garbage.
Y'all.
Do we want to talk about the criteria on which we're setting this tier list?
Yes, we can talk about it. Let me just switch over to the browser. Oh, oops. You weren't supposed to see that document, but yeah. Basically, we have lots of tiers here. We have S is a top tier or arguably broken subclass which excels in nearly every circumstance. A is a great subclass which is solid in all circumstances. B is average or has like a very specific niche that can make it very effective. C is bad. D is really bad. And then F we've called the Berserker tier because you should never take these subclasses.
Well,
There's some contention on that note. We're gonna
It's distinctly the best one.
Listen, I can't believe I'm in a call with all of these Berserker apologists.
Also.
No, I know.
I think it's also no. But besides, I think a subclass with absolutely no combat utility could still be like an A tier or an S tier, even though technically
Probably
but
not S tier.
Okay, but I think it could still be A tier if it's just like amazingly fun to play as in a non-combat role. But
Yeah, you get a high rating.
But like currently, our A says it's good in all circumstances, which is I don't.
Yeah, to me, to me, the thing is that B is where any class, any subclass that is really good in like non-combat would just kind of go by default, right? Because it's essentially. So here's the thing, right? Is that you don't know what kind of game you're going to encounter, right? Because some games are like pickup games where like you have no idea what you're gonna get. You might be doing a pre-made module. If you're doing a pre-made module, basically most things just kind of like fall off, and like you just want to be pretty good at doing combat and stuff. But like, the thing is that we are distinctly looking at kind of a sort of average subset of Dungeons and Dragons games. Which includes a couple of like pretty key criteria, which is one, we know that Dungeons and Dragons is like anywhere from like 70 to 99% combat, right? So like
pretty much, yeah.
We like the thing is that even though like every table plays Dungeons and Dragons differently and that not every game is going to be the same, the general structural rule set of Dungeons and Dragons is going to encourage a certain kind of play.
Yeah. If you want to be really pedantic about it, we strictly speaking don't know what percentage of a game of Dungeons and Dragons will be combat centric, but we can tell you that the majority of Dungeons and Dragons rules are centered around combat.
Correct.
The vast majority of the interaction that these classes do with the game is centered around combat.
By
the rest of it's all the rest of it matters less about your class.
I mean, those are
that's just the player, not the class.
Wizards of the Coast clearly cares immensely about the combat of their game, and therefore it's worth ranking on that basis.
That's true, but like, yeah, I just don't. I'm not a huge fan of like labels on each letter tier because like there's so many variables.
I like the S tier one. I think there's some debate about A tier, but I don't know how much time we want to spend discussing
matter, yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
It's just like S is really good, A is almost as good, but not quite.
A precise definition would help us sort them because the problem is we're gonna butt heads about the meaning. That said, I'm okay with rephrasing A as excels in most circumstance or whatever, good in most circumstances or good in many circumstances. Like
I mean, I would literally just have the whole list as this is just a scale of how much total goodness the subclass offers.
Yeah,
See,
and
the
we
thing
wait.
is-
But we wait. The only thing we have to care about is how much we weight like combat goodness versus other goodness. That's it.
Right.
What other
But, okay,
goodness?
but that's why like niche exists to me. Right? Like like I know exactly what Sean's talking about. We're gonna butt heads about what the categories mean, right? The reason that like B tier exists as either average or niche to me is because if you are a class that excels in non-combat situations, you are inherently niche, right? You may be effective in that niche, right? In that niche, you may be an S tier, but like across the broad spectrum, unless you're like playing in a game that is suited to that kind of like style of play, it's going to be pretty bad, right?
You'll be like 30% S tier, 70% D
right.
tier.
So like to me, that really just averages out to about B tier.
Yeah, and it might be less or more.
okay.
Honestly, just at the tier be widest, useful to nichest. See, I don't think that's necessarily like the way to go about it, right? Because like I just realized that my display is over both the Discord and the overlay. Here you go. Now we can see your faces. Yeah. So I feel like to me, it's not about like what's the nichest, right? Because like I think some classes are just
really
bad.
don't have a use.
I think they're legit just bad.
Some of them literally don't have a niche. They are directly worse than other subclasses in every way.
Okay, let's see.
I think we mostly agree on what criteria. Did you want to? Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like basically the balance, I guess we're kind of ignoring because if we see things in S tier, they're clearly unbalanced. If we see things in S and F tier, they're clearly unbalanced. Like they weren't well balanced in the design stage.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is like there's also a difference between something being niche and something being like niche but also bad, right? Like there are classes that are good at playing a niche, and then there are classes that are like bad at the niche that they're supposed to be doing, right?
Like a transmutation wizard, it has niche things that never come up, so
they're really bad. Right? It's like they're not even good at filling the niche.
Yeah.
So yeah,
some niches are very bad.
Basically, that's our general guideline for the tiers themselves, and we'll talk about the considerations. We'll probably quibble a bit over the tiers still. It's fine. It's gonna happen.
That's just the fate of any tier list.
It's just the nature of tier lists. But yeah, so we're going to consider one overall feature set at level 20. We do have to consider like all the abilities, but we're going to much more heavily weight them the earlier they come in the leveling process because most games don't go past level 5 or 6. So basically, the kind of earlier abilities and how good they are is gonna have a lot more weight than the later abilities, even if the later abilities are just like straight up like broken, right? Like Zealot Barbarians just not being able to die just at all.
So is the judgment happening based on the average game or our experience with games?
No, well, I mean, okay, like we're gonna be drawing on our experiences, obviously. That's just kind of something that's gonna happen. But at the same time, like we're just going to consider like what a vaguely average game might look like, right? In this case, average to mean like fairly combat focused. I would say probably like I don't know. I think an average game probably has like a couple like dungeons, a couple traps, that kind of stuff, right? So we also have to consider like and this I think is not as relevant for barbarians as it is for fighters, but we might have to consider like what kind of items you might get access to.
True.
Because I feel like as opposed to kind of wizards and sorcerers who could kind of really just stand on their own, if you're a fighter and you don't get a magic weapon, you're actually useless at higher levels. You straight up can't do anything. Like you can't damage anything.
In our campaigns, certain campaigns of ours, magic items are thrown willy nilly everywhere. So we're not used to that.
We are
Sorry,
very.
Did you say certain campaigns?
Yeah, okay, maybe all of them.
Did you say like 10d12 probably?
10,
some of
12. Yep. So overall feature set level 20, leveling curve, the fun value of play, that's a little subjective, but obviously I think some classes are designed to be more fun and interactive and interesting than others. There are like for instance, the champion fighter is not very interactive because you just get passive bonuses, right? Whereas something like the Battle Master is very interactive because you get to dynamically choose what you do in play, right?
Sure.
That is kind of what we're considering as fun in the context of like a combat encounter. But we can also consider things like having an ability that is not combat focused at all, but is clearly very, very fun to do outside of combat, right? Nothing comes to me off the top of my head, but there's a lot of D&D subclasses. I'm almost certain that there's an ability like people who are just like, what if I just press the digitation all the blood away, right? I think that's really fun, right?
Yeah, it's things that make the player happy with their subclass are not nothing. They are positives.
Yeah. There is how interesting is the flavor of the class. Like there are classes that are really bland but good, and there are classes that are really interesting but not good, like the Star Druid.
Well, yeah. But we're mostly not. I don't think we're really going to be looking much at like the flavor text. We're mostly looking at the theme of how well the
like how interesting is it
kind of mesh together.
How well the mechanics support that. Yeah. And then we'll be looking at signature ability and sort of looking at like kind of like balance and design. Design more so than balance because the tier list is kind of like what the quote unquote balance generally is, right? But if a class is like designed well or not, right? Like if it is designed in a way that is interesting or cool, or if it's just like terrible and boring and bad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's get started with the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian.
We're starting with a good one, in my opinion. We're starting with one of the best barbarians.
Someone's got to refresh my memory, or maybe just sum up.
I remember this one.
I can immediately go out and say that the Ancestral Guardian fulfills an amazing niche that very few of the other barbarians can fill. And one of the weaknesses of barbarians that they're so fucking hard to kill with the perfect tank that the Ancestral Barbarian actually has that taunt mechanic that forces enemies to attack you, which makes it amazing.
So,
this is one of the best barbarians in my opinion.
Barbarian Path of the Ancestral Guardian. So I'm gonna. This is from Xanathar's Guide to Everything. I'll just read the text for you here. Some barbarians hail from cultures that revere their ancestors. These tribes teach that the warriors of the past linger in the world as mighty spirits who can guide and protect the living. When a barbarian who follows this path rages, the barbarian contacts the spirit world and calls on these guardian spirits for aid. Barbarians who draw on their ancestral guardians can better fight to protect their tribes and their allies. In order to cement ties to their ancestral guardians, barbarians who follow this path cover themselves in elaborate tattoos that celebrate their ancestors' deeds. These tattoos tell sagas of victories against terrible monsters and other fearsome rivals. So, at third level, spectral warriors appear when you rage. While you're raging, the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn becomes the target of the warriors, which hinders its attacks. Until the start of your next turn, that target has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't against you. And when the target hits a creature other than you with an attack, that creature has resistance to the damage of the target's attacks. This, I think, is straight up one of the best barbarian abilities in the game.
It's nuts. There's no saving throw.
There's no saving throw. All you have to do is hit them, and you get a taunt. It's actually disgustingly good.
The only weakness is you can only do one target per turn. But in boss fights and stuff, it's the nuts.
Yeah, that's insane. And it's exactly what you want a barbarian to be, which is a tank.
This is this is how you make a barbarian into an actual tank, other than just having to be quick on your feet and just being like neener. I bet you can't die against my abs.
The rest of the abilities in the subclass could be bad, and this would still be a good subclass.
Absolutely. This okay. Here's the thing: is that obviously we are ranking the subclasses relative to each other within the class itself, but Barbarian itself is such a good class that a barbarian, a base barbarian with only this ability would already just be like really, really good, right?
Yeah, agreed.
I think this ability alone is like in consideration for S tier.
I think so too. I don't think there's any world in which this subclass is below A tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's just a debate of A or
between-
S.
It is only between A or S for that. And so to help decide, we should keep going.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, we'll just slot it in slot it in A and just move on for now.
Yeah, and because we're all in agreement. Or I see. Move on. Because I was gonna. Well, no, we should read the other abilities.
Okay, we should read at least 6, because that's the next one that people are definitely like usually gonna hit.
Yeah. And we're all in agreement that first one is really good and does
Easily
so
one
much
of the
for
best,
you.
yeah.
And helps circumvent like the fact that you can just ignore the tanky class and go for the healers when it's like,
So
no,
this-
you can't. Sorry.
Yeah, like this basically fixes one of the big problems that barbarians and actually any tank class in D&D has of like not necessarily being able to draw aggro super easily.
How do you convince enemies to hit you? And
How do you
not the
convince
squishy?
enemies to hit you, right? And it also can kind of circumvent more intelligent enemies that would otherwise know to target the mage or the squishy, right? It's like if you're fighting a monster, it might just attack the thing that's hitting it and doing the most damage to it, right? But if you're fighting like a lich, it might be like obviously you gank the mages. Like I'm a mage.
Thank them.
Right, so
Kill the one in the dress.
Yeah, this absolutely puts it in contention. So the level 6 ability is Guardian Spirits that aid you can provide supernatural protection to those you defend. If you are raging and a creature you can see within 30 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to reduce that damage by 2d6. And then that damage increases by to 3d6 at 10th level and then 4d6 at 14th level. This I think is pretty solid.
Oh yeah,
I think it's
This
is
my
the Zarya bubble ability, isn't it?
Yeah. This I will say 2d6 damage.
It's
Even
about
at 6,
7.
not a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
3d6 at 10, not a lot. 4d6 at 14, but it's you're a
it's-
barbarian.
Right. It's not a lot.
Barbarians don't have a use for the reaction.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
But the only other thing you're going to be using your reaction for is attacks of opportunity, which like don't really actually come up that often.
No.
And then you can do it every
Especially
turn.
because with this subclass, the person you're attacking and you're in melee range is probably not going to leave your melee range.
Right,
It's probably
exactly.
gonna keep attacking you.
So
Yeah. So I view this as quite good and also fun. Like
Yeah.
this, like
I like
weirdly,
this.
it's so basic, but this is satisfying to use.
Simple,
Of
the
just
thing
being
is,
able to look at your ally and be like, no, you take less damage. You're welcome.
So, well, the thing about it is,
Exactly.
this ability in conjunction with the first one really sets up this class as basically like very like typical, like archetypical tank class, right? Like you draw aggro, you reduce the amount of damage that your allies take, and then on top of that, you can actually reduce it further. So if somebody decides to ignore the aggro mechanic and then attack like one of your allies, you can reduce that damage anyway. Or if like you get hit by an AoE, you can also do it. So I think this is pretty versatile, even though it's not like necessarily a lot of damage. But like, yeah, it's
All right.
It's good. And the next ability is I like a lot actually, even though it's
All right.
not good in combat.
Yeah, consult
Right.
the spirits.
So 10th level. This is
Like-
around the level that people really like stop getting to. Oops.
Yeah.
Um, you gain the ability to consult with your ancestral spirits. When you do so, you cast the Augury or Clairvoyance spell without using a spell slot or material components. Rather than creating a spherical sensor, the use of Clairvoyance invisibly summons one of your ancestral spirits to the chosen location, which is objectively funny. Wisdom is your spellcasting abilities for these spells.
Grandpa Bert.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So like, okay. The way
That's so good.
so the way clairvoyance works, if I'm recalling correctly, is you basically let's see,
Create an invisible sensor within range.
create an invisible
in a
sensor
flip.
in a location. It can't be her. Yeah. So and I love the idea that you do that, and it's just like your grandpa. It's just like, get him, Sonny. He's here.
I found the enemy.
Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is an objectively funny ability.
Yeah.
Okay, we haven't
thematic.
discussed theming so
This is
far
good.
for this
This is a
class.
good theme class. This is a well themed
was
class.
I was on the fence about the theming. I was like, this is interesting. This is fine. This has now sold it for me.
Absolutely.
This
no,
is-
no.
Such
This
a good
is
class.
this is a great tying of mechanics and theme. Like, you know, obviously, you know, you can talk about like the sort of like social framing of like what is a barbarian and why do we keep ascribing barbarians to tribes and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But like that's not what we're here to talk about. Everybody knows that D&D has problems.
That was sort of keeping me on sort of like, it's fine, but not like, yeah, exactly. Like,
It's
I was
like-
kind of whatever about the
it's-
theme. It was kind of,
like,
but I
really-
love this feature.
Really,
It
with
also lets you use augury, which lets you consult your ancestors, and they just give you like, like it's good results, bad results. It's the wheel woe or wheel and woe.
Wheel
or nothing
woe.
results. Yeah, that weird ass augury
Grandpa
spell.
Sven, what do you think? Wheel.
Thanks, Grandpa.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
guess that's good.
And then the 14th level ability, barbarians are quite unique in that, like warlocks, they get their capstone ability really, really early, which is better for the average game and kind of more disappointing for games that actually hit higher levels because you're just
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm out of like cool features.
Well, yes, with the caveat that Barbarian's 20th level feature is like phenomenal.
It's
and I love
great,
it so
right? But
much.
it is one of those things that's just like that is basically just a passive buff. It's probably one of the strongest passive buffs in the game, but like you know.
Passive
it is.
buffs are
It's
fun.
honestly okay. I will say this:
When it
it's
comes to
such
barbarians.
such a numerical boost. Like you get 8 points, and your cap
Yeah.
raises by 8 points. Wait,
and it's unique amongst them, and it's fun. I love it. So
well,
so I
yeah, I
don't
was gonna
hate
say,
that-
I honestly
yeah.
think that despite it being like a sheer numerical up going, it's actually quite fun.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, so which is why I don't mind the 14th level thing because they actually have
Yeah.
a decent 20th level, unlike
Yeah.
Unlike
warlocks.
What the fuck do
Yeah.
warlocks get at 20th level?
they get their spell slots back faster. The class that can regen their spell slots on a short rest can now regen their spell slots in 1 minute. So still not in combat, but you know.
Yeah,
Unless you're
Anyway,
doing the longest
whatever.
combat ever.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah, for real.
I think this 14th level ability is not too exciting, but it's good and it works
Yeah,
and it's satisfying.
it's like a little
I
bit of
guess.
chip damage.
It actually adds up to a lot more damage than you would think, because by the time you're at 14th level, each time you use your reaction, that's 14 force damage. So you're doing an extra 14 damage a turn, which
That's
is a
actually
lot.
pretty good. Yeah.
It's
Like-
not. Yeah.
Okay, a barbarian
like,
at this point is going to
Level,
swing
that's
twice.
beginning to taper.
Is going to swing twice a turn, and they're going to do about 25 damage, let's say, like a 22 to 25 damage or something, and then add another 14 damage per turn to
Well,
that. That's
so
like
I
a
was-
50% damage increase.
No. So I was
No.
what I was gonna say was consider the fact that like you're reducing by 4d6 damage at this point, right? Like
Which is
that's
a lot,
that's a like last tier 17th level cantrip sort of damage range, right? You get to cast a free cantrip basically
Yeah, okay.
while you're doing other stuff. I mean, it's one of the weaker ones.
A week
I was
can't.
gonna say,
Yeah, a weak one.
It's the
Very
second
weak
weakest cantrip in the game, but yes.
But it's free. It literally doesn't require anything except your
Yeah.
reaction to do something you were probably going to do anyway.
And it's like a 14 healing is like 2 cure wounds.
It's okay. It's fine. I find it a bit boring for 14th level. That's my one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
thrilled by it, but I'm not gonna turn it down. This
It might be boring, but I think
it is-
mechanically it's really strong.
It's boring. I
Super
think it's
strong.
mechanically okay. That's my I think
Why do you think it's just okay though?
okay, fine. It's good.
I think our own experience has distorted this a little because, as we were talking about before, usually the barbarian
what do
gets
you
the giant
mean?
dumb weapon.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
14
so
damage
14
not good
damage
enough for
is-
you? You spoiled little baby.
It's spoiled, baby.
It's
So,
straight
so
up.
in our experience, 14 is like
Dan,
not
Dan,
that
Dan, you said,
but-
Dan, you said that like the barbarian's gonna be doing 25 damage per turn. I'm doing more than that. per
You're using
hit at
you're
level
using
6.
you're using
mean
the nutty,
250?
you're using Great Weapon Master thing.
Yes, and there's no reason that a barbarian can't do that in other campaigns unless they explicitly ban feats.
Think about this subclass. What barbarian is most likely to use a sword and shield? Probably this one.
a
maybe.
coward.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
You know, barbarians do explicitly get the ability to use shields.
Yeah, I know. My last barbarian used a shield.
Okay,
I was
What the
a
fuck kind of
coward.
let's assume you're at 20 strength, and that's not even a guarantee because a lot of people don't use stat rolls like us. Let's assume you're at 20 strength. Each attack is going to do 1d8 plus 5, so it's going to do a 9.5 damage. Let's assume you have like a +2 magic weapon or something. That's not very much damage total. That's 23 damage per turn. This is adding 14. That's more than a 50% damage increase.
Sword, so
that's like a 67% damage increase.
That's fair. That's
I mean, it's also
using
you
a
get this at.
one-hander.
It's not like you're getting this at like 17th level. You're getting this at 14th level.
At 14th, which helps it a bit. So it's by no means bad, and I would always take it. And I do appreciate an ability that I use, but I do find it boring. And
I will say
an extra damage boost is fine, but like I'm not thrilled by it at 14th. It doesn't change how you play the class in any way.
I will say I think the nice thing about this class also is
could be good.
Because everything is basically tied to 2 abilities, and then you have like 1 out of combat ability. It actually does reduce the mental load of playing a lot. So like
it's simple, yeah.
Right, like you're very simple, while still being arguably pretty interesting, right? I think this is a fun class to play, because you are basically fulfilling the tank fantasy. But your abilities are also, because like your 6th and 14th level abilities are tied. You're kind of like you're resolving them like all at once, which is nice. I tend to find. Obviously, I like a class that's crunchy and has a lot of choices to make. Not everybody does. Hello, Ketus.
Sure. Whatever you say.
So I honestly I think this is solidly an S tier class.
I think so too.
I agree.
I have
wish
one
it wasn't
reservation.
Okay, go ahead.
So as probably have I played the Barbarian the most out of everyone here? Maybe.
Let's
probably.
See, I've played.
I think 4 or 5 times.
You've played how many Barbarians?
No, you haven't. You have not played 4 or 5 times.
Well, I also played Barbarians before I started playing D&D with you.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
But we did longer. Well, yeah, continue.
Yeah, and those were the generally shorter campaigns. I will say, overall, at least for me, someone who really enjoys Barbarians, this is a very kind of, it's not really what you're going for with a Barbarian. It's kind of boring.
Really?
That's
I
what
kind of disagree though, right?
I super disagree.
To me, a Barbarian's like primary feature is the fact that they take half damage from bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. And when I see that, I want to pair that with an ability that draws aggro to myself to tank.
Yeah. The drawing aggro is the one exception to that. I 100% agree that Ancestral Protectors is great for that, and having aggro is amazing. But overall, it's kind of just like it's redirecting your focus to defensive, which is not really.
But there's
You're
one
a big fan
subclass.
of the. Oh, we're gonna get to those Barbarians,
Yeah.
Tyler. Don't worry.
I am very aware, but that's
yeah.
just my one criticism of this class. I don't think I would ever play it for that reason.
I see where you're
Yeah,
coming
but
from, but
okay,
I don't necessarily think it's really worthy of that criticism because subclasses are there to present options. This is the option to play a tank barbarian. They
Well,
already
yeah,
have
I
plenty of
don't.
options to play Zug barbarians.
I think that it is. I would say it's just kind of a personal gripe you have with it that like has no bearing whatsoever on like its effectiveness or place as a barbarian subclass. I think there are barbarians who are going to want to play like this, and I think this is the one they're going to want to pick. And I think in terms
Oh, sorry.
I think in terms of combat effectiveness,
big crit.
like this is probably one of the most effective things you can do for a party, right?
Yeah. And I think with the exception of the Ancestral Protectors again, it sort of maybe it strikes me as like the middle or a transition between the playstyle of a paladin and a barbarian.
See, the thing is, I don't even think paladins are particularly like protect my team mostly just because every time I've seen a paladin be played, all I see is somebody dumping as many spell slots as possible into Divine Smite. Honestly, I look at a barbarian and I go, that's a tank. I look at a paladin and I go, that's a DPS.
That's a nuker.
Maybe.
Like literally, I'm not kidding.
Yeah, the paladins do have a lot of utility that is not often used.
Yeah.
They use their land hands and stuff, but like
I just
I
realized
think-
that
But, like,
chat
the only
doesn't-
reason-
hold on.
Hmm?
Sorry, I just. I should.
this might not fulfill certain barbarians' fantasy of big crit
Yeah.
because it doesn't give you any modifier to damage. But honestly, I think most of the barbarian subclasses don't actually.
It's fun for sure, but not exactly.
Yeah, but I feel like the utility here to protect the rest of your team is, again, this is from my perspective of Barbarian goes charge in. It like the reason you use it is because it's there, not necessarily because that's what you're going into battle to do.
Isn't it what you're going into battle to do?
This is where. Yeah, we're disagreeing entirely about what Barbarian is, Tyler, and I don't think we're gonna resolve it.
No,
Like you were like Barbarian only go forward, and we're like no, Barbarian can do more, and I think
because
we're
like
gonna have to
we've
end
all
there.
played a lot of barbarian. I've played at least 3 barbarians. Sean's played at least 2 barbarians. I don't know how many Josh has played.
Yes.
Played a couple.
Yeah.
Like, hold on.
But
Let's
anyway,
see.
if we
I've
move on to the
played
next
Aegis.
barbarian, it's a bad one in my
Before
opinion.
we go, I think we agree. S.
I think so.
Easily,
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
top tier.
Yeah.
Top tier.
I think this is on par with a bear barbarian.
I
Oh, we'll
We'll get there.
to
We'll get
that.
there. We'll get there.
All right. I don't
think the
remember
next-
this one either. All right. What's the next one?
It's bad.
Okay.
Shush.
The next one. All right. Okay. The next barbarian. Hold on. Hold on. I just need to check. Shit. I just realized that the chat actually doesn't show up at all because
It's white.
it's white on my fucking white browser.
Go to dark mode. Wait, no, I don't. I think the
You are
website's
in
Wait,
dark
I don't.
dark
I don't think
mode.
that
Yeah.
would. Hold on. Let me see. What if I just?
No, it's this one.
Yeah, it's Battlerager.
Oh! Wait, we had a conversation. Okay, we'll get. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Are you
All
gonna
right.
disagree at my evaluation?
We had a disagreement. We'll get to it. Okay.
Yeah.
We did.
Okay, go for it.
All right. So, Barbarian Path of the Battlerager is found only in Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, and I'll read you the thing here. So, known as Kuldjarg, literally axe idiot in Dwarvish, Battleragers are dwarf followers of the god of war. This is an incredibly ironic name for it. Followers of the gods of war and take the path of the Battlerager. They specialize in wearing bulky, spiked armor and throwing themselves into combat, striking with their body itself and giving themselves over to the fury of battle. This was one of the first expansion subclasses,
Yeah.
like one of the first ones outside of the main set.
Skag came out early. Yeah.
Skag, don't call it that.
Skag. Yeah, I hate that too. So the restriction is it's quite similar to Blade Singers in that technically, as written, it is for dwarves only. But you know, obviously,
We all know
you
blade singers
yeah.
are for dwarves only.
Yeah. Yes. They don't even get an axe. No, it's all about armor. So I don't know why they're called axe idiot, right?
Maybe because they're too much of an idiot to use an axe.
Yeah, I guess so. I am axes. So, at 3rd level, you gain the ability to use spiked armor as a weapon. So spiked armor is a special kind of armor, which only exists in Skag that one day will load.
It's medium armor.
It's medium
14
armor,
plus
14
X
plus,
armor, max
14
2.
plus 2, with disadvantage on stealth checks, and it's basically just like
It's a-
scale mail,
it's a-
but slightly more expensive, right?
Which is not the best armor. It's kind of average
No,
armor.
it's kind of
but
bad.
you'll never improve it because your subclass requires you to have armor
Right.
that's not the best armor.
And the only real thing you can do is get like the medium armor master like feat, which the only thing it does is your stealth proficiency or your stealth checks don't get disadvantage. And you can add 3 instead of 2 to your AC if you have a dexterity of 16 or higher. So you get 1 AC point. Not actually that good. Medium armor in general is like quite poor, I would say.
It has niches for a lot of situations. But
Yeah,
it
but,
is a niche. It's one of those situations like, oh, is my dex going to be around 14? Medium armor might be great.
Yeah. So, while you are wearing spiked armor and are raging, you can use a bonus action to make one melee weapon attack with your armor spikes against a target within 5 feet of you. If the attack hits, the spikes deal 1d4 piercing damage. You use your strength modifier for the attack and damage rolls.
Yay.
Additionally, when you use the attack action to grapple a creature, the target takes 3 piercing damage if your grapple check succeeds. Okay.
And then no more ever.
So here's the thing: is this is not like super good.
No.
ability.
What?
So,
Heresy.
like, if you wanted to play a barbarian and your stats were really bad, maybe the medium armor would like work. But like, in general, like this just doesn't really give you a lot, right? Like you get 1d4 plus your strength modifier damage as a bonus action. So you get to essentially make an attack with a dagger as a bonus action, which like isn't awful, but it's not as good as it could be. And I think we'll find as we go down the subclass list that newer barbarians get usually better things to do with their bonus actions. So it, like normally barbarians have or in the base set of books, barbarians had trouble finding things to do with their bonus action. That's why the Berserker barbarian is balanced that way. But as they go on, they just realize that that all kind of sucks and it's bad. You could kind of tell this was one of the first things that they designed after the game was launched.
This very much strikes me as one of those abilities that you forget about until slightly after your turn. And then you're like, I don't even care. It's not even worth it to roll.
See,
Well, but you build the entire subclass around it.
Yeah, you won't
Right.
forget
Yeah.
this because what it is just an extra attack, which like at level 3, I guess an offhand dagger while you're two-handing an axe is fine. And so
level
the
18.
scaling you get from this is effectively none.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get,
Like, that's-
it doesn't go up.
that
It
is-
doesn't ever go up from 1d4.
That is
Also,
truly
very quickly. Yeah, go
the
ahead.
cardinal sin of this class to me is that you get you get flat numbers and they never go up.
Yeah.
Aside from your strength modifier, but like everything goes up with your strength modifier, so that really doesn't count for
Yeah, it
much.
does not.
And for the grapple check thing is so funny. Like it doesn't matter. Grappling is mostly bad, and so like I'm never gonna hold that against it. I actually kind of like it. It is very funny. But Dan, yeah, you mentioned it in passing. You grapple them, they take damage, and you maintain your grapple, and they never take that damage again.
Yeah. See, that is what sucks to me, right? Is I feel like they should take that turn they should take that damage every turn. It would
Even then, it would be bad.
even then it would be bad, but it would be far
It would
more
be
compelling to
usable.
me personally.
Yeah.
Also, like the armor again, like you have to find some specialist, like craftsman to make this armor. If you're ever gonna make magic armor, good fucking luck.
Yeah.
Also, unarmored armor is about equal to this near the start of the game, and quickly surpasses it as you get stats.
Yep.
Like-
Yep. You trade off a lot for not a lot of gain. Here's the thing. I want to like this class so much.
I'm gonna stop you. Keep going.
Okay.
Can we go to the
Next
sixth
abilities.
one? Yeah.
Beginning at 6th level, when you use Reckless Attack while raging, you gain temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier minimum of 1. They vanish if any of them are left when your rage ends. I think this is not a terrible ability. I think
It's
more
alright.
hit points are always good. Your con mod is going to be high as a barbarian, and any hit points.
Well,
Okay,
Well, it'll
your
get
con
up
mod
to
is
5.
usually going to be fairly high as a barbarian, or it should be rather. And if you're building around this class, you should have a high con mod anyway. Any hit points you gain as a barbarian are effectively doubled against certain
Yeah.
kinds of damage. So this,
And you get each turn.
yeah. So this is
It's like 3 or 4 health a turn, which is
pretty
pretty
decent
good.
to me, honestly.
Yeah, pretty good.
I like it.
I think there are better abilities that fill similar or the same niches in other subclasses. I know, for instance, the Beast Barbarian, I believe, which is the one that I played a while ago, has like a straight healing ability, which is arguably better, but
Yeah. But we'll take this, right?
this is not terrible.
So far, this is our favorite feature.
And
Yeah.
at 6th level, like you get it early enough that it's actually going to be like you're actually going to get use out of those hit points. So that's
Totally.
actually
Yeah.
you know, all in all, not terrible. I would say.
All right.
I also like the 10th level feature actually, because that actually solves one of the weaknesses of barbarians that Tyler would know all about.
I was looking
Yeah.
Beginning at 10th level, you can take the dash action as a bonus action while you.
I wasn't even a barbarian.
However,
this feels like.
There's a problem with this one.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
It uses your bonus action.
You use your bonus action. Yep.
Which you need for raging.
Oh,
so you have to make a choice.
Correct.
And you can't make that choice because if you make the choice the wrong way around, you rage, and then you can't dash, and so you try to reach them, and you can't, and then you leave your rage because you can't.
It's
so
just
you have the bonus action dash.
This is like
that's
it
terrible.
solves
Almost
it
good.
solves one problem and introduces another one.
Yes.
You're right.
Exactly.
I actually like
Even
it way
worse
less
one.
now.
Yeah.
Because it means you end up dashing in while not raging, which as a barbarian is
No,
mostly
no.
suicidal.
I
No,
think
you
you read. I think you read it wrong.
never
You
use
literally cannot use it unless you're raging.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, no. That's fine. Because you wouldn't want to do that anyway.
I mean, you're not gonna. Yeah.
All it does is help with if there's a long fight where you're up there fighting and you now need a new target and he's like 60 feet away, then it helps.
Yeah.
Exactly one circumstance. And I mean,
There's
that's
one
not,
niche situation.
That is not. I would actually not even say that's like a
super
super niche
niche.
It's not
situation.
super niche,
I
but it
think-
is
I
a
think-
little niche.
I think movement is one of those things that is actually somewhat underrated in how effective it is, especially when you get to things like dashing, right?
Tyler knows how.
Yeah, Tyler knows exactly how that feels.
Well, due to the way this is set up, though, this wouldn't help with that. Not that
well,
much.
That's why I'm just now realizing you guys have described exactly the one use case for it, which is while you're already on an enemy and then you want to switch or something similar.
I feel like
it doesn't work, and that makes this significantly worse. It's just barbarians getting the 3rd level rogue feature, but worse and later.
Yeah.
And I like this way less now. I would take
Okay.
it. I might use it, but I don't. It's very underwhelming.
I will
I
also
feel like this is common enough. You get it like twice a campaign.
I will also say this. I wouldn't necessarily say necessarily twice, but I will say this. Paradoxically, the higher up you go in levels, sometimes the shorter a combat encounter can be, because you can just ability dump, which is something that we found in the last campaign we played, which is that if you just dump all your abilities like round 1, sometimes the combat just ends.
Yep.
Are you
Let's
using
move on
one
to
move
the-
from enemies in 5e? I would say that is a very hard question to ask. But I would say that I think that while we often play in situations where many of the enemies are pretty close together, I would say that's actually probably less common amongst the average D&D game.
We've definitely run into movement issues. Like
Correct,
even if
yes.
it's not uncommon, we've run into them. Like you will get use out of this, but it's
But
a
it
10th level
feels
feature,
so
and
bad
it's-
as a 10th level
Yeah.
ability.
and
Now,
it's like so limited.
Now, that being said, yeah, let's talk about the 14th level ability, because when a
It's
creature
late.
within
It's too
5 feet of
late.
you hits with a melee attack, the attacker takes 3 piercing damage if you aren't raging, aren't incapacitated, and are wearing spiked armor. Okay,
If this was a 6th level feature, it'd be nuts.
It'd be okay.
this
Okay.
should be a lower level ability, period. This is so bad at 14th level. Like,
Yeah.
here's the thing. 3 damage is not a lot of damage, but having the ability to do damage without any other input involved is actually good. And being able to proc
guaranteed
that damage
damage, yeah.
multiple times is also pretty good. But the amount of damage it does is not proportional to the it's such like piddly chip damage that it's not going to matter at all, right? This is not the difference between like being able to 1 or 2 round a mob, right? Like this is like nothing. This is nothing damage.
We were debating, but we did end up deciding it was enough in the end. If the 14 damage from the other one was gonna
Yeah.
I was
This
I
is
was complaining. Yeah. I was complaining about 14 damage being a little bit underwhelming on the last barbarian. This
Yeah.
would take
Yeah.
you'd have to be hit 5 times to exceed that.
Which is
Yeah.
very rare in
One
a turn.
which is
Very rare.
unusual. And even then, like
I have to say, I really wanted to like this class, but it's so irredeemable. I think
good.
this might actually be an F tier class.
I was gonna come in. I was so prepared because I was like, this one technically is niche because this is the only
No,
barbarian.
it's like not
No.
even.
I was like,
Like, this is the only barbarian that actually gets use out of armor. So if you have like 0 con and you therefore for some reason you don't want to use like
Okay, so-
unarmored defense, it would be
So
fine
here's-
if you have terrible stats. But everything, even beyond the 3rd level ability, everything is bad except
It's
for
all
maybe
Class
combat
benefits
kills.
from con anyways. You wouldn't
Here's,
want to go no con for this.
Here's the thing is
True.
I think
Yeah.
that I actually think that the core mechanics of this class aren't bad. I think that the numbers are irredeemable, right?
Yeah.
Because here's the thing
Yeah.
is like I think it's fine if the spike damage you do as a bonus action or whatever is not that high, right? You know, it's just it's spikes on armor, right? You're probably doing about as much damage as a dagger, right? That makes sense to me. You know, it kind of sucks that your bonus action is being spent on something that other classes are probably going to get more use out of. But hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Honestly, I think like there's a couple of tweaks you would need to make to this class to make it even vaguely usable. I think for starters, like the piercing damage should scale in some way. Like honestly, even if it was just tied to your proficiency bonus, that's already at like 17th level, like twice as much damage, which is not a lot, but it's way better than a flat 3. And,
Well, if it
like,
was a 6 plus a 5 plus a 1d4,
and like
suddenly
it
that's
also
like, oh,
it doesn't,
okay.
you know, it doesn't it's not like one of those things where like I don't know why it's a flat damage number. These things never show up
Yeah.
anywhere, right?
this was before they started doing proficiency bonus as like
As like a
other
thing.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this was the first like it was a thing, but they didn't
Yeah.
use it either to track
No, I'm aware,
resources
but
and
it
yeah,
should at least be your proficiency bonus in terms of damage. Because I think honestly, when they started doing that, it proved to be quite an elegant way of scaling like little pieces of
Agreed.
damage, right? And I
Okay.
think
Yeah.
100% that would be the first change I would make to this class. The second, I would absolutely put spiked retribution like way lower, in terms of the classes.
I think even if it was way lower, I'm trying to think of a dream scenario, and I think the dream scenario is you just have like no AC, so every attack's gonna hit you, and there's 9 shitty goblins around you, and each one of them attacks you once because they only have 1 attack. They each take 3 damage.
right.
Whoop-de fucking do.
Yeah, like and then your sorcerer shatters
Yeah.
them all and they die.
Yeah.
If that was the same damage as the 3rd level ability, the 1d4 plus strength, then that could be good, I think.
No,
Yeah.
I disagree. I disagree.
mean-
Not because like I think that's a bad damage number, but you should not add things to the game that grind it to a halt like that, right? The reason
You have to roll,
yeah,
you
no,
have
the
to roll on
that's
each
actually a good
enemy's
point.
attack.
Yeah.
right. So the
No, you
reason
make
it's
a
a
good point
flat
with that,
damage
yeah.
number, even though I don't agree with it, is 100% because of like how long it takes to process that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
So maybe just change it to your strength modifier or
Right,
something.
strength
like
modifier,
that. Yeah.
you know, whatever. I honestly think that
Proficiency, yeah.
like
Yeah.
they should. Like, this class, I think, just needs something else, right? Is like
Well,
probably
luckily we
Okay.
don't have to fix it.
we don't
We
have
can
to.
just rank
So
Yeah.
which brings us to
D or
it's
F.
gonna be, is it D or
Is it
F?
D or F?
I think it's D because it has one good ability, the Reckless Abandon.
Okay.
I don't even think
but-
Reckless Abandon is good enough. Honestly, I think
It's
this is an
not
F tier
good.
class.
But I think it's good enough for D.
Okay, but Tyler, this
Maybe.
is a ranking between other barbarian subclasses.
Yeah, true.
And then here's the other point that I brought up, which was like this is the only barbarian that uses armor potentially, right? So I was like, well, that's unique and niche and vaguely interesting. Not really, because fighter exists, but you know, like you want to do that. So my one use case was like if you have a terrible dex plus con, it might actually be better to use Battlerager armor. But then if you have terrible con, you get punished by Reckless Abandon being worse. So it feels like anti-synergy. It's a bit of a stretch, but it feels like an anti-synergy between them. So I don't even like it that much.
Yeah,
So
this
I was gonna give it D.
is a mess.
This is a
think I
low
can-
D. A low
I think
D.
I can give it F.
I think I
Is
can
that too
confidently.
crazy?
I think I can confidently say that this actually probably is straight up just the worst barbarian subclass.
I think it might be.
And-
I think it
That's
Might be.
that's a very impressive thing to say in a world where Berserker exists. But I think Berserker actually. I think you're right, Dan. I think Berserker actually gets more useful abilities than this.
might be. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Agreed.
That's probably true. Yeah.
Okay, Battle
I think
Rager's
it's
F tier.
Yeah,
We can always
here's
change
exactly. Anything worse? No.
And at least Berserker is entertaining.
Okay,
We can
all right.
we can always
we're-
change this later.
We're renaming
I hate
renaming F tier to Battle Rager tier.
Lol. I hate that we got an S and an F on our first two, but that might just be how it goes.
It might
Yeah,
just be how
it's,
it goes, yeah.
it's because the alphabetical order
alphabetical.
was just like
Yeah.
fucking wild this time.
Let's
We
move
have
on to-
nothing
let's move on to
average.
Beast.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
Let's
is
go.
probably not going to be S or F.
Path of the Beast. I agree. This is probably not an S or an F tier. Barbarians who walk the Path of the Beast draw their rage from a bestial spark burning within their souls. That beast bursts forth in the throes of rage, physically transforming the barbarian. Such a barbarian might be inhabited by a primal spirit or be descended from shapeshifters. You can choose the origin of your feral might or determine it by rolling it on the origin of the beast table. Oh, we did not really talk about the like flavor of the Battle Rager, and I think it's not even that good flavor wise in terms of like how it is, because it is funny, but it just feels like eh. Anyway, so the Beast, I have played this.
Is this a bear barbarian?
This is not a bear barbarian.
Oh, okay.
This is the one that
The
Oof
vampire
was.
barbarian.
The vampire
My
barbarian.
primary form of attack.
No, my primary form of attack.
Exactly, Mads.
So the origins, at least the origins you could roll on the table are: one of your parents is a lycanthrope, and you've inherited some of their curse. You are descended from an archdruid and inherited the ability to partially change shape. A face spirit gifted you with an ability to adopt different bestial aspects. An ancient animal spirit dwells within you, allowing you to walk this path. I didn't choose any of these, obviously. But it's interesting that I like that they give you, this is in Tasha's Hideous Cauldron. I like that they give you all these. I like that they have made an effort to put some tools in the game for you to like generate some stuff. Yeah, this is a newer one. This was in Unearthed Arcana for a while, but then they released it. I don't remember if I played the release version of the Unearthed Arcana. I think the Unearthed Arcana, because I believe if it's in Tasha's Hideous Cauldron, then that book came out after we finished that campaign, I'm pretty sure.
I like how casually you're saying Tasha's Hideous Cauldron.
Yeah. That's what it is. So
Tasha's hideous daughter.
Tasha's hideous daughter. Tasha's daughter of everything. Okay, Tasha's Cauldron of Daughter? Ooh, I don't like that one.
Sure, why not? Wait,
So,
that's disgusting.
let's talk about, stop it. Let's talk about the Beast of Barbarian. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, when you enter a rage, you can transform, revealing the bestial power within you. Until the rage ends, you manifest a natural weapon. It counts as a simple melee weapon for you, and you can add your strength modifier to attack and damage rolls, and you attack with it as normal. You choose the weapon's form each time you rage. Bite. Your mouth transforms into a bestial muzzle or great mandibles, your choice. It deals 1d8 piercing damage on a hit. Once on each of your turns when you damage a creature with this bite, you regain a number of hit points equal to your proficiency bonus, provided you have less than half your hit points when you hit. If I recall correctly, I think that this was nerfed somewhat, because I believe the Unearthed Arcana version was much stronger. Oh, maybe
but we're gonna use the updated version.
Yeah, we're gonna use the updated version. But I think when we were playing, I think the book came out.
It was con.
Yeah, it was con.
I think you regain hit points equal to your con.
Equal to your con mod, yeah. So they changed it to proficiency.
It is proficiency bonus now, which I almost like more.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's funny because it means you get it means you're less consistent, I guess. Like you ramp up and you hit 6 on at level 17, which is higher than the 5 you would have if you had 5 con, but lower than the 7 you would have at level 20, right?
This is very, very similar to the Battle Rager's one good ability.
Yes, correct. So this is pretty decent. Claws. Each one of your hands transforms into a claw, which you can use as a weapon. If it's empty, it deals 1d6 slashing damage on a hit. And once on each of your turns, when you attack with a claw using the attack action, you can make 1 additional claw attack as part of the same action.
And this is very similar to the Frenzy Barbarian without any of the downsides, but a bit less damage.
Yep. And then tail, you grow a lashing spiny tail, which deals 1d8 piercing damage on a hit. I think that was 1d12 in the beta.
It also has
version.
reach.
It has the reach property. If a creature you can see within 10 feet of you hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to swipe your tail and roll a d8, applying a bonus to your AC equal to the number rolled, potentially causing the attack to miss you. I think it was a different ability in the Unearthed Arcana. I think it didn't have this AC one, because this AC one is a lot stronger.
That is very strong.
Because I believe that in the other one, it was literally just a reach weapon that was 1d12. This, I think, is far better.
So just to sum up, because stuff like this is just so many fucking words. One is you can choose every time you rage. You do this you can do this like every combat. You can choose between Vampire Bite, where you regain health, Claws, where you get an extra attack, or Tail, where
you get AC bonus.
AC bonus and I guess reach.
And in addition, you can actually re-rage during the combat to change. So let's say you wanted to start with DPS Claws, then suddenly switch to biting or tail.
I don't know if you remember this, but I actually did that a couple times.
I do remember that.
So the way that you can optimize the attacks, depending, is you start out with either tail or bite, and you can attack with that as normal. If you want the healing, the bite is really good. So what you do is you bite as an attack, and then you rage with your bonus action, and then you attack with your claw. So that's 1d6 slashing damage. But because you get 2 attacks, you get multi-attack, right? You get another claw attack as part of the same action. So it's not a bonus action; it's part of the same attack action. Right? So as a result, you can have small burst turns where you just do more.
As long as you have the rages to consume, and most barbarians, most barbarians usually have spare rages.
So, in terms of, I would say flavor and fun, this I think has been the most fun barbarian for me.
It's very fun.
To me, this is the most interesting one because it gives you a lot of options in combat that you can kind of play very dynamically. I would be hard pressed to find a barbarian that's more just like that. It registers as more fun to me, right?
Yeah. It's similar to Totem Barbarian, where it gives a lot of options, except for these are active options, whereas Totem Barbarian is passive options.
Agreed. And it's options that you can change every single time you whenever you want to, versus Totem is you can't even swap them out at long rest, right? It's you pick it, you get it, cool, move on. It's a cool passive or whatever, but you're stuck with it for the rest of the campaign.
And I think all 3 of these abilities are not broken, but solid. Good.
I think they're solid. They're well balanced, and I think they're pretty decent in relation to each other. I think some good work went into the editing of the Unearthed Arcana, because I think the way it came out is a lot better. To answer your question, Trist, barbarians do get an X amount of rages per day, and that number goes up as you level. So at 3rd level, you get so 1st and 2nd you get 2 rages, then you get 3 for a couple levels, and you get 4, 5, 6, and then when you reach 20, you get unlimited. There's no good reach and finesse weapons. There should be reach finesse weapons.
Should there be though? Like, it's really
Probably
hard
not.
to be finesse with a spear.
I don't know.
Like,
what is a spear if not finessing, right?
Okay, I've made spears though. It's so hard to make. The point is so unwieldy.
You're the only person I know that could possibly make that argument. I've created spears that are so hard to wield.
Try writing with a 10-foot pencil.
Spear maker, I require your strongest spear.
Let me just write in all bold caps.
Listen. Do you have to write to stab some? Like, I guess if it's finesse.
If you're trying to get between armor slits, yes, that's what finesse is.
I guess fair, but spear seems like if there were going to be a finesse reach one, I guess it would probably.
You know what?
We should have a reach weapon that's literally just a glass shard, like one really long glass shard. You can only use it once, so you better be very accurate with it. Okay. So I feel like this ability alone, to me, this ability alone is an A tier ability.
Oh, it's very good. But
I don't think it's like broken. This is not an A, not an S tier for sure. But to me, it's a solidly A tier ability. But obviously, it's not the only ability that the class gets. So we can talk about the rest of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Beginning at 6th level, the feral power within you increases, causing the natural weapons of your form of the beast to count as magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks and damage.
That's necessary.
This is necessary for any class that has like
Oh.
innate weapons like monks. And honestly should just be default on all fighters. Like
Yeah, we don't have to evaluate that. That's just like if that wasn't there, it would be
the
bad.
class
but it's
wouldn't
there,
work.
so it's
Yeah,
neutral.
literally it wouldn't work. So
Good, they added it. What? We go.
Moving on.
Yeah.
yeah, notice how this is literally just a sidebar in the real ability.
I was initially like, wait, barbarians don't get that base, and I was like, oh right, of course they don't. They're not. They use weapons. Yeah.
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 So barbarian fish should be able to pierce all resistance. That's my hot take. So beginning at let's say you can also alter your form to help you adapt to your surroundings. When you finish a short or long rest, choose one of the following benefits which lasts until you finish a short or long rest. You gain a swimming speed equal to your walking speed, and you can breathe underwater. You gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed, and you can climb difficult surfaces, including upside down on ceilings. This is really funny, without needing to make an ability check. And
I remember this now.
Yeah.
Fighting wolf.
Spider Wolf, Spider Wolf.
You absolutely made you. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
And
Yeah.
when you jump, you can make a strength athletics check and extend your jump by a number of feet equal to the check's total. You can only make this
Whoa.
special check once per turn. I am not going to lie to you. I love this ability.
This is a great ability, but I'm going to make the argument that this ability is not very good.
This
Agreed.
is not a good combat ability in most circumstances.
Is it thematic? Yeah, it's fun. But this does not make you stronger. It makes you like 5% stronger, 2% stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is I would say that like this is mostly an out of combat like
Yeah.
ability, but I will say this, something we haven't really touched on yet because it hasn't really been super relevant yet is obviously we play like a little differently to most D&D games, but like when it comes to adventuring hazards, like this is actually quite possibly like useful in the non-combat parts of the game, right?
Yeah.
Having a swimming speed is good. Breathing underwater is pretty decent. Gaining a climbing speed equal to your walking speed and being able to walk upside down is potentially good for something, I'm sure. This jump one is the only one that's a little like I'm not sure about it. But I will not lie to you. I did think about this. I thought about using this ability exactly once. And do you want to know when it was?
I do.
It was when we were fighting in the snow in difficult terrain. Because if you jump over the difficult terrain, it doesn't count as difficult terrain because you're jumping over it, right? And I was like,
funny.
can I travel farther? And I think the answer turned out to be yes, but I don't think it mattered. I think the combat ended before that.
That's funny.
Kudos for avoiding the
I
whole you
agree
can
with
only use your
Josh.
stuff while raging that Pathfinder 2 Barbarian has. So yeah, this ability also, right? It you don't need your rage to use it. That's a very good point. That's true.
Yeah.
So
I-
pick your animal
this-
barbarian is the totem barbarian in this game.
Yeah, that one existed,
what it
so they're
was,
like,
yeah.
we got to do something interesting, and
This one's for the furries.
I think like the totem barbarian, I would say one of the biggest weakness of the totem barbarian is its 6th level ability.
Yeah, I
where
think so.
it feels like from 3rd level to 10th level, you aren't really changed.
Oh, it's all bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Much.
I will say
And this
though,
one is similar.
it's very similar, but I will say that the advantage this one has is that you get a really front-loaded, interesting
Yeah.
3rd level ability, right? Like in terms of having a signature ability, I think this is one of the strongest ones.
well, this
Thematically.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's
no.
one of the strongest.
I would say it's one of the strongest
ones.
ones, like thematically and fun-wise. I would not say it's one of the numerically strongest
So-
or mechanically
No.
strongest.
So for Bestial Soul, the 6th level ability, we're in agreement that like it's fine, but it's not particularly powerful, but it is
No.
potentially fun, and it does offer utility outside of combat,
Correct.
which, in my opinion, Barbarian is like sorely lacks.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So,
And whether or not it should have it is a matter of debate, but overall, Barbarians don't do much outside of combat oftentimes,
Right.
and this gives them something.
This does mean that level 1 through 9, you have some good combat abilities.
3 through 9.
3 through 9, yeah, 3 through 9, but like it's not exceptional. Like
No,
So,
I wouldn't say so.
yeah.
I would not say
combat-
so.
Yeah, I don't know. That's all. It's
I think
good.
I think it's not
bad.
exceptional, but
Not
I
bad.
do think that is somewhat offset by the fact that I would have a lot of fun playing it. Right? It's
Yeah.
like being able to choose what you're doing, what kind of role you want to fulfill is, I think.
Will you
pretty
get
interesting.
Will you get tired by 9th level?
Yeah,
by
that's
10th level,
the
will
that's
you
the
get
question,
tired
right?
of bite, claw, and tail as being your only choice, like real choices in combat?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe,
I think
maybe
that's-
not.
I think that's true. I
It
think
depends
that's a,
on
I
the
think that's a
DM
very
and
good
what
point.
they want to give you.
It's a barbarian, guys.
It is a
That's
barbarian.
already more choices than you get when you normally play the
Right. This is as much choice as a barbarian really ever gets.
That's
Yeah.
true. However, you have to take into account other barbarians often find like a new weapon or something.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, like that is the thing about this barbarian, right? Is actually
get
it's
weapons.
funny because
Not
I
that
also
you
think
give
on
up
the
the
other
thing,
side of
yeah.
that coin, this barbarian is really good in a campaign that doesn't give that's really stingy with magic
True.
weapons.
Yeah.
right?
That's true.
True.
Like when you're a class that relies on martial weapons and you don't encounter a lot of magic weapons, either because your DM is stingy or whatever, or you're playing a low magic campaign, this kind of stuff really actually kind of cranks up in value. Even though I think like low magic is, here's my hot take: is I think that low magic settings are like kind of boring unless you're
Do
doing
we
something
have to
interesting.
do this right now?
Listen, I'm just
What do you gotta
saying.
get slow magic?
Josh, I don't think you gave us nearly enough magic weapons in the last campaign. Just the heads up.
Oh, I'm sure I
Uh-huh.
didn't. I'm sure I didn't.
When we glued
It-
8
you
together,
didn't-
we
yeah, I was gonna say you didn't just raid
tried
the
to run
entire
low.
like you didn't raid an entire kingdom's magic weapon stores and then sovereign glue everything together to form a giga weapon.
Despite that, it was less than normal.
Yeah, because you
was
complain. You
distinctly
usually
less weapons
complain
than
because you
normal,
get so
Josh.
much.
I forgot we hot glued magic weapons together. No. Well,
Anyway, so
Can't
at
believe
10th
Josh would give
level,
us so few weapons.
at 10th level, you get Infectious Fury, which you get rabies. When you hit a creature with your natural weapons while you are raging, the beast within you can curse your target with rabid fury. Like, literally, you get rabies.
Yes. Which you could feel a little bit questionable about.
It's fine, it's magic rabies. The target must succeed on a
Oh.
wisdom saving throw, DC equal to 8 plus your con mod plus your proficiency bonus, or suffer one of the following effects of your choice. The target must use its reaction to make a melee attack against another creature of your choice that you can see, or the target takes 2d12 psychic damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, how do you feel about this ability?
It's a little. It's fun. It's a little. It's sad that its saver sucks, so that nothing happens on a success. But it lets you use con, so your DC
Yes.
is
Personally?
not bad.
Yeah.
Personally, I really like this ability.
I think it's really strong.
Like
Yeah.
to me, it is either either you just get some extra chip damage in. 2d12 is like a decent amount of damage at level 10. Like it's not terrible.
It's that 14 roughly, a little bit less, but at level 10, which is nice.
Yeah.
And it's psychic, which is nice. But
It's
But
13.
right, so
13.
shut up.
so the
I
ability
acknowledge that.
the ability
Okay.
to potentially make a creature make a melee attack against another creature of your choice has very specific utilities. Like in many cases, I think that it's a wisdom save. So like wisdom is not super common for like primary melee attackers, right?
I'm pretty sure monsters are usually a very average, not exceptional wisdom.
So as a result, like you could actually get some use out of this. And if you're fighting something that potentially has like, that is more intelligent, right? Like a boss guy with a cool sword, right? You can make them attack one of their peons and like potentially reduce a fight. I think that like there are circumstances in which it can be pretty useful. And above all else, I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
you get 4 uses, which is a
Yeah,
decent
that's a pretty
amount.
good amount of uses.
That's twice as many arrows as Arcane Archer gets.
Oh my god, don't fucking get me started on Arcane Archers. Holy shit.
That's we're not even to that.
I literally have like a revised Arcane Archer in my Google Docs that I was fiddling with the other day because I was pissed at Arcane
I was
Archer.
trying to fix I was trying to fix the concept of rangers a while ago.
Nice. We can
So,
we can talk about that
yeah.
later. That'll be fun.
Here's my elevator pitch for how to fix rangers. Just make them an actual support class. Anyway.
Okay,
it's nice
on.
against big brute type enemies. Yeah, I agree. I think I used this. I think I managed to get this off on like a big boss type monster exactly once, and it was hilarious.
Yeah, even if it's because like the odds of them doing more than 2d12 psychic, like it's reasonable. I suspect that on average it'll probably do about that much, but it's really funny.
It's really funny,
and it's
right?
really satisfying.
Really
when
funny.
you're fighting them and they're like, no, you hit that guy now.
Really
please.
funny, really satisfying. You have a lot of uses of it. You get them back on a long rest, so whatever. Not everything can be a short rest, right? But you also get just like. The thing is that it sucks that it is save or suck. I agree with that. But you get some versatility, right? You get to choose what happens, and you get to, if a creature fails this and has legendary saves, you can potentially just burn one.
Yeah,
right? You can say that about any saving throw.
and you can do
like,
it twice a turn.
I would say this is fairly compelling, right?
You can do it 3 times in a turn if you had claws out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I think this is a great. This is just what the subclass needed at 10th level. You get it late, but it's like. Suddenly, you're a lot. You have a lot more fun with the subclass once you hit level 10.
I agree. I think it makes combat more interesting, and I would say that the numbers and the effects are strong enough to justify it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You will use it.
You will use
it,
right? This is a what?
So your proficiency at 10th level is +4, and assuming you have 20 con. So that's a 17, DC 17?
You'll probably have like 18 con at most at this level.
No, so here's the you say that, but actually when I
pretty good DC.
When I built a character for this, I actually did not take 20 strength. I took 20 con.
Well, that's because your bite scaled with con.
That's true. But well, that's because everything was loaded onto con, which is probably why they changed it. But still,
that's probably why they changed it.
I still think it's quite compelling to have a high con mod on this class.
That's fair. Whereas my current barbarian, I've like almost dumped con.
Well,
so funny.
Because I get nothing from it.
Yeah.
Speaking of con modifiers, 14th level also scales with it.
Call the hunt. The beast within you grows so powerful that you spread its ferocity to others and gain resilience from them, joining your hunt. When you enter a rage, you can choose a number of other willing creatures you can see within 30 feet of you equal to your constitution modifier, minimum 1 creature. You gain 5 temporary hit points for each creature that accepts this feature. Until the rage ends, the chosen creatures can use the following benefit once on each of their turns. When a creature hits a target with an attack roll and deals damage to it, the creature can roll a d6 and gains a bonus to the damage equal to the number rolled.
They changed it.
They did change it, yeah.
So
that's it. I don't know why I thought it was more than one. And then you get this equal to your proficiency bonus.
A lot of uses by this point. That's 5 uses.
What was it before?
Before it was everyone got the reckless attack feature, which was objectively funnier, but also probably actually broken.
I remember loving this, and now I remember why.
It was I was gonna actually comment on this feature being somewhat poorly designed because it caused that weird situation where very few members of the party could even use the reckless attack feature, but they would accept the hunt just to benefit
but they would accept
the
it
barbarian.
anyway. Yeah.
Now the feature actually has a reason for everyone to accept it.
Yeah,
which is much better.
I think
even
overall this is more broadly useful for the rest of your party, which I think is better in terms of like
it's better design.
Yeah. In terms of design and for the flavor of the class like classes feature, right?
And
it is way more boring.
It is a little sad that you can't just give your entire party a reckless attack because it is legitimately so funny.
That was great.
But like so
1d6. That's like
you get 5 temporary hit points per other creature. This depends obviously on the size of your party. If you have any NPCs with you, but the maximum amount of temporary hit points you're gonna get is like what 25.
Yep. Well, I mean, 27, I guess, eventually, but we'll 35, right?
What?
27? It's 5 temporary hit points per creature.
Per creature, and how many creatures?
You can go up to
a con mod.
Yeah, if you get up to a 7 con mod, then you can go 35.
Okay, but like,
I know.
I know.
You'd have to have an 8-person party.
Yeah,
that sounds like hell. So I think this is good, right? Like this is absolutely actually I think this ability that they gave it instead of the reckless attack is I think you're right, Dan. I think it's better. Like
yeah,
it's pretty much just a straight damage buff to your entire party, and you get temporary hit points, which is effectively doubled. Let's say you're like playing an average like
6-person party. If
An
you have a
average, like-
6-person party and each person only hit 1 extra time per turn, that's another 5d6 damage per turn. That's significant. And most
5d6
of the time,
damage
you're gonna get
and-
a lot more hits than that.
and you get 50 effective hit points against bludgeoning, slashing, piercing. Like that's, you know, we don't have to talk about.
Depends on your party composition, but yeah.
It's a little jank because it's like blessing everyone or making everyone roll extra dice, but like it's good. It's really good.
Right.
I would prefer.
So the thing is, it says an attack roll. So like if somebody uses a cantrip, they get to add the damage.
That's bizarre. Wow, I like that. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm thinking like if you had a full party of people with multi-attacks and like warlocks, like a warlock gets an extra d6 on each Eldritch Blast.
Yep. Yeah. Well, no, hang on. I think it's once on each of their turns.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. No, it's not that broken.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is only a max of 5.
Once on each turn.
Of 5d6 extra damage, assuming a 6-person party, which is
6-person party who all use attack rolls. That's fine though, and you heal like 25, and you're about.
It's 17.5 damage per turn.
I think this is a solidly good to great ability.
Dan, I would be I would be underwhelmed with it in the same way of that other ability, if not for the temporary hit points.
However,
which I actually view as the main part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, the temporary hit points is the main part. This one, once you use it, I'm pretty sure they get to do this for until you rage end. So
no wonder challenge rating's bogus at high level. The scaling that seems rather unpredictable. Okay, here's like a
use your reaction, and the other one did use your action. This one, no one has to use any extra actions.
Yeah, this is literally just when you rage, you just do this, right?
And everyone just gets the extra damage. It's
it's almost like basically a passive, right? It's pretty good. Yeah. So here's the trick to Dungeons and Dragons challenge rating. Anything past like 14th level / like 14 CR doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's pretty much all the same.
No, that's not true. But the
I'll be right back.
The CR loses a whole lot of meaning. It's definitely
it's dependent on the party, not on the CR. Yeah,
exactly. CR loses its meaning. It's all different, but in different ways. It's more
Hello,
an art
Perfectly
than
Tech now. Thank you for the raid.
Oh boy.
Raid Shadow Legends. Thank you for the follow. Spacious 367.
Well, we're on Barbarian, so it's Rage.
We're on
Barbarian.
it's a raid. Okay. So let's see. We've done.
I also really like how the Call the Hunt interacts with the rest of the party. The only downside is it depends on the size of your party, but everything else about it,
I think that is one of the weirdest kind of like funkiest things about this this last ability is the fact that you're not actually going to get maximum value on it unless you have some NPCs or if your party is 8 people big.
Or if your party is big and they're all within 30 feet. The 30 feet kills me.
Thanks for the follow, Perfectly Techno. Also, you're correct. Zealot Barbarian is the best Barbarian.
We'll
get to it.
Hello. God, I want to do D&D. I'm so looking forward to playing my Zealot more.
So Dan has stepped away, but I don't know, Sean. What do you think, Sean?
I don't know. I don't play Barbarians.
No. What do you think the beast is?
I wanted to give it S. It's definitely A.
I don't think it's an S tier. I think this is an A tier.
I think it's A.
I think it's high A, very high A, just especially because of how
we'll give it B
interesting
for beast. No, that's actually the proper way to rank these subclasses. Every class gets B for barbarian.
Oh, you're doing barbarians. No, you're not doing barbarians justice there.
No,
it does kind of work for sorcerer though.
It turns out spells are pretty good.
Stinker sorcerers.
Oh God, there are, yeah. Although I feel like in terms of like classes or classes with pretty effective like base PHB subclasses, I think sorcerers end up doing pretty okay, as far as I recall. Oh, that's right. Wild magic sucks, kind of.
Well, wild magic is complicated.
It's complicated. Anyway, so Dan, what do you think? What do you think?
No.
On this overall?
Yeah, overall.
I thought about it. I think it's 100% an A tier.
I agree.
Yeah, that's what we came to as well.
I even think I thought about it like, what if you got like some +3 magic weapon with a flame tongue? I still think you would want to use its features, which means its features are good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would tend to agree.
that's a good way of putting it. All right.
Okay.
So
next is the path of the Berserker.
Ah.
So, for some barbarians, rage is a means to an end, that end being violence. The path of the Berserker is a path of untrammeled fury slick with blood. As you enter the Berserker's rage, you thrill in the chaos of battle, heedless of your own health or well-being.
So I don't think this class needs any discussion. It's S tier.
Yeah,
All right,
for Tyler, absolutely, this is an S tier class.
I once played this class when we house ruled it that exhaustion doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
That
What?
does fix it.
Learning.
That does
And it was
fix
like,
it.
yeah, it just fixed it. It was suddenly amazing. And it
I
was
mean, Dan,
really
I was saying
entertaining.
Dan did a similar thing where he just removed that mechanic.
I think there's more problems to this class than just that, actually.
Well, there may
okay.
be, but there's significantly less.
Let's get to it.
But yeah.
It's one
So,
of two.
hope y'all have beverages. I think I'm the okay.
Oh no!
Oh, I
just filled up my waters.
Oh,
I'm going to get beverages.
no!
Hang on.
We're all at max capacity.
Sean.
Oh no, it's a Europe.
Okay, it's going down.
I'm picking my smallest water bottle.
How many? 4? Oh no.
4 hydrations and a chug.
And a chug.
Ugh,
Oh boy.
glorious.
Wow. I wasn't expecting to have to deal with one of these.
Well,
There goes
I can't-
half a liter.
I can't believe you're all doing it. This is actually the biggest brain value, Mads. What the fuck?
I can't believe you saved it for this. Wow, I could actually redeem my own ones right now just to get
Don't
max value
do
myself,
that!
but I would shaft myself too.
Dan's like, I could redeem my own. It's empty now.
I just chugged and
Oh no, more hydration! I'll be right back.
Took an
No.
Arizona out of the fridge. And
No.
freezing. Oh no.
No, we're never gonna get Frenzy Barbarian done. No.
Oh, brain freeze.
How many points do you have, Matt?
Wait, you have another one?
Holy shit! To be fair, I'm up to
Mercy.
32.4. Yeah.
Mercy. I'm so full of liquid.
Well, since everyone's drinking, I'll be right back.
I literally just peed and refilled all my water bottles, and then I did get a chug, and I had to chug it at full water bottle. Ugh.
Josh just walked into the bathroom, and I need to anyway.
Jeez.
Okay, that said, I did need water. Oh my god.
Yeah, I desperately needed this, but also brain freeze.
Man, I have so many things to say about this subclass, by the way, because I've made reworks of this subclass several times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. You played one. Sort of. You played the
A
rework.
heavily edited one.
You like that my solution to the chat box not showing up was not to change the overlay, but just
Yeah.
to change the window?
I really enjoyed that solution.
No, it's the
Josh.
stream that's wrong.
Josh, I have so many things to say about this. I have to wait.
Okay,
a while.
all right, okay. Whew.
I could give like a full summary.
Oh my god. I bet you could, honestly.
Stream didn't die, did it? Mine's just buffering. Okay, we're
It's
good.
fine for me.
Yeah, are we gonna do it, Josh?
All right. If stream's good, then yeah, we go.
Okay, okay. Sean, did you want to pee?
No, go.
Okay. Let me just clear all these requests first. All right.
Oh my god.
So, Path of the Berserker. The third level ability is you go into a frenzy when you rage. You can wait. Yes. Wait. Whenever you rage. Wait. Do you not get a choice?
No.
No, you have
When
to
you
can
rage,
go.
when you
Can.
like you can.
Oh, you can
not
go.
whenever.
Okay. Yeah. You can go into a rage, into a frenzy when you rage. If you do so for the duration of your rage, that would have made this class so much worse. You can make a single melee weapon attack as a bonus action on each of your turns after this one. When your rage ends, you suffer 1 level of exhaustion. Okay.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot to say here.
So, okay. We can all agree that a melee weapon attack as a bonus action is pretty good.
It's very good. I think
it's very good because
amazing.
It's a two-hander, right? It lets you, you become a dual-wielding class, but with a two-hander, you can't.
I think it is practically, not quite, it is practically a 50% damage increase.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, and it's especially good
100% at this level.
Well,
50% later.
I was gonna say it's also especially good.
Fourth level, it's 100%.
Especially good on barbarians who never get more than 2 attacks normally.
Yeah.
We can also all agree that exhaustion is really bad and really hard to get rid of.
It is a pain to get rid of.
Real big bad.
So here's the thing: exhaustion has 6 levels. Number 1, you get disadvantage on all ability checks. That's not a problem, really. Number 2 is where it gets a little dicey because your speed gets halved, which is annoying. You can deal with it, but it's annoying.
I don't even think it's annoying. I think it's terrible. I think once you hit level 2 of exhaustion, you are ineffective in the fight. You can't reach them. You're a barbarian.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. 3 is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws, which is just horrible, right? That's the first thing that I would say, like, is just a straight up like
you're better off staying home.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
4 levels of exhaustion, your hit point maximum is halved, which is awful. At level 5 of exhaustion, your speed gets reduced to 0, so you can't move anymore.
You are infirm. You are in a hospice care.
And if for some reason you want to push it even further and do that frenzy again, level 6 you just die. Straight up 6 levels of exhaustion and you die. No saving throws, nothing. You just die. Ask me how I know.
You can basically, it basically becomes a once a day feature. But worse than that, you have to figure out, is this our last fight of the day?
Yeah. So
and then do it. And rages it's not unusual that rages end within combat, but for every other barbarian, you just pop another rage.
But for this,
for frenzy,
you don't get. Okay, here.
If you ever do it twice in a day, your party taps their feet annoyed that we have to sit here and wait and do nothing the entire next day.
Yeah,
that brings up the worst part. I'm guessing you were about to say
this is I think one of the probably the biggest problems that any of us can easily say about this, which is that, like, yes, right, like being able to attack again is really good. Actually, it's quite a fantastic feature. But the problem is, like, 1, you would have to decide when to use this effectively, and 2, it means that if you ever fall out of the rage, which is possible at these lower levels, right? Suddenly you don't have your ability, right? Like, that's the cardinal sin, I would say, of this ability, is that without this, you're just a barbarian. You don't get a real 3rd level feature.
We still haven't talked about the
other bad thing.
Yeah. So there's more to exhaustion, right? So I think we can agree that 1 level exhaustion is fine. Like, I'm currently playing a barbarian that gets levels of exhaustion for no fault of my own.
What are you talking about?
I wonder who would use exhaustion as a mechanic. Dan and I collectively whistle.
you motherfuckers, and this goddamn cursed axe. Anyway, I occasionally get it. 1 level in combat, at least, is like super whatever. Ability checks mostly don't come into play unless you for some reason want to grapple. 2 levels it is debatable, and that's where the speed half can either be a non-issue if the enemy isn't smart enough or bother to run away, or it negates you in the fight. So it's either the worst thing in the world or an absolutely non-issue. But you can, like, never go beyond 3 because
Beyond 2.
yeah, because the moment you hit 3, you have a disadvantage on everything, and so there's no point really fighting. But even if you go 2-2, the way you get rid of exhaustion, right, is you take a long rest, and that reduces your level by 1.
Okay.
So if you use this ability even twice in a day, then you take a long rest, you start at 1 level of exhaustion the next day, so you can't use it that day unless you're willing to have your speed again. So it like way extends the number of days required to recover, and that is damning to me.
Hey, welcome back,
your party starts to hate you because you're just slowing the party down.
Okay. But yeah, here's the thing, right? Is thanks for the sub. Welcome, Magic, to the Women Respecting Club. Here is the problem with exhaustion, like even like beyond what you've just said about how it takes just an abnormally long amount of time to heal it, right? Is there are ways to cure exhaustion, but the first one that your party is really going to actually get access to is Greater Restoration, which is a 5th level spell. And it reduces exhaustion by 1 level. So like,
and it costs gold.
Yeah, 100
like
gold
100
pieces.
gold or something.
100 gold pieces, which the spell consumes. Like, straight up, this ability is like not worth using.
It's worth using, but you really only get it once per day, realistically, and it comes at a cost.
It comes at a cost. There's a lot of risk to using it too.
Yeah,
but it is good.
Okay, but let me explain why it's less good than we think.
Okay.
Which is hard. Let's say you run up to the enemy and you want to hit him 3 times. You enter a rage, you can't hit him 3 times.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah. Okay, I was gonna talk about this, but you're right.
I forgot.
Because it uses your bonus action to enter a rage, so now you don't have your bonus action to use the feature that you're paying a lion's sum of a fortune to even decide to use, and you can't use it in your first turn.
That's right. You literally can't. You have to use your bonus action to enter the frenzy, but you can't attack with your bonus action because you just used it. You're absolutely. I've totally forgot.
And if you're rage, let's say over like a 5-turn fight, like you have to rage twice because it fell off at some point. You only get. Like, that's 2 turns where you didn't even get to use your frenzy, and you have 2 levels of exhaustion for 3 extra attacks.
Stacking conditions.
On a 5-turn fight, which is fairly long, you still only get 4 fifths of value out of it.
Yeah, and if one fell off, there's 2 levels of exhaustion.
I would say
the last time I've seen rage fall off, but yeah.
I've seen it.
I can fairly confidently say that a fight is actually not going to go long enough for this to matter, right?
So let's say, like, oftentimes fights are 3 turns. Which means you're getting a level of exhaustion for 2 attacks.
I would say that that's pretty much the average length of a encounter.
But I've had it happen before, But it's rage ending mid fight is generally situational, and
it's also
either it's like the rest of your team can handle it, or
it's not something that we like.
It's not a problem.
The thing is, Barbarian Rage is kind of one of those interesting things where it's in a weird space where actually when you think about it, it's actually quite simple to like fuck over your party and like deactivate Barbarian Rage if you know how to handle it, right? Like all you have to do at lower levels is to make sure that no one attacks or gets attacked. So like if you banish a barbarian, he's just fucking gone, right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things that we don't really play with a lot. Like, we obviously play with the rules of, like, if you don't attack or you aren't attacked, that you fall out of your rage. But we don't go out of our ways to make villains that are just like, okay, I understand what a barbarian is. No more rage for you. Because that kind of, like, feels bad unless, like, you're explicitly buying into a game like that. So, like...
But...
Yeah.
Okay, but I will say... when you get at the very lowest level where you have this feature, you have 3 rages. For every other barbarian subclass, if you ever happen to fall out of rage, they just rage again. It's not a big deal.
Again, yeah.
This subclass, you can't do that. It is so much worse to fall out of a rage as a frenzy barbarian than any other barbarian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you essentially stop having an ability, right? You don't get a 3rd level ability, right? Like, you can rage and you are pretty much as effective as any other barbarian. Except for the fact that you don't get, like, you become, like, here's the thing, is, like, you get your, like, spicy, your spicy, like, your spicy ability, right? And then if you ever fall out of it, you have to just go back to plain saltine cracker ability. Like I'm just a barbarian.
Are you saying we should move on?
I think now, yes. I think.
Okay. All right.
Because there is theoretically, I genuinely can't remember what else is.
I don't know either. I know
I know everything about this.
I'm sure you do. I know what the 6th level ability is because it's really short. You can literally just read it right now.
It's good and boring.
It's good and boring. I agree. You can't be charmed
Very
or frightened
boring,
while raging. If you are charmed or frightened when you enter your rage, the effect is suspended for the duration of the rage. This is a good ability. Just flat out.
I like this one.
This
is the one. Yeah.
Charm and fear are common conditions on many monsters.
Especially fear.
Especially fear,
fear.
right? Like it's Dungeons and Dragons, and dragons have like imperial So fear sucks to encounter, but there's a lot of tools in the game to overcome fear, which is why I don't think it's like as terrible as some other conditions that we've faced in games.
What condition? Do you want to name names or nah?
No.
We'll get to it, or maybe we won't. I don't know. Oh no, we will get to it when we talk about monks.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
So
this fixes a problem of frenzy barbarians not being able to reach their target because they're feared.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So Tris, fear. Are you about to look up exactly what fear does?
You cannot willingly move towards the target of your fear.
Yeah, disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear is within line of sight, and a creature can't willingly move closer to the source of its fear.
Yeah. So ranged attackers, you have disadvantage. It sucks, but it's manageable. Yeah. Melee attackers, you can't get close to melee. So
you can still attack if you're within melee range.
Off, which means you're gonna get another level of exhaustion.
Yeah. Okay. This patches up a problem.
It does.
Not nearly well enough, mind you.
It's very necessary for this.
Yeah, you have to be constantly hitting to maintain range. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, or being So this is important. My hot take is that I really wish this was like base barbarian.
I agree, but also I understand why it isn't.
Yeah, it's good. You're right. It's good. I guess we can't begrudge a subclass for having something so good and boring
for something
that it
should be base. Hey, ask me about fighters.
Don't worry. We'll get to them, but the 14th level ability is again good and boring, and the 10th level ability is just bad.
Well then let's do 10th level.
Yeah,
okay,
let's do it.
We'll talk about the 10th level. Thanks for the follow, Abigail and Penner. 10th level ability is you can use your action to frighten someone with your menacing presence, which is funny coming off of the 6th level ability. When you do so, choose one creature that you can see within 30 feet of you. If the creature can see or hear you, it must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw, DC equal to 8 plus your proficiency plus your charisma.
Yeah,
what?
Yeah.
You're a charisma?
It's an old subclass, charisma. And remember, action. And one creature.
Oh,
a single creature.
Oh, no.
Hold on. We keep going. How long is it feared for?
Or be frightened of you until the end of your next turn. Oh, my God.
And you can extend it using your full action.
Oh. On subsequent turns, you can use your action to... This effect ends if the creature ends its turn out of line of sight or more than 60 feet away from
Yeah, it's only 60 feet!
And then it has the normal fear thing of if it succeeds on a save, you can't use the feature on that creature.
This 10th level feature might as well not exist.
Oh my God.
You'll never use this.
No one would ever use this.
This is bad. This is like straight up really bad.
At least it doesn't harm you like frenzy, but yeah,
I didn't
delete this, and it doesn't matter.
I was gonna tell you, I know things about this class.
All right, so what that means is literally 2 out of 4 of the abilities in this class may as well not exist.
Hey, wait, frenzy is fantastic situationally.
I actually disagree that frenzy doesn't exist. That's just an issue.
Well, the thing is that like in the case that you've already expended your frenzy, it practically doesn't exist, right?
Fair.
Right, you're not going to be using it again, probably.
I would give this class 1.5 abilities so far.
1.5 abilities so far.
With the caveat that Mindless Rage is one of the most boring abilities that you could possibly give a subclass. There's nothing interesting about that. Okay. Okay, I think we've specified everything that's awful about intimidating presence.
Oh my God. Okay.
The charisma save is so funny.
So charisma, like, no. All right. No. 60 feet only? Oh god.
Yeah. And
Line
it's
of
save or
sight?
suck. Nothing happens if they succeed.
Action? Oh, like this is awful. This is such a bad like
This is your
like
full action act. Yeah.
It's okay. You can use your bonus action to attack.
you know what this means? Do you like sincerely, do you know what this means? This means that at 10th level, you can go through multiple fights never proccing one of your abilities. Right?
Yeah.
Never proccing one
Yeah.
of your subclass abilities and only playing with base barbarian traits.
Yeah,
you're basically
right.
just a base barbarian.
For from 6th level to 14th level, you don't gain anything basically.
That's incredible.
Tris just asked, how would you make
God.
this good? And like, oh god.
I've done
Dan.
revisions for that.
We should discuss this briefly after we've gone over everything. Because
So
Literally, I could say in one sentence, I made it AoE. I didn't make it to use. I think I made it AoE, and it uses con as modifier. There was some other stuff. That's pretty much it. Like,
There's
honestly,
way to
honestly,
pick all of
just
Frenzy
those
Barbarian
just
to
those
make it
two
good.
things increases it immensely. One creature as an action is like so bad it hurts.
yeah. All right, moving on. Though.
And Mads, I think Mads asked this a while ago, but just to clarify, this isn't the base PHB.
This is one of the
Yeah.
base barbarians.
It's the original barbarian, right? And it's why I really only think of the PHB as having one
Yeah.
possible.
The barbarian has only one subclass, and it's Totem Warrior.
Which is sad because a lot of new players pick this because they want that.
Because they want the
that theme.
attacking one, right?
Yeah.
Well,
You know, like-
this is if you have two options and one of them is the one that fits your theme, you're gonna pick this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then 14th
I'm
level.
just lucky I did that early
yeah,
when
so-
the DM was new too and didn't do exhaustion.
That's so
Nice.
funny. Sense only goes so far as classic barbarian. Yeah, it's a bad holdover, honestly. Like, the new it's kind of like wild how good the how much better the newer subclass sensibilities are in terms of like how they're written.
Yeah.
In general.
Starting at 14th level.
You take damage when you take damage from a creature that is within 5 feet of you. You can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature. It's okay. I mean,
I like that. That's good.
like being able to make attacks with your weapon is always going to be high value as a barbarian. You normally don't do a lot with your weapon attack. This to me is way better than making attacks of opportunity. So you would always choose to do this. It's just a little boring, is all.
It's very similar to the other ones we saw from Ancestral and Beast, where one of them did 46 damage, the other one did like effectively 5d6 damage or something, and this one uses a reaction to do a weapon attack, which is similar.
You're right, actually. It's a weird theme that we've had with all of them.
So
Always 14th
basically,
level ability.
yeah, like you're doing. Let's just assume that like a barbarian who is taking Berserker is going to be using a two-handed weapon. It's like about a d12 plus your strength. We can at 14th level we can probably safely say like +5, right?
Yeah, and then they have like a +2 magic weapon or something.
So yeah, I mean even not considering a magic weapon, it's still like 11.5 damage, right? Not terrible.
At least.
Yeah, 11.5 damage, but that's less than the Ancestral Guardian.
less than the other ones.
Wow.
But at 14th level, you should have a magic weapon if your DM.
It is-
suck.
Yeah. If you have big
it is
broken
not
weapon,
guaranteed
then
damage.
suddenly it's
It's not guaranteed
You could
damage,
miss.
but
fine.
You're right,
you
you
can
could
miss,
miss.
but you can also crit.
Yeah.
Okay, but
It's
there's
not-
a lot more misses than crits.
There are a lot more misses than crits. That's true.
And the other
So,
one just happens. The other one just damage.
And it's
just
within 5
happens.
feet. Oh, it's a shame that it's. Oh, no. Oh, that means
You're right.
reach creatures. You
And
can't.
synergy.
Wait, that's
No.
wacky. I don't like that. That
Yeah,
annoys
you
me.
can't use reach weapons with a Frenzy Barbarian at 14th level.
Yeah, that's a little. Reach weapons get so shafted in this game. They
They
only
do.
put them in because they're like, whatever.
There was a weird. I think there was a. They've done one of those weird erratas with some of these 5-foot weapon things, but like
Yeah,
maybe they should do that with that. But whatever.
I'm not going to lie to you. I thought this class might be better if I read the other abilities, and it really wasn't.
No.
To me, I think this is still an F tier class.
I think so as well.
Retaliation is the only ability that I'm like, oh, that's depends on your ability.
This is irredeemably bad. For so like
What does Sean think?
I thought okay, well Sean's in the bathroom. I thought that the frenzy would be the only really bad ability, but it turns out that they only have one like decent ability, like 1.5 decent abilities
I
out of
feel
4.
like The part that irritates me about this, and yet also makes it more redeemable for me, is it's so easy to fix. There's just little tiny changes which you could easily house rule to just make this a fun, usable class. But yeah, as it stands in the book, yeah, F tier.
Okay, I will also say this. This is irredeemably boring. This class overall is irredeemably boring.
Yeah.
You get nothing
That's
interesting,
fair.
right? Like, here's the thing is, at 3rd level, you get the ability to attack again. Congratulations, you're an 11th level fighter. At 14th level, you get the ability to attack again. Congratulations, you're a 17th level fighter. Like, come on. Like,
I mean, but
getting
like,
to
as
make
a
attacks
barbarian,
is
though, that's
fun,
kind of
but
that's not the worst. Yeah.
getting to make attacks is fun, but you could do that to any other class, and I think it would like up the fun value about as much. I don't think attacking more as a barbarian is actually that fun.
The whole concept of more damage at a consequence is something that appeals to a lot of people's fantasy. It's just not done well.
It's not done well,
correctly.
Done
right?
badly
I
here.
think
There's potential for that theme.
I think
But it needs
attacking
a huge rework.
attacking at consequence is like, to me, the core of what a barbarian an attacking barbarian should be.
It fits.
right?
It fits the theme. Yeah.
So that I like, and that part fits. It's just that the class mechanically is actually, when you boil it down, like irredeemably boring. Right? You get the ability to, like, your 2 of your 4 abilities are you get to make another attack, which is something that most, like, a lot of other classes just kind of get. Right?
Yeah.
And that, like, you know, it shores up one of the weaknesses. Barbarians only get 2 attacks, even though they're like a martial melee class. But they fix that by having, like, you know, big crits, right? So I think that's far more interesting, right? Than just making more attacks. You know, obviously more attacks, more chances for crit, etc.
Okay, but you're one to talk, champion fighter.
Yeah.
I think
okay.
it's
I think
that
this
it's
is
a little
literally
boring. I don't think
directly
that's
more
the worst.
exciting. This is directly more engaging and exciting than a champion fighter. So
Okay, you say that, but
Oh no.
you
What are we
say that, but
champion fighter
it-
apologist over here.
is it? Hold on, no. I will concede that champion fighters are boring, and actually, numerically not even that good. But I think hitting a crit is better and more fun than whatever this is.
Okay,
What if you only
champion
I don't think you
fighter?
get more chances to
What
hit,
if you only
Champion
hit
fighter.
it sometimes more?
except for no.
Yeah,
champion
I think
fighter
that's
is
fine.
literally just crit more. Barbarians by default get bigger crit. Those
Yeah,
are the
bigger crit, you're right.
equivalent.
You're probably right.
Okay.
You're probably anyway.
movie.
But 6th level ability is a passive, and then the 10th level ability is unusable. So like, this class is F tier.
Sean, what do you
Oh
think?
yeah.
I was like, I came into this. I was gonna defend it. I was gonna be
Berserker
like-
apologists.
I was gonna be like, this is a D tier class, and I'd forgotten that every other ability was horrific.
No.
And
I was
even,
the same.
I even thought Frenzy was like okay, but there's because I'm okay with exhaustion. Like I don't mind it. That's why I'm using your fucking curse axe that you gave me. Right? It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's pretty bad, and nothing else is redeemable. There's nothing else in addition to Frenzy, so I
Okay,
it is F.
it's an
Damn
F
it.
tier. It's an F tier.
I think you could house rules it into B, but yeah.
I think everyone but Dan came into this being like, maybe it is actually a D tier class, and Dan was like, "Oh, I know it's F tier. I've known all along."
I was excited to defend it, but I also knew deep down in my mind that there was no redeeming it.
Well, that's like when we get to the fighters, I'm going to admit that champion is a C tier class, maybe a D tier class.
It's
Maybe an
not
F tier
that high.
class. Maybe it's an F tier class.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not going to be a C tier class.
Okay, but also like consider it from my perspective. Have I ever actually played a champion fighter? No, God no. Do I bring them out a lot as NPCs? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Do
They're
you
the
know the
perfect
amount of
NPC
mental
class. They're
load it
simple.
takes off of my brain?
Hey, Keeter's asked an interesting question, which is this on par with Battlerager or better? Is F tier
Very
is
good
F tier
question.
defined by Battlerager or Berserker right now?
Ooh, that's such a good question. I feel like Battlerager doesn't like really get anything, but neither does Berserker. But also Berserker has features that hurt you.
Here's my hot take. Berserker is way more painful because it's not a niche dwarf only subclass in a skag book that nobody reads.
It's one of the
base
PHP
ones.
You're right.
I agree.
I think
that's true.
Kills me.
You're
does,
completely
yeah.
correct. Like we haven't exactly talked a lot about availability, but because to me you can look this up online. We have the fucking D&D wiki dot open, right? But Battlerager's like tucked away in Skag. It's never been brought back. Like they know it's bad, but Berserker is still in the PHP unfixed, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Right. So
I
agree.
have the PHP open right now. Yep.
Well, it's funny though because I think mechanically Battlerager is worse.
Yeah,
I think it
Battlerager
is.
effectively doesn't have a third level feature.
So-
You're better off not using it.
Probably
So-
right.
My take on it is Battlerager is really just it's crappily set up and boring. And
Battlerager
Berserker is
is-
crappily set up, but at least it's interesting.
You know
but
what?
I think it's
No, no.
crappier.
If I
Hold
had
on.
to
Do you know
choose
what it
between
is?
the Battlerager,
I don't know. I still don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me put it
You're
this simply,
right.
Josh. Let me put this simply, Josh.
Okay.
If I had to choose between Battlerager third level feature and Frenzy, I would choose Frenzy because
Okay.
Frenzy
Yeah, me
has
too.
some uses. Battlerager, I would rather not. I would rather be naked.
So
I'd rather choose Berserker than Battlerager, yeah.
hold on. While I would genuinely agree that in terms of like the power level, I would Berserker is like better even if it's more volatile. I would also say this. To me, Battlerager's kind of inoffensive, whereas Berserker is like actively offensive. I feel like
Yeah?
if you
yeah,
gave me the choice, I
Yeah.
think I would actually choose to play a Battleраger.
Okay,
Really?
but you would mechanically be worse.
I would mechanically be worse, but I would actively choose Battleраger over
Sure,
Berserker.
that's totally fine.
I would actively choose Berserker because it would
Same.
give me something to do,
Yeah,
but
same.
it really does offend me.
Yeah, Battlerager doesn't have anything to do.
Okay.
I
All right.
still
so
don't know which is worse, but I would
we'll-
play Berserker over Battlerager.
We'll generally agree
yeah.
that Berserker is better because it has abilities that you can use sometimes as opposed to having no abilities at all.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair.
All right. Let's move on.
I think
Wait,
that's
so is
that's-
Battlerager worse then?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Battlerager's probably worse. 5.5
They're
when
both F tier.
Yeah,
They're both
they're
F tier.
Both on the same tier.
Completely
They
best.
both
I think we agreed that Battlerager is worse. Berserker is more offensive. And
Yeah, okay.
That's true. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, also like just keep in mind that like if I choose to play something, it doesn't mean it's good, right?
Yeah.
I
That's
played a
very
wizard
true.
whose entire gimmick was grappling.
Has it been like an hour and a half? We've gotten 4 of them.
Yeah, been
2
like
hours?
2 hours.
Oh no.
Okay, Path of the Depths. This is
We
gonna be a
spent
fun
lot of
one.
time on
Because
What the fuck is this?
yeah, I was gonna say I 100% know that Sean has never heard of this. This is part of a League of Legends tie-in.
Now I included these when I put in the tier list because I think it's slightly, very tiny beneficial. Like
Yeah. I mean, they're like on the thing. So
it's about
Path,
the same level as official as Matt Mercer
anything
stuff.
Matthew Mercer has ever done, right? So
Yeah.
Path of the Depths is encounters with the terrors of the deep can break the minds of the weak-willed, but some forge their trauma into weapons and never seen above the waves. The barbarian who walks this path has survived such an encounter and has gained extraordinary abilities from the experience. Legend of Runeterra, yeah. So at 3rd level, you get Gift of the Drowned Ones. At 3rd level, you get a swimming speed equal to your walking speed and the ability to breathe underwater. That's it's kind of a niche ability, but it can be useful.
That's like the
It's a
6th
little
level.
weird
That's
for
the 6th
third
level
level.
beast. That's one of the 6th level beast ones practically.
yeah, but this
Yeah.
is a flavor ability above all
Yeah,
else because
it's
you get it
flavor.
in addition
It's
to
a little
whatever you
weird
get.
to have a flavor ability at 3rd level, though.
No,
It depends.
Some of the newer subclasses have started giving 2 3rd level abilities, etc.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
One
Yeah.
flavor, one
So-
combat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
which
this
actually
one has
which
two.
makes
I didn't
which
even
makes a lot of sense.
realize,
I literally were just
Exactly.
talking about that. I said it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I said you get this in
Gosh,
addition to your
Tyler.
real 3rd level ability. Jesus Christ, man.
Oh my god.
Your
It's
volume
okay.
drops off when I'm talking, I think.
Poor Josh.
Okay, so
Anyway.
at 3rd level, you manifest an extra appendage when you enter your rage. This weapon can
Yikey.
appear as a kraken tentacle, a giant anchor, preternatural jaws, or something else based on your history. As a
Love it,
bonus
I love
action,
it.
you can use this appendage to strike at one creature of your choice that you can see within 15 feet. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength modifier. Good. Strength is one of the things you use.
True.
Or be pulled up to 10 feet in a straight line towards you. And that's your 3rd level
10?
ability. So
10 feet? That's
this is-
not.
Okay, this is not a good 3rd level.
No.
No,
Terrible, but it's
this is bad.
amazing. It's so
Funny.
thematic.
But-
I like
It's
it.
hilarious.
okay, so
Oh my God.
here's the thing is, obviously.
This is a base. This is. You might as well just give them. This is if the equivalent of your character having 10 feet of extra movement. No, it's worse than that. That would be way better.
No, it's worse. It's worse than that, but it's more thematic, which is why it's
More
like that in
thematic.
the flavor.
I feel like in this is designed with the intention of the Nishan mind of you are a kraken.
Well, no, so that's the
taking
thing,
people
right?
off
This
of a
is
ship.
literally just
Yeah.
this is literally just can we
You swim under the
port
ship and
League of
take people
Legends
off.
characters into Dungeons and Dragons, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, which
Oh, I
character is this? I don't play League, actually. Why would I ask this?
Isn't there like a deep sea diver character, Dan?
There's several. It could have themes of Nautilus, who throws an anchor and yanks people towards it. It could have themes of Ilawi, who grabs people with tentacles and stuff. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, Dark Tides of Bilgewater.
Oh,
Ilawi and
Mads
Nautilus.
agrees. Ilawi and Nautilus.
Yep, Mads
So-
is with you.
Is this the pirate one? Yeah. So this is like not this is not like a good ability at
No,
3rd level, I would
it's
say.
really bad.
But I will say this. I don't think this is one of those classes that's built where your 3rd level ability is your like signature ability. Or if it is, it kind of is, right? But like the thing is that each of the further abilities, having read through this,
Augments it.
right? So it gets better over time. At 3rd
Okay.
level, you get a pull, and it's not like a big pull either. It's kind of boring, actually.
It's a
You
little
don't
worse.
get-
It's
it's
a
not
little
just a-
worse.
Yeah, but you get an appendage as well.
Okay, you do get a
Yeah.
tentacle. I will. Okay, big points for
And that
having a
just stays
tentacle.
with you. Yeah.
This is Roadhog, total Overwatch ripoff.
Okay, I think it's even more useless because the strongest use case for a pull ability is on your first turn when you're most
Yep,
likely
and
out
you're
of
not going to
melee
use it on your
range.
first turn because guess
You
what you're
cannot
doing as
use
a
it on
bonus
your first
action.
turn.
Okay. Wow, it really is. Okay, so this is bad.
This is bad. This is a bad ability.
Dramatic, but maybe the rest is better.
Okay,
Let's see.
so starting at 6th level, you get Ghost Water Dive. You can burst into water, then materialize somewhere else as an action that is inherently niche.
I like it.
But it's funny. But also, like, it's not.
No. It's not into water. You could do this on land, I believe. You
Oh,
turn
really?
into water.
Not
you
into
turn
a
into
puddle.
Oh, you burst
become water.
into
Yeah.
water. I get it. You magically teleport
Yeah.
along with any equipment you are wearing or carrying up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Before or after leaping, you can make one attack as part of your action. Moving in this way does not provoke opportunity attacks.
I like
This, I like.
That's really good.
This is
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
That's actually powerful. That's
So-
You
what,
sacrifice
Misty step that you can make an
one-
attack,
you sacrifice one out of your
No.
2 attacks.
right?
Well, yeah.
And
you
you get
sacrifice
movement.
one out of your 2 attacks, but you still have your bonus action to go into rage. So at the start of combat, you yeet yourself
This
towards the enemies.
This isn't terrible, right? It means you can barbarians get 10 feet of unarmored movement, so 30 feet plus 40 feet is going to be 70 feet, right?
70.
So you can launch yourself 70 feet and make an attack still. That's actually really useful as a barbarian.
That's really
And still
good.
As an
Yeah,
opener,
true.
really good. I would also say I like that it's before or after
You're right.
teleporting,
Misty step is a
so you
bonus
can use it to
action, yeah.
relocate as well and still make attacks before or after you come out. I think
Yeah.
there's a lot of utility to be made there.
I do
What
like
was I
this.
saying?
You're right, actually. This is good. I don't know if it makes the subclass, but it's
It's
good.
not like a
Yeah.
defining
But
ability, right?
a lot of 6th level abilities aren't great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
6th
the
level
6th level
abilities tend to
barbarians
be
usually suck.
fairly underwhelming. Yeah. This is one of the more interesting 6th level abilities, but I will say, this is where we have to talk about the fact that most people don't get past that 6th level like ability, and when you just have these 2 abilities, you're pretty underwhelming.
Also, this does make your 3rd level ability even more useless.
Even more worthless.
Wait, you're right.
Yeah, I
so-
don't really know what they were thinking with this, because this isn't anything, right?
Yeah. So now we're gonna have to wait till 10th level for your 3rd level ability to do anything.
Well, what happens at 10th level?
You
See.
manifest additional adaptations of the deep. Select one of the below adaptations you manifest. During a long rest, you may replace your chosen manifestation with a new option from the list.
Oh, it's
so
like
it's
Beast.
essentially, like Beast, you get to choose between long rests. Eyes of the Deep. You gain the ability to use echolocation. When you do, you cast the True Seeing spell, which is actually not bad. Without using any spell slots or material components. After you cast a spell in this way, you can't use this feature again until you finish a short or long rest. True Seeing is
True Sight for 120 feet.
True Sight
Oh,
for
that's
120 feet is it's a 6th level spell, right?
True.
So-
That's really good.
So
It's better than Dark Vision, I think, right?
yeah, straight up,
True
because it
Sight
gives you
sees
basically
through
everything.
anything.
Yeah.
Even invisibility, you see into the ethereal plane.
Shouldn't that
You see
be
through-
ears
through
of the
dark-
deep?
magical
I don't
darkness,
know.
right?
Maybe you echolocate with your eyeballs.
Wait.
Do you see through magical
It
darkness?
lasts for 1 hour. It lasts for 1 hour.
True Seeing basically is the apex of sight abilities. You can see basically
Yeah.
anything. You see like through magic, you see through illusions, like nothing. You're like, my eyes are open.
Yeah, it uses but you have
This-
to use an action and it lasts an hour. But
This
it's really good.
ability, I would say, is generally like I would say this is a more niche ability because it's not like a straight combat ability, but it has utility in combat potentially, and it has a lot of utility outside of it. I think this is potentially okay, and the fact that it comes attached to all these other things that you can also choose, I think is decent. But let's
You can cast it before the wizards can.
yeah, it's like at 10th level you can cast a 6th level spell. That's pretty good. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
You know.
It's very good.
So, Arms of the Deep, while raging, you now manifest 2 magical appendages, which may be tentacles, chains, and anchors, animated rigging, or another grasping arm of your choice. When you use your Dredge line ability, you can attempt a grapple with each of your appendages. That is okay,
Cool, I
right?
guess.
I feel like that should be part of the 3rd level ability.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Wait, so is it implying that one bonus action will let you attack with both of them on individual targets? It's not really
think so.
specifying with its language.
So I
Oh, that's
yes,
actually a good
you may
point.
attempt a grapple with each of your appendages.
Yeah, but
All right,
attempt a
wait.
grapple. Does that mean they have to be in melee range of you already, or can it pull them first then grapple?
So
It's a good question.
Because it says when you use your dredge line ability.
That's not super clear. I think that's just one of the things that's going to happen when we read stuff like this is that it's not
That's not super official.
that's not superficial, is that they're not quality checked for legibility, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, if I were to rule this, I would say that it gives you like basically like 2 dredge line uses, and
It can
that,
target independently.
Yeah, and that you can attempt to grapple with each of them.
Give it the benefit of the
I
doubt.
think-
that's sort of having the you now manifest 2 being first sort of implies that to me. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
This would
I feel
this
like-
would let you grapple 3 targets.
Oh yeah, no, like that's pretty.
You are a Kraken.
I mean, okay, let's
Hold on,
be
we
let's
have
be
to
fair here.
acknowledge.
Grapple is not a very strong
No.
condition.
Yes.
But it's hilarious.
Grapple. The official rules of grapple are, if you are grappled, your speed is 0. That's it.
True.
That's all it does. It reduces your speed to 0.
However, your appendages are normally useless.
Well, that's the thing. Speed 0 is better than than just your third
yes,
appendage sitting there looking pretty.
In my opinion, this should just be part of the 3rd level ability. I don't understand why you would want to pull 10 feet, and
Yeah.
I don't know what situation in which that would be useful or necessary or better than just walking.
Well,
Like, in how many situations are you going to end up in that you really need that extra 10 feet? And even if you do end up in that, someone still has to not succeed on a strength saving throw, which is like,
Yeah.
that's a lot that I'm kind of putting on here. I think it's generally not super strong.
I think the next feature is I don't like the way it's
Bad.
designed.
Let's
'Cause
keep
you-
going. Yeah.
Okay, you can use a bonus action on your turn to gain temporary hit points equal to 1d12 plus your barbarian level. Once you use this feature, you must use a short or long rest where you can use it again. This sucks.
Ooh.
This is
Well,
basically
it doesn't necessarily suck but it turns into a stupid feature that you just use every time you wake up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
So literally, you just like, oh, I'm gonna start every day, and I'm gonna harden my deep myself, and I'm not gonna use any of my other abilities that are more interesting and.
And then I'll just take a short rest.
Yeah.
And you can choose a better ability. Yeah,
No,
that's
you have to
just
take
that.
a long
That sucks.
rest.
You
You have to
shouldn't
take a long
design-
rest to do it. So you
It says you
only-
must finish a shorter long rest before you can use it again.
Yeah, no. So
for this, I thought you meant for changing your ability. So
yeah,
if you
you know,
take
I get what
this
you
one,
mean.
if you choose to do this one, that's it. You just get whatever
you-
20
so you
I see.
temporary
so
hit points, and
at
that's the
10th
entirety of
level
your
you
10th
get
level
1d12
feature.
plus 10 and then
Just
you have
boring.
to
Yeah, really boring.
use a short rest before you can use it again.
Did you just call second wind boring?
This isn't second wind.
This is not second
necessarily.
wind.
Yeah.
Lol.
It's very boring.
That's true.
This
Oh,
is
and
not
the
good.
next
It's not good
feature's-
and it's
and
boring.
the next feature is just Frenzy Barbarian 6
Hey,
level.
look!
You are now
Yes.
immune to all effects that cause you to be charmed or frightened. I mean,
No, it's
That's pretty
better.
good.
Talking about bull.
It is better,
It's a
yeah.
great upgrade than the frenzy
Yeah,
one.
it
Even
is.
funnier. Although you get it at 10th, then it comes.
you get it
God,
at 10th.
Yeah, and you
Wizards-
lose the other stuff. Yeah.
Wizards, if you keep smashing 5 abilities into one, we're gonna be here all day.
Yeah.
And then the last one is
And
is
then
the
your
most
armor
boring.
increases by 1. I think this class is pretty bad, actually. Honestly, weirdly,
Yeah.
I think the true sight one is the best of this lot.
That
Actually,
one's the most fun.
But it's the most fun. But we have to talk about how are you gonna know which one of these 5 to choose at the start of each day,
Exactly.
right?
I think
I would hate that.
I think
I would be
it's
frustrated
basically
endlessly
just
by
you
that.
choose Heart of the Deep unless you want to use the true seeing.
No, I don't think one
Really?
Or
AC
did
is
you-
better than like 20 temporary hit points.
No, Heart of the Deep is the temporary hit points one.
Armor of the deep. They all have of the deep. I'm just getting
Yeah.
confused.
Yeah. So
You're right, yeah.
I think that's the one you're gonna use like most often, honestly.
I mean, if you're gonna fight a boss monster, frightened and charmed is actually really good.
Hey,
Like,
that's
if you're
true,
up against a
yep.
dragon,
Okay, but now we have to discuss. So if we're under the assumption that we'll probably do Heart of the Deep unless it's a boss monster, in which case we'll do Soul, or if you otherwise you could do Armor, or you could do Eyes if you want to see. That means that you're never taking Arms of the Deep, which means you're never using your 3rd level feature.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Which
yeah.
makes
Correct.
that 3rd level feature
So-
like even more worthless, unless the 14th level one gives us
Oh,
something, which I don't
jeez.
think it does. So
Yeah.
You're
I,
right.
I struggle enough with like choosing my spells as a wizard during a long rest. This
I think
is just,
choices
like,
is good though.
so much more limited.
Choices are good. And this ability is good for
It's
having
so
choices.
limited,
It's
though.
just that like some of the choices are just not
Yeah.
that good or interesting.
but also I don't like choices at the start of at the end of a long rest.
That's
true.
Great. I like
Maybe
choices
if it was
in combat. I
initiative.
like choices before combat. I don't like. I always struggle with the what do I think today is going to have in
Yeah,
store?
so
and
that
like,
that is
Yeah.
that is an inherent problem with Dungeons and Dragons. Is that Dungeons and Dragons is actually really like front/preloaded, where it really wants you to be prepared for every situation, as opposed to making interesting choices in combat. And this is a design philosophy that you can actually see if you look through the way the DMG is set up, the way everything is.
Yeah.
The idea of a trap, right, is you get hit by a trap once, and then suddenly you're looking for traps every single time you step 5
Yeah.
feet forward, right? So like
It's annoying, yeah.
it's not actually that interesting design unless you really like it, and most people don't really like it. Obviously, we don't like it.
still
I
think
agree. I think choices are more interesting the more like immediate they are in combat, right?
the more reactive, yeah.
The thing about making it during a long rest is it stops being a choice. It starts being, okay, what's the best? Do that
Well,
every
it becomes
That's
a
a choice.
prediction.
What?
Yeah.
Oh god, no, we're not going to talk about the semantics of choice.
Whatever. I think the ability is almost good.
Almost good, yeah. It's
I kind of like it.
It's fine, but I like it, but it's annoying. That annoys me. And then it also and Arms of the Deep. It's fine.
We'll get
but
back
it's
to
nothing-
why the class is ruined by its 3rd level ability, but we'll
Yeah, So
exactly.
at
Well, let's talk
14th
about-
level, when you use your Ghostwater Dive ability, you can choose to appear with a wave of tidal force. When you appear, all creatures within 10 feet
Neat.
of you must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 3d6 force damage and is knocked prone.
Okay.
On a successful save, the creature takes half damage and is not knocked prone.
I kind of
That is
like
a
it
solid
because you
ability.
can Ghostwater dive every turn.
You can
and
do
you're
it every
simply
turn.
sacrificing one attack, and you're just popping up everywhere and doing
You're,
tidal
well,
waves and doing
it's
AoE
so
damage.
yeah. I was like, you're doing AoE damage. It's considered
Mobility.
like yeah. It's like it's a lot like a spell where you take half damage even if you succeed, which means it's like
Yeah.
its value goes up a lot.
And you can knock them prone and get advantage on your attack.
Yeah.
Prone is big.
This is-
that's what saves
Honestly,
it for me.
it's funny because it feels like the 3rd and 10th level is supposed to be the defining feature, but to me, it's the 6th and 14th.
It is Nautilus.
Yes, exactly. And
Like if the 3rd and 10th abilities were better, this would rank a lot higher. But as is, to me, this is like honestly, to me, this is kind of just like a C tier class. Maybe a low B, like a low B tier class, because I think
I don't think. No way. No way.
What if I
really?
What if I?
Yeah.
What if I told you I think it might be D?
You
I
think
think
it's
it
a
might.
D tier class?
The fact that that very few campaigns get to 14th level, which and
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
even necessarily
that's
10th
true.
means you get stuck with that 3rd level ability and the ability
No,
to
agree.
teleport.
you're right. You're
The-
right, actually.
The teleport is good and that keeps it out of F tier, but oh my god, having a bad 3rd level. I guess do you want to even count the 2nd, 3rd level of being able to breathe underwater? Like not
No,
really.
to me, it has no bearing whatsoever.
I think
I
you would
completely
only
agree with Sean.
you would only ever choose this class if you know exactly what campaign you're getting into. If
Yeah.
you know you're getting into a water campaign that will last a while, et cetera,
I
then it
thought
could be a
that.
C tier, I think.
I don't think I would do it even then.
Yeah. I thought it was niche. I thought it was a niche class for water campaigns and therefore deserved C. And then looking at this more, I'm like, it's not even that good even in those.
No.
If you're picking this solely because it's water based, you only have one true water interaction, and that's the swimming speed and water breathing.
You're right.
Nothing-
Because you don't need water for the ghost water dive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this-
actually,
Yeah,
you're right about
This
that. Yeah.
this class is kind of a disappointment because I think the flavor is really interesting. And I
Oh,
think
flavor's so good.
and I think
I
that
know.
it honestly I don't think even requires that much tinkering to become like usable. I think
Literally,
it's just,
all you have, the only thing you have to fix really is the 3rd level one.
Is the
And
3rd
bam,
level
it goes
ability,
up, like,
right?
It goes up like 2 tiers.
like
Well,
sincerely,
if you fix the 10th as well.
if you add like
Tenth one's
a
not bad.
grapple and maybe like just some like passive damage on the 3rd level ability, I think it's good. I think you got it.
I would
the
add
only
a
barbarian.
grapple.
This is the only barbarian that gets 0 bonus damage until 14th level, which I thought was
Ooh.
interesting.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, so it's just kind of underwhelming. And it's
Yeah.
like
I think it's a D tier.
you basically have like
I would.
yeah, I was gonna say you basically have one strong ability, which is not strong in combat really, until 14th level where you get a more usable ability, right? I still think that the True Seeing is like potentially usable, but I think it's so niche in terms of like when you're going to apply it. Like you can't predict it.
It also has the problem where you only get that True Seeing for 1 hour of a day.
For 1 hour,
So you're
yeah.
not just walking around with True Seeing, scouting out stuff for your party. You have to think, oh, there is a danger up ahead. Now I'm going to take a full action and cast this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it's a D tier.
I think what I would do is I would add grapple to the 3rd level, and then to the 10th level I would rework it. Maybe you can choose one, but you can only use one a day, or something along those lines.
Yeah, but we don't have to fix these.
To make it better. But yeah, as it stands, yeah.
Okay, Path of the Juggernaut, which is in the Tal'Dorei campaign setting. So this is a Matthew Mercer exclusive, Matthew Mercer special. Juggernaut
Oh.
barbarians are siege engines in their own right, able to stand their ground and move their foes into positions of weakness. While raging, they may make any battlefield their domain, shoving foes over mountainsides and destroying even the strongest structures with their attacks. I believe I read through this, and I don't think it was that spectacular. But
I haven't read it yet. I haven't
It
read
looks
it.
so exciting.
starting at 3rd level, thunderous blows. Your rage instills you with strength to batter around your foes, making any battlefield your domain. Once per turn while raging, when you damage a creature with a melee attack, you can force the target to make a strength saving throw. DC is 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength mod. Makes sense. On a failure, you push the target 5 feet away from you, and you can immediately choose to immediately move 5 feet into the target's previous position.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, so,
What?
What?
okay. It's not good. That's not a good ability. And then the other 3rd level ability you get is Stance of the Mountain, which
Was that first one the flavor one?
No, unfortunately, this is the flavor one. Sort of.
No.
Actually, they're both like half flavor. Actually, weirdly, they both
Right,
like
let's read
these
it.
two make one feature. So you harness your fury to anchor your feet to the earth, shrugging off the blows of those who wish to topple you. Upon choosing this path at 3rd level, you cannot be knocked prone while raging unless you become unconscious. That's
Guess.
not,
That's situationally
awful.
good.
but it's
Yeah.
not good.
You need
Yeah.
the 3rd level ability
For
to
a
be
3rd level,
something
not
good. Like
Yeah.
these
Oops,
are
all
both.
flavor.
These
Yeah.
are. your defining feature for this class is I'm gonna move you 5 feet forward and then step where you used to be standing.
Okay. I will say this.
Nothing you can do about it.
In terms of like
Garbage.
flavor and theming, this is really strong. And I think Mads, you're right that like this is kind of how it is with Matthew Mercer's classes, is that he's a really strong writer. And this kind of stuff is really cool because the idea of like you're a barbarian, you can't be toppled, right? You can't be knocked prone.
You're forcing them backwards.
And you just force them backwards one step at a time. That's really cool in your brain. But it's such an underwhelming nothing ability in the mechanical side, which is like so sad.
Did you guys know that?
Yes, they could just walk right around you again, Tris.
Did you guys know that in 5th edition there's this thing called shove?
Shove, yeah. You know, no, okay.
Using the attack action, you can make a special melee attack to shove a creature, either to knock it prone or push it away from you. You make a contested athletics check, and the target is either knocked prone or pushed 5 feet away from you. The classes that can do this is all of them.
Okay, but here's the thing: is you get the shove on top of your regular attack, right? That's the idea.
Okay, you say that, but everyone uses.
Hey, I'm not done yet.
Okay. What?
At the same time, there is a big problem with this. Which is the exact problem that I was talking about way back when we were talking about Battlerager, right? Which is that, you know, as a barbarian, you obviously don't get like too many attacks, but every time you make an attack and you want to do this, you're forcing someone to make a strength save. That's like you're increasing the amount of dice rolls by an amount of dice. So your turns
really
are going to
annoying.
slow down.
But I think the bigger problem is anyone who uses the shove feature ignores the push them 5 feet back thing and goes for the better part of knock them prone.
Of knock them prone,
Yes.
yeah, which is better.
I was like, yeah, exactly. I was like, this is just like a feature, but it's like shove, but it adds it. But then I saw, no, you can't even knock them prone. All you can do is move them,
Honestly,
and then you can follow for free, which is whatever, because you could already follow for 5 feet of movement.
Yeah.
Honestly, like to me, I know we're not trying to fix all these classes or anything, but like a prone feature would be good.
This is actually worse than shove in another way, which is that it's a saving throw instead of a contested athletics check, which you would have advantage on as a barbarian.
Yeah. Also, this does not protect you from opportunity attacks. If you've moved 5 feet forward and you're surrounded, they all smack you.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Also, like, honestly, I feel like if anything, this should like start knocking your opponent's like speed total down, right? That's how I would make it.
It would just get more tedious though, and there's so many things to keep track of.
No, I know, but like, just like the idea that you can push somebody and you can keep pushing them and they can just kind of sidestep around you is just like so counter to the flavor even. But
now I'm just getting an image of you just hitting them with a hammer and just slowly ground pounding them into the dirt.
That's what we want this to be. But
yes. No, we want to bury people into the dirt.
If this let you knock them prone, it'd be great. But I guess maybe it'd be too powerful. I have no idea. But as it stands, this is not great. But
I think as it stands, these are nothing abilities unless you happen to fight an enemy that knocks you prone, which is really rare.
Yeah, it's the problem with this is at least in a general sense, when are you using this ability and why? And the answer that I've come up with is never.
I forgot that this is
never. It's true. It is never.
I forgot that this is once per turn while raging, so you only get to do it once.
Oh, you can only do it once? Oh, it's actually worse. It's actually worse.
So you can't even knock them 10 feet back?
No, it's 5 feet.
Yeah, it's 5 feet.
Wait, that's actually way worse in both respects.
Oh, this is so bad.
Yeah, no, this one.
This thing
needs
bad. Some good later features to redeem it. Otherwise, it's
okay, all right.
To like F tier.
I'm gonna tell you this now. It's I don't think it gets much better. But at 6th level, you muster destructive force with your assault, shaking the core of even the strongest structures. All of your melee attacks gain the siege property, which is objectively hilarious.
No.
Your melee attacks against creatures of the construct type deep an additional 1d8 weapon damage, which is kind of whatever. You don't get anything at 6th level. You don't get anything at 6th level. You don't get anything. Straight up, you don't get anything. Sorry, Matthew.
That's flavor. This is flavor again.
If it's sort of niche.
Who fights constructs on a daily basis?
Construct
comes
is
up
fairly
so niche. Not often that you should just increase it to You should just do double
Okay.
damage to constructs. Honestly, like it's
Yeah,
gonna come up
but
so
how often? Okay. Also, on the siege property thing, how often are you ever hitting a structure with a melee attack? How
Almost
often are you
never.
ever in a time constraint?
Unless your name is Daniel
when hitting
Moe.
True.
Dan,
Yeah.
you did this.
No, but I was if I didn't have the siege property, it didn't matter. It didn't
That's
help
true.
me.
You did do
Yeah,
it without the siege
right.
property a couple times, didn't you?
Says you
It
said
didn't
Matthew
make- it
Mercer
made
campaign
zero
specifically.
difference.
Yeah.
I think that on average, you're more likely to strike a structure than a construct type.
I literally think it's been like
might-
4
that might just be-
years.
That might be our campaign. This is technically falls under the niche campaign. However, in the niche case where you're fighting lots of constructs, an additional D8 of weapon damage is nice.
Okay, wait,
but
wait.
it's not a lot.
Not a lot.
I mean, I will say this. This does present exactly one niche, but only at 6th level, which is where you are fighting all exclusively structures and constructs.
That mountain? Fuck that mountain.
Oh, I'm gonna destroy all mountains. Okay. At 10th level, you wade into armies of foes, great swings of your weapon striking any who threaten you. When you make a weapon attack while raging, you can make another attack as a bonus action with the same weapon against a different creature that is within 5 feet of the original target and within range of your
Ooh.
weapon. That's good.
That's
I like
good.
this.
It
I like
shores
this a lot.
It
Yeah.
shores up the big barbarian weakness of you only get 2 attacks. You do something with your bonus action, and you don't take a level
That's
of exhaustion afterwards.
This is sort
we
of
get
like
this at
Frenzy
6th
in
level?
some ways, but just
If you got this
Yeah.
earlier, it'd be a lot better.
If you got this at 3rd level, it would actually be too strong, in my opinion.
Yes,
I
agreed.
agree. I agree.
Third would be way too strong.
6th level would
Honestly,
be perfect.
Yeah, 6th level is a good. Hi, Kirby. This is a good ability. Like it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a DPS increase. It increases your effectiveness against crowds. Like
And cleave is fun.
cleave is fun. I mean,
True.
there's other ways to do
Yeah.
cleave, but this is one of the ways you can do it, and
Mhm.
it's I would say this is good, right?
Yeah.
It's a good.
It's
10th
one extra attack. It's kind of like the Frenzy Barbarian's 14th level ability, where it's one extra attack.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, they're all like one extra.
I
It
like
uses your bonus
any.
action.
I like any ability that kind of shores up melee attackers' ability to hit slightly larger amounts of people. Like I don't
Yeah.
need people to whirlwind or anything, but like it is nice when you are a melee attacker and you can do slightly more damage to like
Yeah.
more than one target. You know what I mean?
Again, you can't use it the turn you rage because they keep giving barbarians bonus actions features.
Yeah. Which,
So, it's-
you know.
You guys,
What?
are we done with this? Because I just read the 14th level ability.
Oh no.
You can choose to become unstoppable when you enter a rage. If you do so for the duration of the rage, your speed cannot be reduced. You are immune to the frightened, paralyzed, and stunned conditions. If you are frightened, paralyzed, or stunned, you can still take your bonus action to enter your rage and suspend the effects for the duration of the rage. When your rage ends, you suffer 1 level of exhaustion. Okay, no. Wait. Hold
The
on.
way this is written,
No.
it looks like you always get exhaustion.
Wait. Hey, no.
No, you can choose to become unstoppable.
Oh, no, I see what Dan means when you're raging.
yeah.
It doesn't say unstoppable
Okay.
only, but
yes.
they don't mean
No,
that.
we know what
Give it the
this
benefit of the
we
doubt.
know.
Yeah.
So I think this is better than Frenzy.
Yeah,
Specifically because if you are
hate these
stunned, you
features.
can still use your bonus action, which means
Yeah.
essentially if you are frightened, paralyzed, or stunned, you can use this as an ability to overcome that condition, which I think
Yeah.
has way more value than this is the one fight that I might want to use more than one attack per turn.
It's
Josh,
you're very rarely gonna have to use this twice in a day, compared to the Frenzy Barbarian where you want to use it a whole bunch in a day. So this
Yes, but don't you want abilities that you want to use, you guys?
This
I
doesn't
want
give
to
you
use
any
my
ability.
abilities, even if they have a cost. How often do you become frightened, paralyzed,
Never.
or stunned? And
Never.
this is the capstone.
This is awful.
Yeah, that is
Capstone.
that
This is
that
a
is
terrible
the thing
class.
to me is that bad as really bad as a capstone, like just awful.
This is a reactive class. You don't get to do anything proactive here unless you're at 10th level. Except for the 10th level one. Everything
This
here
is
is
more-
situational.
Oh, this might be more offensive.
I generally agree. I think this is.
I think you'd be hard. It would be a hard argument to put this in the D tier.
I opened with this will be C, right? And then it dropped to D, and now I don't know. Now I don't know.
This How often do you actually get a long rest? Though it depends on the campaign. I would say D&D says you should have like 5 to 6 encounters per long rest, but I think most people play it where you get 1 to 2.
Yeah.
You want to say this was based on Travis Lordman's Barb, who was very reactive. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think there's a place for very reactive Guardians. I think Ancestral Guardian is like kind of reactive in a lot of ways, but I think it does reactivity well. I feel like in terms of like this ability should be a lower level in my opinion. If this ability was the
Exhaustion's a
third
little
level
harsh,
ability,
too.
I might honestly put it above Frenzy Barbarian. But like, because I think that the ability to use it as essentially like a salve ability or like a clear is more useful than having to just like predict, right? But also, I think in general the feature set is just not that good. You don't get anything early.
You're actually not going to get stunned at 3rd level, which is weird to think about. I'm like, I don't like this at 3rd level. I don't like it at 4. I don't like this at all. I mean, I like it, but I also it's just so niche. I would like this as like a Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
No, you go ahead.
But I forget what I was saying.
Oh, I just think if you ignore the 10th level feature, I think about 85% of encounters you are a nothing barbarian. Nothing.
Yep.
Yeah,
No,
barbarian with a little bit of cleave.
You are a barbarian for 85% of encounters. You are a barbarian with a 10th level feature and no other features.
No, yeah, you're right. This is an F tier, 100%.
Yeah.
Is it worse than the other two?
No, we're not getting into that again.
No, stop it.
Time on that. We don't want to waste time on that.
All right. Fair enough.
I mean, I guess you have to ask that because, like, if it's better than both, does it deserve to be there? And that's a good idea.
Jesus. I don't know. Let's all take a pee break. Fuck it. Let's all take a pee break.
I'm back. Hey. I like how we all like collectively shut down poor Tyler about the if it's better than the other two because we all needed to use the restroom real bad and we knew that argument would go on forever.
That's totally
I'm
fair.
gonna get more water if you're threatening me.
I'm back.
just getting more water. I got some water as well.
Which one are we on now, anyway?
Looks like Storm Herald.
Oh, that's a fun one. Don't know how good it is.
This is another one that I haven't seen. Or maybe
Really?
wait, no, where? Oh no, it's in Xanathar's. I probably
Oh, I'm sure you have.
you'd be surprised. I forget stuff easily.
Okay.
Well, we could do a little read through. I think this is going to be a better than average barbarian.
Which one?
We will see.
We will see. It's been a while.
I believe we're on Storm Herald. Am I right?
Oh, we're on Storm Herald. I think I like Storm Herald.
I think Storm Herald is a better than average Barbarian. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Storm Herald.
Yeah, I don't know
Okay.
barbarians. I've forgotten.
I can't wait for us to finish this and for me to not talk at all tomorrow.
Have more water.
Just drink more water.
Oh boy,
We're on it.
Oh no.
Okay. Typical barbarians harbor a fury that dwells within. Their rage grants them superior strength, durability, and speed. Barbarians who follow the path of the Storm Herald learn instead to transform their rage into a mantle of primal magic that swirls around them. When in a fury, a barbarian of this path taps into nature to create powerful magical effects. Storm Heralds are typically elite champions who train alongside druids, rangers, and others sworn to protect the natural realm. Other Storm Heralds hone their craft in elite lodges found in regions racked by storms, in the frozen reaches at the world's end, or deep in the hottest deserts. So these are basically like nature barbarians.
Sure.
So at their level, you emanate a stormy magical aura when you rage. The aura extends 10 feet from you in every direction, but not through total cover. Your aura has an effect that activates when you enter your rage, and you can activate the effect again on each of your turns as a bonus action. So this fixes that problem where your bonus action is saturated on turn 1.
It's well written.
Yep.
Yeah.
By allowing you to just use it.
Very well written.
So you choose desert, sea, or tundra. Your aura's effect depends on that chosen environment as detailed below. You can change your environment choice when you gain a level in this class. If your aura's effect requires a saving throw, the DC equals 8 plus your proficiency plus your con. Good. It should. Desert. When the effect is activated, all other creatures in your aura take 2 fire damage each. Well,
the
damage,
low levels,
the damage increases when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 3rd at 5th level, 4th at 10th level, 5 at 15th level, and 6 at 20th level. They should have just done
very
a
much.
modifier. It never gets to be that high.
That's it's not bad.
I was gonna say it's equal to proficiency, but it's actually a little bit worse than proficiency.
It's a
Slightly
little.
worse,
but
It
that's
ramps
okay.
up a little bit worse, but it's no excuse. They should just use proficiency. I hate these. I hate.
Yeah,
I hate when they get like-
It's pretty much. It's pretty much.
It's a little underwhelming, anyways. It should be just
Yeah.
proficiency.
So
It's worse than proficiency, straight up.
yeah. So
Whatever, yeah.
that's.
I also go ahead. Just go ahead.
No, I was just say that's not super inspiring. I mean, like obviously, if you are surrounded on all sides, and if every space around you in a 10-foot radius is like occupied, technically you're outputting a lot of damage. But like, when is that happening?
You can indeed tickle your enemies to death. Yes.
Yeah.
This goes back to Dan's point of the ideal scenario is where the
Now-
8 goblins are all surrounding
Are all
you.
surrounding you.
And except in this case, they don't need to hit you. You just get to deal a tiny
Yeah,
amount
well,
of
so
damage.
that's-
all of
that-
them right before the sorcerer shatters them all to death.
Yeah.
That is at
In
least
the
the
best
nice
case
thing.
scenario, the damage isn't that relevant.
Yeah.
What were you saying,
well,
Josh?
I think. Well, okay. So here's the thing though. This is one of those abilities that doesn't have any requirement other than that they're in the aura, right? So like that's why the damage is so low because it's guaranteed damage, and that is
That's true.
something
It
to
is
keep
only
in
10
mind.
feet,
It's
but-
not like the biggest make or break in the world, I would say, but you know, it can be nice to just have guaranteed chip damage. It hits friends too. I believe it
is
does.
kind of a
Yes,
flaw
all
because
other creatures.
It's a little
you can-
having
and it does go
experience
every
with that
turn,
is kind of meh.
but you have, to
I
use,
have-
you have to use your bonus action to activate it each turn.
Yeah,
Well, fair, but I have fireballed friends, so I see no issue with tickling friends with 2 fire
I
damage
would
each per turn.
I was almost prefer if you didn't have a choice, just so that the rest of your party is less irritated at you when you choose to do it.
Wow.
You have more of an excuse to do it.
Oh my god, Tyler.
I do think that maybe this might not be mechanically very good, but I think it is satisfying as the barbarian to do
It's
this.
pretty satisfying
Like,
to just
probably-
like hit everybody with sand.
It feels
Yeah.
good. It feels not fun.
And to be fair, that's only 1/3 of this effect.
That's true.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you get to choose one.
When
No, no,
this
that's the problem. You get to choose one
I
once
know.
per level. You don't
Yeah.
get to change your
Oh,
choice.
it's one per level?
oh, it's like Totem
You only
Warrior.
get to change your choice every time you gain a level in this class.
Okay, well, there better be at least one good one. I guess that one's okay, but we'll keep going.
Okay. C. When this effect is activated, you can choose one other creature you can see in your aura. The target must make a dexterity saving throw. The target takes 1d6 lightning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. The damage increases when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 2d6 at 10th level, 3d6 at 15th level, and 4d6 at 20th level. It's
This is worse.
bad, but No, this is not very inspiring, I gotta say.
No,
it's guaranteed
2d6
damage,
at 10th
but it's
level is 7 damage, assuming they fail.
Yeah,
you might as well
that's
do 4
not
damage to multiple. This is way worse than Desert.
I was underwhelmed with Desert, and I'm even more into it.
This is pretty bad.
I do like that it's
I
more
really like Desert all of a
single
sudden.
target, but yeah.
C is bad enough that you would never take it. In my
Oh wait,
opinion.
hang on. Oh, wait till you get to Tundra. When this effect is activated, each creature of your choice in your aura gains 2 temporary hit points as icy spirits inure to suffering. The temporary hit points increase when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 3 at 5th level, 4 at 10th level, 5 at 15th level, and 6 at 20th level.
It's not very
what a
much.
stinker of an ability.
That's once per turn.
No.
Okay.
Wait. Yes.
It is.
Okay. Yes.
It is.
No. It
Oh,
is.
yeah,
It is.
yeah,
yeah.
That's a lot
So,
better.
so once per turn, that's not that bad. That might actually be the one I would choose, depending on your party.
Assuming best case scenario, which is in my opinion like 3 meleeers going up
Yeah.
together as like a gank squad. At
And they
5th
all take
level-
damage.
Yeah,
You,
Okay,
you
at
do have
5th
to be
level-
you do have to be 10 feet from the barbarian, which is not ideal.
Yeah, you all have to really be up
You're-
next to each
you're
other, hugging
melee.
each other.
Yeah.
You're in the tundra. You're huddled together for warmth. Yes.
Yeah, and that best scenario at 5th level, that's 9 temporary hit points each turn, which is pretty good. It's pretty
Yeah.
good,
Okay.
but it's kind of niche.
Okay.
Could be stronger.
I think Tundra is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I
If
think
it's once
pretty
per turn, like
Yeah.
6 hit points for your entire party, or well, your entire party that's close to you. You're right. Probably is gonna be like more of a 2-3 split, melee and like capture.
good. Thank
right?
you, Peters.
6 temporary hit points. So that's like 18 hit points total every turn, which is not great, but it's like
At
some
20th level,
it's some utility. I don't know. I'm trying to justify. It's not that good.
it's not that, but it's very satisfying because the barbarian is utilizing their action and their bonus action
And their
every
bonus
turn.
action, and they have some utility, right? Like this is
Yeah.
not
Satisfying.
terrible. Like
Yeah.
okay, this isn't uber terrible.
You also you do get it. Yeah, you get it when you activate your raid. So you could be by your
full party.
the rest of your team. Activate this. Get everyone. However,
It is-
3 or 4 temporary hit points.
Also-
I mean that's low, but it exists.
Also, it's like I get why they did it mechanically, but it's very funny that you can change your environment choice when you gain a level in this class because
Yeah.
they apply all the way through. But you're just like, I studied in the hottest deserts in the world, and now here's my tundra magic. But a storm's a storm, I guess. So at 6th level, your aura gains more stuff, right? So desert, you gain resistance to fire damage, which is pretty good.
Okay.
It's the most common damage type outside of the bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Maybe even.
good, yeah.
Do you know?
So-
is
so
it the most like common period, or is it? It has to not be more common than.
No,
piercing,
I
slashing.
think it's fire and poison are the most common. So I can't remember which one's more, but it's a good. This is a good resistance to have.
It's a good
for sure.
resistance. It's a
So-
great resistance to have, and only bear barbarians really get any other resistances. So this is
So
Yeah, I like it.
whichever
Ooh.
storm type you choose, that one is for all of them.
yeah,
Yes.
Like if you're tundra for all
Correct.
of them. Yeah.
Yep. That's why you can change it when you
Yeah.
want.
So you don't suffer the effects of extreme heat, as described in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Nobody really gives a shit. Like
Yeah.
it's sorry to say, but like nobody's using extreme heat rules. Maybe one
I
person
didn't
out
even
there.
know that was a thing.
You can keep going.
I like the little flavor one at the end, the action to
Moreover,
ignite things.
I like this a lot. As an action, you can touch a flammable object that isn't being worn or carried by anyone
Yeah.
else and set it on
That's
fire. I
amazing.
think that's great flavor.
It's good flavor.
like fire.
I think it's
Yeah.
great flavor, and I think it's one of those things that is like niche, but also has some potential. Like you can do fun things with it, right?
It's
like
the little things that make the class more fun to play.
yeah, like the thing is that obviously in most circumstances, using your action to set something on fire is not going to be worth just the DPS loss you do. But like not every game is our like combat optimized games or whatever, if you can really call them that.
You can also do out of
And-
combat.
Right, and like lots of uses out of combat, extremely fun flavor, and like maybe there's a situation where it will be imperative that you set something on fire, right? It's just like, okay, I gotta light the fuse. There it is, right? It's easy. I like that.
Yeah.
That's
I
good
think
flavor.
I2 makes a good point too. Now you're the objective fireball target.
Yeah, you're also a fireball target. So it's good for that reason, right? So
true.
doing a little bit
That's
of chip
true.
damage, immune to fire damage or resistant to fire damage. Like I think, yeah, that's pretty decent overall. I mean, obviously, I think the third level ability, like this is one of those classes where everything hinges on that third level ability, and it just augments it further in the later ones.
I do really think that if the Barbarian has resistance to fire damage, that actually makes your fireball casters so much happier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something to consider, right? Like you get a lot of synergy.
Barbarian's so good.
You get a lot of synergy out of this. Who uses it outside of like dedicated hex trolls? Nobody. Like I'm gonna tell you straight up, nobody. Like I used it once, period.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember when you used
like
it.
in 6 years of playing, I've used it like once.
Yeah,
You guys are in hell. You guys are in hell in my campaign. I'm not even doing extreme heat.
Yeah.
Right, like why would you? Right? It's just kind of like here's the thing. I think that a certain subset of D&D players
could
really
definitely
get
do it.
off on being miserable. We're just not those people.
Lol.
Oh, that's such a good summary of a lot of D&D mechanics. Is you use this if you really enjoy misery.
A lot of people
more-
really enjoy
more
being
power to it.
miserable.
More power
And,
to
like,
him.
well, that's like that's why D&D
I like
fans
it.
are always so salty about people who play differently because they're like, "Wait, I was miserable. You have to be miserable." So, see,
the C1.
Trish did ask what are the
what do they do? The extreme heat rules.
I'm pretty sure. I bet it gives you exhaustion.
It gives you exhaustion
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
rest. Yeah, if you spend too much time in the heat, you like get heat exhaustion. And same with the extreme cold.
Listen,
Everyone
if
loves
you were
exhaustion.
if you were
you make a
playing,
save. At the end of like a long rest of a day, you make a save and you get a
Gotcha.
level of exhaustion if you fail or something.
Yeah, I'd say.
also, can we talk about? I've just realized this looking at the barbarian list, but like, there's really not. We haven't reached any like
Middling ones.
average middling barbarians. It's either pretty like really good or really bad.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
a lot of them
I'm
are really
pretty
bad.
sure we're about to get one.
Yeah, this one's feeling like a B tier.
This one
so
feels
far.
like a
Okay.
B tier to me so far, but we'll keep going.
It feels like a B,
B,
right now.
no, B is generous to this one so far, but I do think it will
No. Because B tier is
Well,
where our
let's continue.
B tier is where our
We'll
niche
move
tier
on.
is.
Let's
That's
move
fair.
on.
That's fair. That's fair.
Whatever.
Because you know, like as much as we meme about it,
See?
right? If you
Okay.
are in like a desert
Maybe.
campaign or like a dark sun campaign, right? Heat rules maybe your DM will use. If you're in a heat game, that's really
Let's move
useful.
on.
But
Yeah.
see, you gain resistance to lightning damage. Not as good as resistance to fire damage,
No.
but you know you can block like lightning bolts and stuff like that. Not terrible. You can beat underwater and you gain a swimming speed of 30 feet. Not amazing. You
Good
know,
if you're in a water campaign.
good if
but,
you're in a water
Depends on
campaign,
the
right?
situation.
We literally discounted that exact ability in the last
know,
one, so I think we have
yeah.
mostly discounted here. I mean, you.
The thing is-
Especially because it makes you take the worst third level.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and you'll never take C
Yeah,
because
you
the
will
C
never
sucks,
take C,
so-
so like you're
That
not gonna
one's
take it
awful.
anyway. If you like a game
Yeah.
where you die a lot because you just like really rolling new characters, I understand that feeling completely. I've done that a lot.
Ooh, extreme cold on the third one.
You gain resistance to cold damage. Don't suffer the effects of extreme cold. Obviously, that has a niche. Cold damage is not
Well, you can
okay.
make ice cubes
Getting
for
cold-
your drinks.
You can touch water and turn a 5. Wait, a 5-foot cube is huge.
Oh wait, that's a pretty big.
That's so much ice.
Right?
For 1
How
minute.
big? How
That's
big
a
are your
mold earth.
drinks?
Oh my! I'm a thirsty
Okay,
boy.
it is. I will say it's like not as good ice because it melts after 1 minute. But 5 feet cube of ice is that's so much ice.
I bet that weighs like several tons.
The action fails if a creature's inside the cube. That makes a lot of sense. You want it to be a flavor ability. You don't want it to be a
5 foot
combat
cube
thing.
that's what, probably 2 cubic meters or more,
That's
and
not-
1 cubic meter of.
You can do the calculations on your own and get back to us.
Okay, so
I
here's
think this is 2 tons.
here's my problem
Okay,
with
wow,
with
that's
this
fast.
ability.
Slushy shot.
Resistance to cold damage is not
Nice. It's fast.
bad, but there's one big glaring problem
Or
to
wait,
me
no,
about
I
it,
did that wrong.
which is that
What's the glaring
anything
problem?
that does cold damage is a con save.
Is that a problem?
Well, it just means that you're going to be succeeding them, right? I think you get a lot more value out of
No,
No, you have
other
advantage
damage
on-
types. What?
No, yeah,
You
but
have
barbarians.
advantage on the deck saves, so
You do
like
okay,
Yeah,
you
you
do
can
have
see.
advantage on deck saves. That's
I view
true.
them as the same, except fire better because fire more. But like I'm not.
That's
I-
you both make a good point.
I like But like ice cubes are not as cool as setting things on fire, right?
I agree. Close
Setting
to
things on fire is a
10,000
lot
pounds
easier.
of water ice. Oh my god.
That one has a lot more applicable flavor uses.
That is kind of cool, but it does melt quickly.
But regardless, I think we can move on to 10th level because this is.
So in summary, these are actually before summary. What?
Okay, I will say 1 minute does mean that there are
10,000
certain
pounds.
circumstances
Jesus.
where you might just want to turn like a passing into ice. Not super relevant, I would say, because you can usually jump over a 5-foot crevice of water, but
Well,
it's there.
you know, it doesn't
Brings it
limit the
bit by
amount.
bit.
It doesn't limit the amount that you do. You could travel
you
the
can
ocean.
just keep doing it. So.
You could travel across an entire ocean, just turning 1 foot, like 5 feet.
So
5
there,
feet.
there
just keep
is
walking.
potentially some use
Shenanigans.
outside of combat for that. Hey,
Fair. Okay, I like that.
what? Oh, he did.
It,
That's so funny.
it also kind of solves. It's better than desert because you could just make ice in the desert.
So it.
You need water to
I
make.
don't
You
know
do need the
water,
water. You need the
Tyler.
water. And if you have water, you're probably
you're
not.
right,
You're
you're
probably
right. You
not
have to
being
have
under
water
extreme
first,
heat anyway.
yeah.
But you
Yeah.
pair this with a cleric that just does create water, and like you're fine, right?
Yeah.
That's
10th level. 10th level's
That's the-
pretty.
yeah. Okay. So
Neat, I
so
guess.
also Tundra is attached to the one that gives temporary hit points, which is fine. So honestly, it's funny because like this is like desert and tundra are like decent, and then sea is just really bad all the way through.
Yeah, I agree.
So at 10th level, each creature of your choice has damage resistance you gain from the Storm Herald feature while the creature's in your Storm aura. That's good.
I don't think this is that good.
This has
Because-
anti synergy with desert. No, it doesn't. They get
No, it
resistance
doesn't.
to your fire damage.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
But
it's
so like
creatures
in
of your
that scenario
choice,
where you
so-
have like 3 meleeers up there, you can fireball them all.
Yeah, I love that.
You can fireball them all, and the chip damage you do does less damage to your friends, right? So like this
so that's
works.
kind of nice. Yeah.
I think the 10th ability is pretty good. Anything that gives anyone resistances is good.
I do think it's pretty low impact. I don't think this is outstanding. I think
This
it's
is not-
good.
Amazing, but yeah.
Pretty low impact.
Oh, it's 7,800 pounds of water ice.
I'm glad we have this knowledge.
Okay,
That is
and
so big, though. Holy shit.
It's huge.
and
well,
at
it's less
14th
sensitive
level,
because of-
the
yeah.
power of your storm you channel grows mightier, lashing out at your foes. The effect is based on the environment you chose for your storm aura. Desert,
my.
immediately after a creature in your aura hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to force that creature to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes fire damage equal to your barbarian level. I mean,
Hey, it's 4d6. 14 damage.
Yeah.
Remember?
oh my god, you're right,
14
it is.
damage.
That's so funny.
All right, I you know what? I appreciate that they're at least somewhat balanced all around.
It is save or suck, though. So
Yeah, it's save or suck, which is not ideal.
the other one did it
fine.
always.
Well, fair. Well, no,
Wait,
it
what's-
always if they hit something else, but yeah.
Wait, what's the DC?
It's listed up there with above your auras.
It's 8 plus con plus proficiency. So
Oh, I
at
see.
14th level, it's going to be
Yeah,
like,
Trish makes a good point. 10-foot aura never gets bigger, and 10
Yeah.
foot is pretty tiny.
10 foot's really small. So that's like the major thing I think is the problem is that like paladins get the 30-foot aura. Like this be nice if it was at even 20 feet, right?
I do think
15 or
using your
20.
reaction to have a chance to do 14 damage to someone is
It's a little middling to me.
yeah,
It's a
not
little
very good. It's
piddly.
worse. It's worse than all the other reaction ones we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. C. When you hit a creature in your aura with an attack, you can use your action to force that creature to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is knocked prone as if struck by a wave.
So
Okay.
Tundra.
Wait,
when
no,
you-
but I want to shit on Seymour.
Yeah.
It's during their turn. They can just stand up again.
Why is C so bad?
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
Wow,
moving
that
on
is
though.
really bad. Yeah.
Huh.
C got so shafted. So true.
Yep.
Tundra.
Um.
That's not very good.
Yeah, whenever the effect of your storm aura is activated, you can choose one creature you can see with the aura. The creature must succeed on a strength save, or its speed is reduced to 0 until the start of your next turn, as magical frost covers it. That is interesting, but not amazing.
Save or suck.
So it is a save or suck ability. It's a strength save, which there's gonna be monsters tend. A lot of the book is monsters, right? And monsters tend to have high strength and high con. So this is inherently
Yeah.
weaker for using those damage or using those ability types. But also, I think there's value in having this be one of the abilities in the game that instantly reduces speed to 0. But at the same time, you're a barbarian, so you can just grapple people.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I think this is
all
a
in all, this is
lackluster
pretty
capstone.
bad.
It is a little lackluster.
It's a lackluster
the
capstone.
yeah.
It's you get it at 14th level, so it's a little earlier. But overall, I don't think any of these are spectacular. I would argue to say like none of these 14th level abilities are even that good. Which
No,
they're not.
which you know, this to me, in my opinion, feels like a very like somewhere in C or D.
No, I don't think it's a D. No way.
I don't
You
think
don't
it's
think
a D.
You
No,
think it's a little better than that?
But remember,
almost
we're waiting
for
14 level. We should not put that much weight into it.
No,
Look at
yeah, no. That's
third
the
and
thing.
sixth
Is
level.
3rd and 6th level, I think, are much
Pretty good.
much better than the rest of it.
If I were to play this class, I'd do Tundra until 10th level and switch to Desert.
I might do desert.
I might just do
don't
desert
know.
all the way through. Honestly, if I was gonna play this,
I'm kind of agreeing with people with C tier.
Yeah.
If you had, I think there could have been an argument to put this in B tier if they let you choose on every rage.
On
which
every
one of
rage,
these features you want.
Yeah.
But
I think that's
the fact
fair.
that you're so locked in to one thing, there's just no flexibility there.
I think that's generally what I would say as well. You really have to make your choices fairly in occasionally, right? So you choose like
Once a level.
per level,
Yeah.
right?
Yikes.
And like I think that there are potential uses in very specific campaigns that utilize these kinds of environments where like it might be useful, but at the same time, like one of the great weaknesses of this class to me is just the fact that it's really strong thematically, but at the same time, if you're playing in a desert campaign, a lot of stuff is going to have fire resistance also. So like
True. It's
Yeah.
true.
while you're immune to the effects, you're also just not as effective as you could be. I think like
Okay,
stacking those
but
things
your
like
your
that is,
fire
like-
damage is also pretty piddling anyway.
It's also
so
pretty
it's not
piddling.
like
It doesn't
halving
really add
it
that much.
is that big of a deal.
Yeah, what's the difference between 2 and 4 damage?
Yeah.
Not really
Well,
that much.
I feel like you would actually want to build this so if you choose Desert, you're in specifically a not Desert campaign. Maybe in Desert you'd want to choose
Maybe.
Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, I think
choose
your,
it to what's weak there, not to what you're currently
your
in.
value goes up dramatically if you played in any game that has like weaknesses, right? Vulnerabilities
Yeah.
are super rare in D&D, but imagine if you were in like the middle of the forest and you were only attacked by plant monsters and you got Desert. That's 12 damage per creature per turn. Like that's good.
Yep.
But
So- so
vulnerabilities
what
are
do you-
so
So
rare
what do we
that
think
they're
on this one?
pointless. I think it's a
'Cause
C tier class.
I think C.
I'm okay
Although,
with C.
I think
although I think it's a fun C. I would
I
enjoy
think
playing
agree.
this.
Yeah.
this is a fun C tier class, but to me, it has a niche that it does not fill well enough to be considered a B tier class.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next?
A very good question. Next is fun. It's the Totem Warrior.
Oh baby.
So
Will
this
it live up,
Technically
Um,
will
regarded
it live
as
up to the
tier.
hype? Will it
Yeah.
live up to the hype?
Ever.
The path of the Totem Warrior is a spiritual journey as the barbarian accepts a spirit animal as its guide. Okay, we're not gonna touch on the spirit animal stuff because there's a lot of stuff to unpack there. Protector and
Oh, God,
inspiration.
yeah.
In battle, your totem spirit fills you with supernatural might, adding magical fuel to your barbarian rage. I'm just gonna say this outright now. If I were to ever play a Totem Warrior, I would never actually use the like kind of Native American sort of mythology they were drawing from because that just is not my place to do. Most barbarian tribes like just hey wizards. Hey wizards. Hey wizards.
They're trying to make barbarians tribes.
Consider
I mean,
a
in
totem.
general, I don't like. Oh, continue.
Yeah.
Just go on. Let's just get to the
yeah.
fucking mechanics.
Totem animal will be kin to their particular, etc., etc., etc. You know what a totem warrior is? It's D&D's
Yeah.
like Native Americans. So at 3rd level, when you adopt this path, you gain the ability to cast the Beast Sense and speak with animal spells, but only as rituals, which is fine because rituals are fine, right? You're going to be using them as rituals probably anyway.
And I like this feature. I
This
think
is
I love
good.
the fact
I
that
like
you can
this.
just cast some flavors things at will, basically, because it doesn't
Like these
require-
are
you can do
these
it-
are like things that obviously they don't want you using them in combat, and that's fine. But beast sense is you can see through the eyes and ears of a beast for an hour. And then speak with animals. You can speak with animals. This is, I think, one of the better flavor abilities in the game because it actually lets you do things. And when you read this ability, you immediately get a sense for how and when you're going to use it. Probably how often you're going to be using it. Like, this is insect totems, please and thanks. Oh God, I would love that. Yeah, I don't know why.
And they also don't limit the amount of times or how often you can do your beast sense and speak with
animals.
Yeah, because
they're
do it whenever you want.
Whenever. So this I like a lot. I like abilities that you can just kind of do whenever. Obviously, a ritual puts a time constraint on it, but that's fine. So yeah, well-seasoned subclass. There's an appropriate amount of spice here. At third level, when you adopt this path, you choose a totem spirit and gain its feature. You must make or acquire a physical totem object. Nobody does this. An amulet or similar adornment that incorporates fur or feathers, claws, teeth, or bones of the totem animal. Nobody.
I did not realize you had to do this.
Nobody reads this part. That's why. At your option, you may also gain minor physical attributes that are reminiscent of your totem spirit. Probably more people do this because they're furries. For example, if you have a bear totem spirit, you might be unusually hairy and thick-skinned, or if your totem is the eagle, your eyes turn bright yellow. Your totem animal might be an animal related to those listed here, but more appropriate to your homeland. For example, you could choose a hawk or vulture in place of an eagle, etc., etc. Okay. No, okay. So first of all,
start with the big one.
So first of all, before we continue, yes, it is canonical that to the text that you can choose different totems as you level up, which makes this class a little more versatile than Storm Herald. Let's talk about bear because this is what you're going to be taking at third level, unless you're taking
most likely, yes.
But most likely,
I normally hear this called bear barbarian.
Bear barbarian, yeah. We literally call it that
barbarian
because everyone takes this. Well, while raging, you have resistance to all damage except psychic damage. The spirit of the bear makes you tough enough to stand up to any punishment. Hey, resistances are good. Resistance to everything but psychic damage is disgustingly good.
Absurd.
Yeah.
Like barbarians have a lot of value because they take half damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. The three those physical damage types are the most common in the game. If you are resistant to every damage type except psychic, which is a very uncommon damage type, you're really good.
Yeah.
I can list some like the ones that you get. You get acid, which is not very common. Cold, which is pretty common. Fire, incredibly common. Force, surprisingly common. Lightning,
common.
Not that common. Necrotic and Radiant are actually more common than you'd think.
Yep.
And then you the big one, Thunder's also pretty not that common. But one of the big ones is Poison. You're resistant to poison.
Yep.
The poison's all over the place, just like fire.
The biggest thing to me is just that it simplifies it so much. You only have to think about if there's psychic, then you have to double it.
Oh my God! Do you know how many? Every single time Dan swings at me with a weapon that deals fire and physical damage, I want to fucking cry. And all it turns it into is a psychic. No, oh thank God.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to get used to that, Sean.
Oh God. Can you do all physical?
You're in hell.
Fire.
So the GM just starts throwing mind flayers and every encounter. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like if your DM decides to only throw psychic damage at you, the value falls off a lot. But that's just kind of a dick move, isn't it?
One of the only way to even kill barbarians is to throw big, powerful spells at them.
Yes,
and
this like patches that up. Yeah,
everything but psychic. Yeah, so it's insanely
good. If you take a bear totem, you pretty much are going to be the last one to go down ever.
Because the enemies will very quickly learn to ignore you.
Yeah.
That's the only problem with bear.
Okay.
Just go through the rest.
All right, let's talk about the rest of them. Eagle. While you're raging and not wearing heavy armor, other creatures have disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you. You can use the dash action as a bonus action. Decent. The spirit of the eagle makes you a predator who can weave the fray with ease. It's okay.
Opposite
it's not bear.
aggro. Meh.
Elk.
Yeah.
Elk, while you're raging and not wearing heavy armor, your walking speed increases by 15 feet. That can be useful.
That's nice.
But that's it.
Fun.
So that's way worse than bear IMO.
Yeah.
Way
worse.
Tiger, while raging, you can add 10 feet to your long jump distance and 3 feet to your high jump distance. That is objectively funnier. But it's pretty bad.
Boy.
Yeah. In what?
Pretty bad?
Okay, that's extremely bad. In what circumstance do you take this over bear?
Also, it's only
Or any of
3
the other
feet
ones,
to your high
actually.
jump distance. Like, I know in real life, 3 feet
3
to high
feet is
jump distance
massive.
is nuts. But in D&D, that's nothing.
60-foot vertical leap. Anyway, Wolf. While you're
Wolf is
okay,
not bad.
Wolf is the other one that you would consider taking if you were done playing Bear.
If you're a support class barbarian.
While you're raging, your friends have advantage on melee attacks rolls against any creature within 5 feet of you that is hostile to you. The spirit of the wolf makes you a leader of hunters. This is the pack tactics ability.
Exactly.
Giving
Yeah.
pack tactics to a player character is really strong.
Yeah.
So this is if you're going to play a barbarian that is more of a support / like, you know, a bruiser type barbarian, there's an argument to taking Wolf, but I would say that in general Bear Barbarian is just so obscenely strong that it kind of just blows everything else out of the water.
I would almost argue that if you're in a party full of kobolds are nuts. I
Kobolds.
completely agree. If you were in a party with other barbarians in it, I think someone should take Wolf.
If you took if you made a barbarian party like we've done with the wizards party,
That'd be so fucking funny.
that would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, Wolf is the only one that might compete with Bear in my mind. I do agree with Jess, which is Elk seems fun.
Elk seems
I
fun,
like speed, but then again, Monk exists, so like if you want speed, you kind of go Monk. But
Well, like,
Barbarian
the
speed
thing
fun.
is, like,
But-
barbarians
It is
get like 10-foot speed increase by default. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's only 10.
No,
No, but what I'm saying is that
35.
when you mix it with Elk, you're getting 25 additional points of speed, right? So you can move
Yeah, but the Elk is only giving you 15.
55 speed total per turn, and that's your base speed. That's hilarious. But
Yeah, but like I'd rather take the mobile feat. Like imagine if you could take Bear as a feat. Everyone would take that.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
there's no way, right? Like there are feats that give you resistance, I think.
Nah, I don't think so.
Is it
Not
the elemental adepts,
everything.
or am I wrong?
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's-
You can choose
that-
one.
Oh, you might be able to get one, but like I'm pretty sure there's a feat that makes you overcome resistance to that sort of
Hi,
thing.
Gwen. Thanks.
It
Oh no,
went-
you're right. Elemental adept is you gain resistance, or you ignore resistance
Oh.
Yeah.
to that
But
damage type. Yeah. you're right,
Anyway,
you're right.
getting all that at 3rd level is amazing. You even get your flavor at 3rd level. What about
Like-
6th level?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that like,
Oh,
I
no.
think.
Oh no.
Oh, it begins.
I'm not thirsty, Gwen. I'm not thirsty.
Oh no.
Oh, Dan, we all know you're very thirsty. Drink up.
How dare you?
Where's my water bottle? There's my water bottle.
Okay.
Josh, you cannot make comments like that while we're hydrating. There's a lot of expensive equipment on this desk. I don't have to replace any of it.
Yeah.
Just
So.
drink water.
I am.
Oh, he keeps going.
How dare you, Gwen? Anyway, 6th level.
I have to pee again too.
No wonder you go pee so much during the Ace Attorney streams.
Wow,
Yeah, I
it's almost
understand
like once you're on this side of the table, you understand. You understand why my bladder
So
can't
much pee.
support all this pee. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if we were gonna rank them like individually as like totem, I would say Bear is S and Wolf is like A or S or like low S.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
think Wolf, you're right, increases in value with a number of like melee attackers you have.
yeah.
So, 6th level. Okay. Also, like,
God, so much water.
I know this is the other thing, right?
Gwen, we
Is
redeemed a
that
chug earlier.
the bear
I'm
ability?
gonna be up for hours and hours.
The bear ability is literally a 3rd level ability, right? That's some of the most value you get this early in any subclass. Period. I mean,
In
obviously,
the entire game,
like,
yeah.
let's be fair. It is a little bit like, it is a passive ability. So it is inherently maybe a little less interesting than like an active ability, but at the same time, it is kind of fun to just be able to say, no, I don't think I will take the full damage.
All right, I'm caught up on all the thirsts. I mean, the drinks.
Me too. All right. Sean is in the bathroom. Okay. So at 6th level, you get another totem. This is just one of those classes where you just augment the 3rd level ability a bunch. The only thing you get is like 10th level, you get something else.
Yeah, I agree, Trist.
Yeah. Bear is the reason all the newer features are weaker. It's probably, yeah. So bear, for 6th level, you gain the might of the bear. Your carrying capacity, including maximum load and maximum lift, is doubled, and you have advantage on strength checks made to push, lift, pull, or break objects. Definitely not as good as the 3rd level ability, but
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a great ability.
I was gonna say, Dan, do you have anything to say about?
Yeah, would you like to say anything, Dan?
Carrying capacity. Lift boulders.
Lift
So
boulder.
It has
Dan
been
really,
a long time since I've known what my carrying capacity is.
Dan really
and then-
likes carrying capacity, and I agree that in some cases it is extremely funny. But those are edge cases. Most people are not going to carry about.
This is completely niche, as are most of the 6th level features.
It's so niche it's flavor.
I am sworn
I am
to
not
carry your burdens.
You're not gonna talk about the obvious synergy with the thing you did. What was it? Or was it not you? It was Goliath.
Goliath? Yeah, Goliath plus
Yeah, with the
yeah.
Goliath.
I mean,
What did you even do with all that carrying capacity?
I carried things.
Lift
I see.
buildings.
Anyway,
Who needs bag of holding?
I was like that.
I am bag of holding.
all right, eagle. You gain the eyesight of an eagle. You can see up to 1 mile away with no difficulty, able to discern even fine details as though looking at something no more than 100 feet away from you. Additionally, dim light doesn't impose disadvantage on your wisdom perception checks. I don't know what I would be able to see at 100 feet, so
That's my next character.
Oh no! I don't.
20 wisdom. 20 wisdom perception barbarian.
Oh,
Dan, did you write
God.
this part of the PHB? This is all of your niche like desires in one.
So for
what's that person in that city a mile away? I can see their social
oh
security.
my God!
number.
So for reference, it looks like the rest of these abilities are not really like combat. There's mostly flavor and like role playing and like exploring sort of abilities. So we'll have to judge based on that, obviously.
Yeah.
Being able to see 1 mile away, I have absolutely zero idea how to gauge the usefulness of. I legitimately don't know what you would use this for.
You use it. Obviously, you use it with the observant feat.
Okay,
You can read lips from a mile away.
I'm here to inform you that Josh has left their seat. They run to the bathroom.
To pee, I assume.
Pee or puke, I don't know.
Thank you, Mads. Doesn't that sound amazing? Like at that range, you can't even see lips, but I can read them.
Oh God.
Greatest.
You're
Fun.
like
Yes.
the only person I know that would find a way to build a character around this.
It's perfect. As though it was 100 feet. Someone with glasses. I can't see shit from 100 feet away. You're right.
Me neither.
But my character, 20/20 vision.
Imagine if you put 6 levels of barbarian into Gats.
As
Is this
someone with
why- is
glasses,
this- oh
this
my
feels
God,
like
right.
an attack. Yeah, I like if you asked me to look at something 100 feet away, even with my glasses on, I would not be able to discern any details.
Is that not why we play D&D? To have the fantasy
The
of good
fantasy of
eyesight?
like perfect sight? Is that why you keep doing it, Dan? Is it because you're bitter and salty about having glasses?
Fuck you, I'll get LASIK. You don't know. Oh my God.
Just gotta
Okay,
combine
all right.
dunk.
The elk one is especially niche.
Whether you are mounted or on foot, your travel pace is doubled. Oh God. As is the travel pace of up to 10 companions while they're within 60 feet of you and you're not incapacitated. That's such a weird restriction.
Wow.
The
I
elk spirit helps
imagine
you roam
this
far
would be
and fast.
useful, but like not that useful.
In a certain campaign, sure,
Okay.
where
I'm
you're
not-
like, oh, we have to get to that city within a month, and it's 45 days journey. We have good thing I have an elk barbarian.
I think that you're right that there is a use case there. I also think that this is something you use like once or twice in a campaign.
Yeah.
I've played part of Human Annihilation. This can be a core part. It's really funny,
okay.
but it totally can.
Okay,
But
well, yeah.
it's very campaign dependent. This is like the most
Sure.
niche one.
Okay, this
to
is
me.
extremely niche then.
And we're all biased against it because none of you have ever.
Why would I
tracked a
use
travel
travel pace?
Lol.
I
never done
hate
it?
this.
Dan has basically never done it.
Yeah.
Tyler, I don't think you've really done it. Yeah, none of.
I
of
do
you
like
have.
Tiger. Tiger's good.
All right,
Okay.
let's see it.
Tigers, you gain proficiency in 2 skills from the following list: athletics, acrobatics, stealth, and survival. This is good because barbarians
You
don't
can
get a
get
lot of
stealth.
skills. Yeah, stealth is really good.
So you won't screw over your party as hard with your terrible stealth.
And then wolf
Actually,
is
barbarians might be pretty good at stealth if they're wearing no armor and they have decent decks.
yeah, you're the tiger, right? So wolf is you
Stealth
can track other
barbarian.
creatures while traveling at a fast pace, and you can move stealthily while traveling at a normal pace.
Same as elk,
Depends,
kind of.
right?
So these are all either flavor or very slightly above flavor. So we can pretty much say like this is not a combat 6th level.
They're
Yeah.
not quite flavor,
None of
but
them
they're
are, none of them are
niche.
combat usable. I would say honestly,
Okay.
if I was going to choose one just like basically, for like an average campaign, I would probably choose tiger, right?
Tiger's good.
Tiger. Sorry, did you say bear?
Yeah. I like
6th level tiger.
I actually like 3 of them. I like bear, eagle, and tiger. I wouldn't take elk or wolf in like any of them.
The fact that you list eagle there just kills me.
Why?
It just does. It's so you. I love it.
So good. All right, and 10th level. That one's more interesting. That's interesting.
You can cast
Yeah.
the commune with nature spell, but only as a ritual. When you do so, a spiritual version of one of the animals you chose for totem spirit or aspect of the beast appears to you to convey the information you speak. Okay.
I just remembered why we call this bear barbarians, because after 3rd level,
Yeah.
it's sort of
You just don't get much. Yeah,
You
let's
don't,
read
yeah,
Commune
a
with
lot of it
Nature,
is
though.
flavor after, but it's like so front loaded and so strong, and like that means a lot in a game where most people don't get past
It's
level
true.
6.
It's true. Front
Maybe
loaded
this
is
spell's
good.
amazing.
You
Let's see
briefly
it.
become one with nature and gain knowledge of the surrounding territory. In the outdoors, the spell gives you knowledge of the land within 3 miles of you. In caves and other natural underground settings, the radius is limited to 300 feet. The spell doesn't function where nature has been replaced by constructions, such as dungeons and towns. You instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts of
I
your
love this
choice
one.
about any of the following subjects as they relate to the area: terrains and bodies of water, prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or people, powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead, influence from other planes of existence, buildings.
No, but it could be important. Like, are there any hidden structures in this forest?
Yeah. Weirdly, that could become
So
relevant.
you determine the location
I
of
love
powerful
this one.
undead in the area, location of major sources of safe drinking water, and the location of any nearby towns. I actually think this isn't terrible.
I love this feature. It is clearly not a combat feature, and
None of us have ever cast the spell in a campaign.
no,
But also,
I know someone who has.
So like that's the thing.
Shannon
right,
has
is
cast
that-
a spell multiple times in one of my campaigns, and it made
Lol.
good use of it when they were
So-
exploring.
Yeah,
Alright,
that's
fair
the thing, right? Is that like while we don't really tend to play games that are like about exploration or hex crawling or anything, or even games about like survival, really normally. We normally kind of play in like the kind of like weird comedy like anime space because I usually run games like that. But this I could see easily having a lot of use. I think as a 5th level spell, it's garbage. But as something,
Ritual.
but as something that you can
Do as many times as you want for no cost.
cast this as a ritual at 10th level for free as a barbarian who normally doesn't have access to any spells, I think this is decent. I think this makes here's my hot take. I think this makes you at 10th level you are better than a ranger.
Yeah,
Well, that's not a high. That's not a. It's not saying a-
Hot take at 3rd level, you're better than a ranger.
yeah.
Hot take at 14th
No,
level,
if you
you're better
only
than
had the 10th level
I know.
ability and no other abilities, you would still be better than a ranger.
Ranger's whole stick is like being good at exploring, but there's
But
all
there's
these
a
other
spell for
classes
that.
that do it better.
Yeah.
Listen, there's just a spell for it, so what's the point of the class?
You
I
sound
know,
like
I
a
know.
fucking like Apple tech bro in the like early 2010s. There's an app for that. Ranger, there's a spell for that.
Well, okay,
A wizard.
I was
So
gonna say,
here,
literally that's what
in
wizards
my
are.
opinion,
they're just
here-
evil tech bros.
here's a point of where we have to think about it. In my opinion, I love the design of this 10th level feature, and I think it adds to the class. But does it mean it goes up in ranking on the tier list, or is the
Oh
tier
no!
list
Oh
one?
god, no! Okay, here's my-
Aside from the F tiers, I think this is a pretty weak 10th
Here's
level.
my
Well,
thing.
Compare
here's my
this
thing about-
feature to like Matt Mercer's features. This one is so much better.
Yeah.
Okay,
But that's also an
no,
F tier.
I agree. I think
It's true.
it has the potential to increase the ranking just on the flavor, because it actually is useful and is flavor. But here's my other thing. It does mean you don't get another combat ability until level 14.
Yeah.
It's true. So, and
You
we are
get
looking.
combat abilities at
yeah.
3 and 14.
And like,
Let's take a look at 14.
Well, the thing is, as good as Bear is, it means you get one passive ability at level 3, and then you wait 11 levels for your next interesting ability.
And you do have 2 active abilities that are flavor at level 3, and then you have an active ability that is flavor at 10th level. Okay, I say flavor, but they're more like minor utility.
Yeah.
The best flavor is also minor utility.
True.
Let's talk about 14th level, because that's
from
where the
that.
next kind of round of combat sort of options comes to you.
This is
As
also like capstone.
as a bear, while you are raging, any creature within 5 feet of you that is hostile to you has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you or another character with this feature. Wait,
Nuts.
what?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Well,
Except for they can just walk away.
they just move.
Yeah. Aside from that,
An enemy
But
is immune to
still.
this effect if it can't see
Well,
or hear
okay, yeah,
you, or
actually,
if it can't
that's-
be frightened.
This is what they were trying to replicate and fixed
Yeah.
in
In
the first
Ancestral
one we did.
Guardian.
Yeah,
Ancestral
Yeah, you're
Barbarian
right.
did it
Yeah.
way better. And
they
at
saw
level
this
3.
and they're like, wait, but this could be they
this
saw this
isn't-
feature like we could build a subclass around this, and then they succeeded, and that leaves this one feeling a little lackluster.
I imagine
you're
the
never-
bear.
You're never going to be
go ahead.
that unhappy about having it.
I mean-
Just imagine the bear barbarian stepping forward like I am the front line, and then the horde of enemies washes past them and just ignores them.
Yeah.
And there's 6 of enemies, so they get 1 attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Right?
One.
Yeah, to me, this ability is far more effective against a single target that doesn't want to eat attacks of opportunity, which can happen. But it's also just
Rarely.
like it's clear that they wanted to build this to be like the tank barbarian, and they gave it one really, really strong ability up front, and then no tools to manage the sort of like aggro.
Yeah.
You know that scenario you just described? How many of those enemies are immune to the frightened condition?
That is a good point. Quite a lot of them, probably.
Yeah, so it's not, and as much as I like to ignore like niche conditions at 14th level, you probably have to start
true.
considering it. So it's not.
See, that being
stellar,
okay,
but it's-
that
I
being
mean,
said, though, if I recall correctly, I don't think any dragons are immune to frightening. They're not.
Well,
okay, fair enough.
regardless, the dragon will just walk past you.
so well,
Yeah,
if it,
You
maybe.
can attack.
Oh boy.
it's any creature within 5 feet of you, not any friendly within 5 feet
Okay.
of you. So if it's a huge creature, you just have to be next to it.
Wait.
There are other abilities
Wait.
here.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hostile to you. I follow. Never mind. I was like, hang on. Do you make your allies have disadvantage if you're next to them? No, you're good.
No,
If Totem Warrior
that'd be
had some
terrible.
attack of opportunity stuff, this would be much better. Maybe, yeah.
Maybe,
I've never seen a
Yeah.
class that's built around attacks of opportunity because they actually tend to be more rare than you would think. Because nobody really wants to get hit by one, and anyone who does always gets punished crit like Brendan.
They tried to make
I'm kidding,
a
of
fighting
course.
style
Yeah.
based on attacks of opportunity, which was the like tunnel fighter, but it turned out to be way too broken, so they didn't.
Oh,
they,
that's
they
true.
got rid
Yeah.
of it.
So Eagle, while raging, you have a flying speed equal to your current walking speed. This benefit only works in short bursts. If
Or
you fall, you
40.
end your turn in the air, and nothing. You fall if you end your turn in the air, and nothing else is holding you aloft. This is hilarious.
I love that.
It's fun. It's not very good.
It's
at
not
all.
good on barbarians.
It's not. It doesn't
But
help.
No.
you,
It does.
Really.
I will say though, it does somewhat solve one of the big problems, which
my
is
God,
that if
you're
something
right.
hovers slightly like 10 feet above you, you can't hit it.
It is funny, but like Hulk just like kind of flies.
Ah!
Also, you can ignore difficult terrain in many ways as a result. It's niche. It's probably not the best
it's,
one, but
it's definitely niche.
That's fine.
I think I would honestly take the
Okay.
bear one over this.
I might
Really?
take this
I
over
don't know.
there.
I don't like either of them
I
so
might-
far. What are the
Okay, well
best?
that's fair.
Okay,
Let's see if there's a good one.
I mean,
What are the
there's one of these that I tend to like a lot better. But anyway, while raging, with Elk, you use a bonus action during your move to pass through the space of a larger, smaller creature. That creature must succeed on a Strength saving throw, DC 8 plus your Strength bonus plus your Proficiency bonus, or be knocked prone and take bludgeoning damage equal to 1d12 plus your Strength modifier. Okay, prone is like a good condition to inflict.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
Bonus
That's a
action
decent amount
means-
of damage.
Bonus action means you can't use it until your second turn. And it's a Strength saving throw. So there's a lot of qualifiers.
Look at
here.
this. They let you use your strength as part of your DC. Back
Yeah.
in the PHP.
Back in the PHP. So here is the problem with this to me is that the Elk is about movement, and if you are in need of a lot of movement, this can be potentially useful, but look 2 down to Wolf, and it's just you can use a bonus action on your turn to knock a larger, smaller creature prone when you hit it with a melee weapon attack.
With no save.
With no save.
Oh, but no damage. No damage either.
So you
But the
don't do
damage is
damage,
true.
but it's like I would say that the prone condition
rather
and being
that,
able to
yeah.
do it with a melee attack on your first attack is way more value.
Prone can be
agree.
not as good if you don't mind reckless attacking and you don't want to give disadvantage to your party members, but I really do like Wolf a lot more. Also, Dan, this Elk is not base PHP.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, it's not?
No, because base
Oh, you're
PHP
right.
is only Bear, Eagle,
Bear,
Wolf.
Eagle, and Wolf. Yeah,
You're right.
I will also say this about Elk is that Elk. Elk is just like Elk is like Wolf with more kind of risk to it, and I would say as a result, it's not as consistent or as good. Even though your strength bonus tends to be pretty high, strength saves are one of those saves where it's just like a lot of creatures are just not really they're gonna shrug off a strength save, right?
With that Battlerager.
I will say that the benefit of Elk comes in the fact that because you're using your bonus action to move, because you're using your bonus action, you can use both your attacks as advantaged attacks against a prone creature. But that's the only real benefit I would say, other than the damage.
And you get some damage.
You get some damage. Like 1d12 plus your strength mod is like it's like not bad, right? It's like a weapon
attack.
right? A weapon attack. So give Elk to Battlerager. They should.
And then Tiger is another bonus action attack, which is good.
If you move at least 20 feet in a straight line towards a large or smaller target right before making a melee weapon attack against it, you can use a bonus action to make an additional melee weapon attack against it. I don't don't know why it specifies a large or smaller creature. It should just be any creature.
Yeah, it should
Anyone.
anything.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I feel like any of these charge
aside from that, it's
abilities
not
tend to
bad.
be pretty niche.
You'll get it off once per combat, maybe, probably.
I don't know,
I mean-
because you have to be in second turn to
all
do
of
it.
All these 14th level abilities, in my opinion, are pretty lackluster for a
They're
capstone.
pretty not good.
Yeah.
Even the best ones make you use your bonus action, which is like,
yeah.
I don't know.
It's mostly okay on a barbarian aside from that turn
it's
one. I did
mostly
just realize that you
fine.
can't. Tiger's actually really bad because
It's just
what
these
you
charging
charge.
ones.
You're just
Like,
charging, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not good.
The first turn in combat is the one where you want to charge in. Right?
Yeah, but you can't do that at the same time. So Tiger is bad,
Yeah.
but that's
Oh,
okay.
that's
'cause
true,
it
yeah.
exists.
So I would say overall for this, I think that this is actually like it's interesting because like on one hand, at level 3 you get a really, really strong, arguably broken singular ability, and then a lot of the
Yes.
rest of the class is just flavor. Which is a very
Yes.
interesting way of doing it, but it means that the value of the class within the tier list goes up a lot, I would say, because at like levels 3 to 6, like you're actually unkillable.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
You're pretty unmatched.
I
in
would be
terms of-
hard pressed to find any singular ability in the game at this level range, like even up till 10th level, I would say, that can
I
really
think-
match this.
I think the Bear Barbarian is the best barbarian up until like level 6, and then you might start to consider other subclasses.
Yeah.
But
Well,
overall,
we're weighting levels 3 through 6 a little bit higher than the rest because
I
like
know.
campaigns hit level 6.
I would-
That's totally doable.
I would say.
oh yeah, totally.
This is kind of a hard one to me because if we were just talking about just level 3, which is where a lot of games start and also end,
Yeah, then it'll be S tier.
easily
If-
S tier. I think as is, if we're looking at kind of the level curve as I've imagined it in my brain, this to me is an A tier class.
Are we
I'm-
taking into
I'm
account
okay with that.
multi-classing at all?
No, we're not
No.
thinking about
No,
multi-class.
that
Okay.
would
That would
destroy-
actually legitimately be a bad idea.
awful.
Yeah. It is the best of the best multi-classers if you have 3 levels to put into something.
It's
I
true.
mean, I would not necessarily say that just
Depending
because
on
when you are
depending,
raging, you
yeah.
cannot cast spells.
Yeah, depending on which class you are.
And I
it's
believe you can't
potentially- like if
rage
you're a
it.
I
fighter.
think Tyler's saying like if you wanted to multi-class with a barbarian dip, then this
With
is
a-
probably the best barbarian dip.
Sure.
Yeah.
It'd be a 3-point barbarian dip, but yeah, fair.
Like a 3-point barbarian dip. Why do classes even start before level 3? Just so you can feel a little misery in your life.
Yeah, don't you want to feel like a little weak little child that gets beaten up?
I actually 100% agree. I don't actually know why they either just didn't commit to having every class start their subclass at 3, or why they didn't just have every class start at 1. In fact, I think all subclasses just start at level 1.
Well, it's partially to punish multiclassing.
Yeah, exactly. You can't have the subclass start at 1.
You're
into
right,
20
you're right.
different classes. Yeah,
I
Exactly.
guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense.
Let's look at Barbarian. I think let's look at Bear Barbarian as its best iteration and compare it to Beast and Ancestral Guardian. Is it better than Beast? I think yes.
I think it is. Yeah.
yeah.
Like straight up, I think so.
I think it might be, but it's so much less fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Dude, how much do you weight that?
This is
An
one
amount.
of the.
I don't think it's so much less fun. Beast doesn't give you any out of combat flavor at all.
It gets you like 1 ability. You get 1 at 6.
Yeah, but
But you get to like jump a little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
this one's all passives up until
but
like
Totem Barbarian gets spells, 3 different spells that they can cast at will whenever
Yeah,
they want.
I think your actual like utility, at least in a campaign suited for it, is really good.
Pretty good, yeah.
I think no
And you get
barbarian.
your 6th level. So and
I
you
would
get your
argue and
6th level
say
utility.
no barbarian gets as much out of combat utility as Totem Warrior,
Totem.
and at the same time, Totem Warrior gets one of the singular best abilities in the game.
That's so true. We haven't seen a barbarian subclass with so many out of combat utilities.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. Where this Totem Warrior to me is like an archetypical like A class.
Yeah.
Which is funny because like the bear ability itself is like strictly an S class ability. Like that is so good.
Yeah.
It is.
But I think if you take it in whole, like obviously by the time you get to like you know, it's nice to have this like out of combat utility, but at the same time, like you are not getting an in combat like you're not getting a mix up to the way that you play until level 14, and even then you're really not getting that much of a boost.
Yeah.
Make all
and-
non-magic melee classes the same before level 3. Maybe. I don't know. Hard
I
to say.
think Totem is an A.
I think Totem's an A.
I think
I'm fine with A.
Do
you want S?
If we put it into A, I think we should take another look at Ancestral Guardian.
I think Ancestral Guardian is nuts.
Because Ancestral Guardian's in S for the same reason. It has 1 S tier ability.
No. Tyler, you were the only one that didn't like Ancestral Guardian.
I still
Wait,
don't like it.
Okay, no, hang on. Here's the thing is
All the rest are decent.
no, hold on. The reason that we said Ancestral Guardian was S tier was because you get 1 really good ability, right, at level 3,
Yeah.
and then you get abilities that support that ability, and then you also get interesting flavor abilities, right? Like
Yeah. It meshes together so well.
I think it works. Like I also think like you're doing stuff and like more stuff is happening around you than if you were playing just a bear barbarian, right? Like,
I think the
That's
only
true.
weakness-
Ancestral Guardian is more interesting
to me the ability to redirect damage to yourself is actually arguably more important than having resistance to all damage. Right?
I agree.
Bear Barbarian is actually arguably a very selfish barbarian to play because it means you don't die, right? But you have no way of directing attacks to you mechanically, whereas Ancestral Guardian does.
And also, even any barbarian is fucking impossible to kill. Like bears
Barbarians
just
are
make it
pretty
even a little
hardy.
bit- Like I can't kill Sean. I've tried.
which is funny.
I've been waiting, Dan.
You stop raging.
It's been how many sessions and you still haven't killed me?
It's been
I think-
2 or 3.
Well,
I don't know, 3.
What's
yeah.
really funny about looking at this list to me is it's revealing one very clear thing, which is that barbarians are not built for doing DPS. Like straight up, they're actually not. As much as Tyler wants to believe otherwise, they're not mechanically.
They're just tanky.
The
as
Berserker's
fuck.
the only one that is, and we see where that one is.
That's the problem.
Like
with that.
it's funny because I think it's probably because they don't want
Walls, yeah.
to they don't want to give a class that has like S class defenses also S class attack, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes
And
sense.
it is worth noting that we were only looking at the subclasses. They still do decent damage just from the base class alone, so maybe they don't need more.
Yeah, like
So it's
obviously
Also, we haven't gone to
barbarians.
Zealot Barbarian, which does do a lot of damage.
That's true.
Zealot,
Zealot
whatever.
is We'll get to Zealot. We're almost there.
we're done. We're done with Totem, right? We're almost
Done
there,
with
you
Totem.
guys.
Totem is an
Yeah,
A
we're done
class.
with Totem.
Okay,
Two more.
A tier. A tier.
God, we got to do wild magic in between. Oh.
Wild magic is a lot. Okay. Many places in the multiverse abound with beauty, intense emotion. We're definitely gonna have to break some of the other subclasses up. I think I feel like the like
Well, Josh,
cleric
we
one is
might
gonna
also
take,
just
like,
have you stop reading all the flavor.
Okay, fine.
And
We'll skip.
every line.
We'll skip the flavor.
We don't even have to read every line.
Okay.
No, this one you do. I don't know this one.
Many places in the multiverse abound with beauty, intense emotion.
No,
right?
not that
Okay,
one.
yeah, I got it. I'm joking. So
Uh-huh.
at third level, as an action, you can open your awareness to the presence of concentrated magic. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. This is the flavor ability. When you sense a spell, you learn which school of magic it belongs to. So you get, you can use this feature a number of times. You can do a proficiency bonus, and you gain them all back on a long rest. This is potentially, this is actually good utility. Like no joke. Because it is a flavor ability, but like being able to cast detect magic,
It is good.
2-3 times at like kind of the lower levels is actually really useful because it frees up spell slots, right?
However,
oh no, wait, hold on, it's rituals. Never mind.
if it's behind a piece of paper, you don't detect
Yeah,
it.
but that's a problem with detect magic too, isn't it?
No, detect magic goes through walls a
Oh,
bit, I
yep.
believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a little
Is
weaker
a
than
piece of
detect
paper
magic.
total cover?
Yes.
Yes.
Weirdly,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
I guess it. Yeah.
It's underneath the rag.
Detect magic can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet.
Oh,
of
that's right.
wood or
That's right.
dirt.
Yeah, because it uses X-rays or something, I guess. I would say this is easily one of the best flavor abilities.
Yeah, definitely
usefulness.
a beneficial.
Great
It was just
utility.
recently when we were like, can anyone tell if this is even magical? And no.
No.
Yeah, magic. That is
later.
that is a solid. That is a
Okay,
solid.
and-
Is it Daisy?
Yes.
This
This
is
is what Daisy was.
Daisy did do this, but I'm pretty sure Daisy's was like Unearthed Arcana one. I don't remember.
I think there was I think Wild Soul was the Unearthed Arcana version. I think this might be the
Yeah.
official version.
Oh yeah,
because they're pretty
I can-
they're pretty similar.
So I can
think they
tell you
reworked
some
it.
of the problems with this D8 table once we get through this.
So at third level, the magic energy rolling inside you sometimes erupts. When you enter your rage, roll on the wild magic table. If the effect requires a saving throw, DC is 8 plus proficiency plus con, as it should be. Number 1, each creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you must succeed on a con saving throw or take 1d12 necrotic damage. You also gain temporary hit points equal to 1d12 plus your barbarian level. That's potentially pretty good.
It's a good one. Yeah, you just run in and do some damage. However, no scaling.
No
Imagine
scaling.
this at
Yep.
20th level. You do 6 damage to everyone and gain
Well,
like 6
I was gonna say
HP.
at
6.5.
at 20th level, right? This is more about the amount of temporary hit points you get
which
than
is
it is about
still
the
not
damage.
that much.
1d12.
1d12
doesn't
plus
scale.
1d12 plus your
plus
barbarian, level.
level. Okay,
It does
yeah,
scale.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
yeah,
explicitly
But the
scales.
damage
Yeah.
doesn't.
That could be 20.
The damage
and
does
that's
not, no.
annoying.
25.
From
Yeah.
3rd level to 20th level, the damage stays the same. Like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, that's pretty disappointing, but hey. Number 2 is you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see until your rage ends. You can use this effect again on each of your turns as a bonus action.
that's a great one because you can just
that's
misty
good.
step each turn.
Yeah. Well,
So
1 out of every 8 turns on
So-
average.
I'm currently keeping a chart of what we think. I have 1
No.
decent, 2 decent.
No,
The
so
way this
you-
works, Tyler, is
you can do it when it activates.
You activate your rage at the start, and if you roll
Oh,
a 2,
yeah, then you
from
can- yeah,
every turn
teleport.
on after, you get to do misty
Yeah.
steps.
Okay. So
So-
it's not just once.
So,
Alright.
so you literally, not only does it stack with the rage on your bonus action, right? So like you rage and you hit the 2, and then you can teleport. You can do it every turn afterwards. That's good. This
Yeah.
is really good.
That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's really good.
Can you reactivate? Can you scroll up a tiny bit? You cut off the effect.
Wait, so that means you
You
get
cut off the top effect. Yeah, thank you.
that means you get 1d12 plus your barbarian level every turn?
No, that one only
No,
activates
it's only the
once.
first one. Okay.
So this
The
one
one-
says
the
until
second
your
one
rage ends, you
specifies
can
that you
use
can
this
activate
effect
again.
again.
oh
on
no
each of
no.
your turns
Okay.
as a
Yeah
bonus
yeah.
action.
Okay. I missed that. Your turn.
Number 3, an intangible spirit which looks like a floof or a pixie, your choice, appears within 5 feet of one creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you. At the end of the current turn, the spirit explodes, and each creature, that's horrific. Each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 force damage. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again, summoning another spirit on each of your turns as a bonus action.
1d6 damage as a bonus action.
This is
You can summon
hilarious.
Okay, they fixed it. This in the Unearthed Arcana, this was worded horrendously.
Yeah, I remember that.
It said like a pixie flies off in a random direction, and
Yeah.
Oh,
30
And we
feet,
wasn't sure
and
if
then
you
explode.
meant horizontally
They didn't specify like diagonally, horizontally, or whatever. They didn't specify if it explodes on contact. They just said 30 feet, so you'd have to roll. You just happen to find someone exactly 30 feet away from you, exactly that direction. They
boom,
fixed it.
boom,
Yeah.
so evil, yeah. So this has that exact problem of it doesn't scale at all.
It's AOE.
It's
Oh,
AOE, but oh my
level
god, is it
two
bad?
Swords dance, sword explosion, whatever the fuck.
This is like that. This is like the newer cantrips they've introduced that are AOE cantrips, but they don't scale, and that this is just extremely bad. Like,
And it's save or suck, just like them.
I would be pissed if I got this.
All right, so 4.
So it's slightly above neutral.
Magic
only slightly.
Magic infuses one weapon of your choice that you are holding until your rage ends. The weapon damage type changes to force and gains the light and thrown properties with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. If the weapon leaves your hand, the weapon reappears in your hand at the end of the current turn. This
I love this.
is funny. And
like it.
actually, this is actually I wouldn't even say this is like bad. I would say this is pretty good.
Yeah,
I
It's all right.
was gonna call it neutral. Is it really actively
It's
good?
it is a slight benefit because in
a slight
most
benefit,
cases this does nothing because you're already in melee range of people. But
Yeah.
it gives you it gives you options.
It does give you the ability to
1/8
have
over
a
time, yes.
yeah.
I'm pretty neutral on my personal list.
I know when we're saying gives you options, we're saying under the if you happen to roll that one.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I would
in the situation, you'd be like searching through your inventory for a javelin. Instead, you can do this.
Well, so here's the thing: is it also gains the light property, right? So you can also just pull out another light weapon in your offhand, and suddenly you're dual wielding a D12 weapon and a D6 weapon.
Ooh, that's
right?
new.
Wait, that's
They
sick.
changed. They didn't used to do that.
Oh, I
So
gotta
like,
reevaluate.
so like straight up, like this is actually pretty
Okay.
good, right?
Actually,
build
that's
a character out. That's
you have
so
you have to plan
fun.
for it, but that's easy enough.
Wait,
Yeah.
what happens if a weapon has the heavy and well, it doesn't matter. I guess it
I imagine it just loses the heavy property.
Yeah,
I feel like I feel like
probably can't have multiple. Yeah,
I suspect they're not mutually. Well, okay. Anyway,
Don't worry.
All right,
about
D&D, where's my light and heavy weapon? Give me.
Whenever a creature.
Whenever a creature hits you with an attack roll before your rage ends, that creature takes 1d6 force damage as magic lashes out in retribution.
Hey, it's the Battlerager 14th level feature.
This is the Battlerager 14th level ability, but it's better and in every single way.
Yeah, it
Straight
does
up.
3.5 damage instead of 3.
It's 3.5
force
damage
not
and it's
piercing.
force damage, which is not commonly resisted.
Yeah.
So
Although this is not a good. This isn't that good. This
isn't that good. But it is definitely better.
Yes.
I
It's
wouldn't
alright.
be.
It's pretty good.
I wouldn't be upset if I got this. I would just be like, okay.
you'd have to do a lot of rolls.
Yeah, it's a little annoying in that respect, I would say.
The next one's actually
Until
pretty good. I'd
Until your
say.
rage ends, you are surrounded by multicolored protective lights, and you gain a +1 bonus to AC. And while within 10 feet of you, your allies gain the same bonus. That's really good.
I think it's quite good.
One
It's like
AC
the Sacred
is not
Shield.
like
Sacred Shield is 2 AC.
1 AC is like pretty decent, right? There's a reason it's like armor class is like a fairly small range, and 1 point actually can matter a lot. Because D&D is so swingy.
yes.
But giving 1 point to everyone within 10 feet of you is pretty solid, I would say.
Definitely pretty good.
When
I don't
wielding a
think it's
simple
like,
martial light heavy
huge.
weapon, magic weapon that deals blunt piercing damage. Yeah.
I don't think it's a huge impact, but
Not a
it's-
huge impact, but I will say you get this. This is a base ability, right? So at level 3, 1 AC is a lot. And 1
Okay.
AC for everyone in your party within 10 feet of you is quite a lot.
So
I would say that this has the
we'll get
scaling
the
problem.
average goodness of this once we're done with all 8. Let's
Yeah, I labeled this as good on my list.
I would say this is good. This is solidly good. Flowers and vines temporarily grow around you until your rage ends. The ground within 15 feet of you is difficult terrain for your enemies.
Just your enemies.
Just
I
our
mean,
enemies. That
It,
is nice.
it actually
It means
low
it
key
means
is
they're less
kind of
likely to run past you and hit your
right.
allies.
So low key,
Yeah.
this is kind of a taunt ability. It was my first thought exactly. It's not as good as it could be. It's not as bad as it could be.
It definitely depends on
it-
the situation.
This can discourage.
Sometimes it could be really good.
Enemies from running past you because they can't reach, and it discourages enemies from running away from you while not occupying your reaction with a opportunity attack because it reduces their speed, so they might not even get outside of 15 feet of you, right? So I would say in that respect, because it means you can just keep walking towards them. So I would say this isn't terrible necessarily. I think it's an alternative aggro mechanic potentially. But it's a little easier to counter.
Doesn't do that much.
Yeah. If you fly,
but it can be useful, I would say.
Then number 8.
Bolt of light shoots from your chest. Another creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you. Rust must succeed on a Constitution save. Take 1d6 radiant damage and be blinded until the start of your next turn. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect on each of your turns as a bonus action.
That's very strong, I think.
Obviously, the d6 radiant damage doesn't scale at all, but blind is a fantastic condition.
I think this is the best one out of all these.
I think it is. I think
just because of how strong blind is.
Blind is a fantastic condition.
Saver suck, but blind is amazing.
And
You'll
you
take
can
a
do it
saver suck for blind.
Yeah, and you can do it every turn, right? So a blinded creature can't see and automatically fails any ability check that requires sight, and attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. You're really just doing everything at once, right? As long as the creature is able to be blinded, this is a great ability.
So I think a good way to evaluate this is which remember Storm Herald? Which of the Storm Herald 3rd level features was the best? Was it the
probably Desert or Tundra? I would say.
The Tundra.
Tundra, and was it 3 temporary HP at 5th level or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many of these features are better than that?
Most. So
one?
The sense I'm getting is the trade-off here is all of these are, well, pretty much all of them are pretty good. Some of them are neutral. Some of them are pretty good. The trade-off is the downside is you don't know which one you're going to get.
It's true.
So it's much harder to prepare for and plan for.
Yeah,
but
I see what Dan is. I see what Dan is saying.
Yeah.
I think in terms of that, what is better than 3 temporary HP every turn?
For your whole party. That's
your
within
whole
10 feet
party.
of you. Within 10
Yeah.
feet.
And I would say that's really hard to gauge.
Value.
Because I have a hard time gauging how much effective kind of use AC is.
Okay, I do think the AC one is actually
Yes, definitely better. Yeah.
slightly better.
Vines
I think
is
very slightly.
niche.
I would say
Vines is
Vines.
worse.
I would say Vines is worse.
Yeah.
I would say
5 is
AC
worse.
is better.
4 is worse. 3 is definitely worse. 2 is better.
2 is 100% better.
And
I would
1
say
is
You might play
better.
better
I would
than
say
me.
one is
So I
better
think
as
we
well.
have 4 that are better and 4 that are worse.
Yeah.
So yes, I'd say this is about neutral.
Yeah.
I will say there is one thing I appreciate, which is that most of these aren't that niche. With I think the exception of 7 and then 3,
so-
which is just straight up bad. I do like that.
So that's
Yeah.
the other thing is that even though it's a random table, they're not
fun.
super niche abilities. They're broadly applicable. Some of them obviously are just pretty bad, like the
Random niche
tangible
sucks.
spirit. I would be
Yeah.
pissed if I got that, but
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have a dud, right? That's kind of the fun of the class. The fun value of a class
Yep.
that has a random table goes up exponentially.
Yeah.
So in that respect,
Matt?
in that respect, I give it kudos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. It's not super powerful, but I like it.
If I had to pick this feature or the Storm Herald feature, I would pick this one.
I would
This
easily 100% pick
Easily.
this feature.
Yeah.
I would pick this feature over many barbarian features.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've established that it's maybe on par power level wise, maybe a little bit lower.
Maybe
Like,
a little bit better.
do you see-
It's way more fun.
Do you see all of these? Do you see all these subclasses down here? Anything
Yeah.
below B tier, I would easily choose Wild Magic over.
Oh
Yeah, for sure.
Well, then maybe everything else sucks. Who knows?
These did suck pretty badly.
I meant in Wild Magic.
Oh, in Wild Magic. Okay, we'll see.
Yeah. Okay.
6th level.
So currently, it's not very strong mechanically, but it's fun. So
But
let's
it's
see
fun.
what 6
Yeah.
is.
6th level, you can harness your wild magic to bolster yourself or a companion. As an action, you touch one creature, which can be yourself, and confer one of the following benefits of What?
I remember this one.
Wait, what? No.
Do you remember this? I remember doing
No.
it on like
Oh no. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. This class is an F tier class.
D3 because it has a D3.
As an action, you touch one creature, which can be yourself, and confer one of the following benefits of your choice to that creature. For 10 minutes, that creature can roll a D3. What?
Is this
A D6 over 2?
No, the one below it's also D3.
This is in Tasha's Cauldron. Pull it. Okay. Whenever making an attack roll or an ability check, and add the number roll to the D20 roll. So this is basically slightly weaker bless, but you need a D3 for some reason, and I don't understand what.
This is designed for online
This
campaigns.
is 100% designed for online, or they just don't have brain cells.
What?
What?
D6
Like,
divided
what?
by 2.
what is this? Why?
Well, I love how much
So
this is
weird,
a problem.
yeah.
But yeah,
I see why.
It's because the next feature
Yep.
is so on the edge of broken.
This
that I
is
had
so.
to-
This is bad. This is bad design. I'm calling it. This is bad design.
I agree.
Okay, roll a D3. The
But yes,
creature
in
regains
the
one
book-
expended spell slot, the level of which equals the number rolled or lower the creature's choice. Once a creature receives this benefit, the creature can't receive it again until after a long rest. You can take this action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, I
don't know.
Yeah, Tristan Keeters are right. There's plenty of ways to do it. It's they could have written that in.
Yeah.
D3 is just a D6. You're right. Yeah,
Especially
that
because
makes
this
sense.
made it to a published book. Like this is in
This
the
is
text
in a
of the
published
book.
book.
that
It's
is
so
D3.
obtuse. Okay, so there's a couple of problems with this. One, a D3 is like, come on, like
Let's move past that.
right, we can move past that, and we can start talking about just a straight numerical bonus to attack rolls or ability checks. It's like bless basically. And I would say one D3 bless is
75% of a bless.
Okay.
But it doesn't work on saving throws, does it?
Yeah.
Does-
That doesn't seem that good to me. I would say that the spell slot is much stronger, especially at 6th level. I think it probably will fall off later. But like the ability to potentially cast another fireball is actually just so incredibly massive in terms of like value.
I always disliked that spell slot
weird,
restoring feature. I just don't think a feature like that should exist in D&D.
I don't think so either. But like I'm kind
But
of
let's judge it on how strong it is.
I would say that the spell slot replenishing is a strong feature.
Okay, and we could do this 3 times
few
at
levels.
6th level. We can
Especially
activate this
because-
ability 3 times.
Especially
Only if you have
because
3 casters.
right, so it's equal to proficiency. You can do it 3 times, and you can do it as an action. So you can do it in the middle of combat if you really.
Yeah,
if
but
you-
most
if you-
likely this will be used out of combat as a sort of pseudo short rest.
Right, exactly, and I mean also just like as additional spell slots, right? Like essentially you're getting
Correct.
3 additional spell slots of random tiers. The
Yes.
average of which is going to be a 2nd level spell, which I think isn't.
And Tyler's right. You do
like,
need 3
bad.
different spellcasters.
Yeah. So like you're not gonna just reboost up your wizard. You need a wizard,
A cleric, and then like a
cleric and a
druid or
warlock.
something.
What would
Yeah.
happen if you tried to restore a warlock? You probably couldn't, right? Like
I
if
don't think
if they had spell
you
slots
could.
too high of a level, right?
It would be
You'd have to roll their exact level, I think.
Or lower, or higher, right?
or higher. Yeah, because they can choose to do
Oh, or
lower.
higher,
So,
yeah.
so that might be intentionally written.
But you don't
in
get this until
for
6th level,
the-
so unless
for
you're
the-
playing a
yeah.
mixed party, there's no way. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
This to me is one a cardinal sin of design. In that it's
Yeah, I
just
agree.
like it's
Yeah.
just bad. This should
That's
never
pure
have
design,
made it
but-
into the game.
Clunky design.
It's
Yeah.
super clunky.
But mechanically,
They ask you to
I
use a
think
D3.
this is comparing this to other 6th level features that are only flavor. This is
Oh,
a
yeah.
very strong feature.
Much
for
better.
I think it's
6th level
much
barbarians.
stronger. Yeah.
Do you want my hot take?
Yeah,
Is this actually I don't think scales very well.
No,
No, it
that's
does
the thing.
does
It
not.
scales awfully.
terribly.
It's pretty good at 6th level if you can get them to roll that extra 3rd level spell slot, but if they roll the 2nd one, it's not nearly as good. Even
Yeah.
at 6th level on my sorcerer and on my wizard, maybe I'm just not creative enough, but I don't run out of spell slots that much.
But like,
So
okay, but here's
you won't get use out of this over
here's-
one
here's
combat,
the-
probably. You might over 2, but
you say that, but it's not only wizards you would be replenishing, right? When you replenish a cleric, you're getting hit points. And I would say that's worth a lot because clerics don't get their spell slots back on a short rest.
Okay, but imagine this, right? Imagine, let's say we're higher level, so that those spell slots are not very relevant anymore. Let's say we're like 11th level or something, 13th level, and what you could do instead is just, all right, guys, there's a party of there's enemies behind that corner, and you just go up and tap each of your party members, and you just give a uninterruptible, no concentration, slightly weaker bless to everyone, and that's not bad.
Yeah, that's
not bad, but I think it's like
I don't hate that. Yeah,
I think it's
For
just
10
super,
minutes.
I think it's just super boring. Are smite spell slots? Yeah, they are.
Yeah, you can bolster people up, buff up their defenses a little bit.
I don't like it specifically because bless is a D4 and that a D4 feels like it kind of matters. I feel like a D3 is getting to the point where it's like beginning to feel a little weak and it doesn't scale at all.
I know.
It could
I
have just
get
been a
why they
D4.
did a D3
Could have just been a
because
D4.
because a
they
D4
did
would
not-
be broken on the second ability.
Well, they didn't have
But-
to make them both D4s.
Yeah,
or-
I would
right?
prefer if they just wanted it consistent. I would prefer if they did a D4 for the first and a D3 for the second.
All right. Well,
Like it's already weaker than
regardless.
bless.
Yeah.
In certain respects, and stronger in certain respects. Like for instance, the last 10 minutes, it's not interruptible. You don't concentrate on it. But like, yeah, in general, I would
I
say this ability is really bad for many reasons. Because
Well,
it's
it's not.
not in
It's not
terms of
bad.
you don't mean it in terms of power level. You mean bad design,
no,
right?
no. I mean
Or-
it's really bad because it's really strong early and extremely bad late.
No, you're specifically talking about the spell power one, the spell slot one.
The blessed one is
Because
still
the bless one is actually a spell people talk about how it still scales into late game. People use bless even on high level campaigns.
Josh, you were the reason I've had to completely reevaluate my thoughts on bless. Like this is literally your fault.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying.
but Bless has always
trying
been
to
really good.
determine if like what is I guess I
It's
I
not
guess
like at 20th level you're rolling a D30 instead of a D20. You're
no,
always
no,
rolling a D20.
I know that. I'm just I guess like when I look at a D3, it seems just way weaker than a D4, even though it's only 0.5 average less. Like I'm really getting thrown off
it
by
is
this
it
fucking
is
thing.
not a bless.
It is an average of a 2 as opposed to
It
a
is
2.5.
well, yeah, I will say it is. Yeah, it's like on average 2/3 of a bless, right? But it's not interruptible, etc., etc. But also, it means that you have to touch everyone
Actually,
before combat
it's-
starts.
Yeah, the action
It's
hurts.
on average 4/5 of a bless.
Yeah. So
Thank you, Dan.
it's the
welcome.
majority of a bless. It's
Well,
a,
is
it's,
it? Does it still count as 4/5 of a bless if it doesn't apply to saving throws?
Okay, no, you're right. If bless applies to saving throws, then no.
Oh, I forgot.
Then we get some complicated math on which one we rate. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Well, now
I
that
don't
you
think-
you're correct, yeah.
I don't think we
for
have
a
to.
6th level
I think we
ability
should
though.
move- I
I
think
think
we
that's
should
pretty
move on.
good.
It is
And
a
still
strong
useful later
mechanical.
in the campaign.
Ignoring our gripes with its design, it is a
Yeah.
strong mechanical.
It's a pretty strong
4th, 6th
mechanical
level
ability. I would tend to.
Let's move
agree.
on to
Yeah.
10.
But it's not crazy. Yeah, okay. Move
not
on to
crazy.
10.
I will say it's funny to me because I sometimes I kind of wish there
At
were
10th
other.
level, when you are imperiled during your rage.
No, Josh, finish.
I was going to say it's kind of because like I do wish that there were some abilities that more explicitly synergized with other classes, but that's all I was going to say really. Sometimes I wish you could really just like build parties, but anyway, I don't think a class should have abilities that are worthless if you don't have another specific party member, right?
I think that's why they had the
design.
D20 part instead, the bless part as well.
Yeah.
Can I say?
Yeah.
I love just like how offended you are by this D3.
It's like why nothing
I'm
else
just suppressing it.
nothing else in the game uses it, right?
I have a D3.
Yeah.
Because you're a weirdo.
Yeah,
Okay,
where's
at 10th
your
level,
D3, Josh?
when you are imperiled during your rage, the magic within you can lash out. Immediately after you take damage or fail a saving throw or raging, you can use your
that's
reaction to
right,
roll on the wild magic table and immediately produce the effect rolled. This effect replaces your current wild magic effect. I mean, like, yeah, right? This is this makes
That's pretty
wild
good.
magic more consistent.
Yeah.
Because you can do it any time you take damage, as long as you want to use your reaction, right?
More wild magics is fun.
So,
so
anything.
conveniently.
You
Yeah.
can use your reaction, so that gives you more control of it. To,
Well, yeah.
to,
Well, the thing is,
to
if you
land
roll
on the
if you
good
roll
one.
a
Yeah.
shit one, then you can just do it, or if you want
Yeah,
to potentially go for a high roll.
And you don't have a
it.
use for your reaction anyway.
Yeah, so I would say that overall this is a net benefit. Like this is just a no holds barred benefit.
That's pretty good.
It's only
I like
okay, but
that.
it's only a benefit. It is weaker. It adds less to your total power level than the 3rd level does.
Correct. It
So
is
for
not,
a 10th level feature, it might not actually be that strong.
It's not super strong. I would honestly like this as a 6th level feature.
You want to swap those and then up 6th level to a D4?
Ooh, maybe. Wait, maybe that would fix the class. We've solved wild magic. Congratulations. Okay.
Yeah.
And
That's a pretty
conveniently,
good
14
feature.
is.
Yeah.
Whenever you roll on the wild magic table, you can roll a die twice and choose which of the 2 effects to unleash. If you roll the same number on both dice, you can ignore the number and choose any effect on the table.
Oh, that's sick.
This
Nice.
just makes wild magic more consistent.
This
Wow,
is
so 3rd
I
level,
like
10th
that.
level,
I like-
3rd level,
This-
10th level, 14th level all synergize with each other very well.
Yeah, I
This
really
is
like
a
that
very
synergy.
straightforward class in that you get it's very front loaded. You get your signature ability really early, and your later abilities basically just keep augmenting it to make it better,
Yeah.
more consistent.
Yeah.
And for a
Now,
class
even
that's
in the
really
best possible case scenario, you're just like shooting out some blinding bolts and
Right.
and like maybe
So-
doing some necrotic damage around you and getting temporary HP.
So
It's
the
not like
thing-
your crazy power level.
right, exactly. So the thing about
Yeah.
this to me is this seems fine, right? If you really like the signature ability of the class, you're not going to be upset by getting ways to manipulate it to be better. And being able to choose any on a double 8 roll is pretty handy.
Yeah.
It's pretty I mean that's a pretty rare dice roll, right? What are the odds on that?
1 and 8.
Mhm.
Oh, is it 1 in 8?
Yeah.
Of any 2
It's
being.
1 and 8, yeah. For
Oh,
Yeah.
Any
for
single
that.
That's
roll,
actually-
what are the odds?
That's actually way better than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, that's actually pretty good.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
but
you
like,
do it every
but like,
time you take damage.
okay, but I would say the best result on this table is not that much better than the worst result on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that this is by far one of the most interesting classes. I would say that the general power level of it is not obscenely high, except for just kind of some weird considerations about this 6th level ability, because it is actually like it's like high key strong, but also kind of low key strong, but also it has like
It is.
almost 0 scaling.
Despite
the
look
fact
at
that
it
it's
and
less-
Scaling of the
good.
class is consistency, which is a weird way to do scaling, but
Yeah.
I
Right.
like it.
Yeah.
Considering
In an
most,
interesting way, and I like it, but it's weird.
considering most classes get like something flavor at 6th level, but that actually adds a bit to the power level of this class. Like a
It
significant
does.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
definitely.
That's
To
true.
the
And-
point
and the
where
thing is-
I think this thing is actually stronger than Storm Herald.
I
Oh, yeah.
100% I agree. I think
Yeah.
that actually, because all of the really strong abilities are front loaded, and the only thing the 10th and 14th do is make you a lot more consistent in how you use those abilities. I think that this has a lot of value as a class that you can play until like 10th level or so, and be really effective. Like to me, honestly, this is either. I don't want to say this is an A tier class. I think this might be a
think it's
high.
a B.
I want to fill in our. I want to fill in our.
I think this
B.
is a B tier class. Like I think
It's between A and B for me.
It's better than a Storm Herald, and it's worse than Beast or Totem Warrior.
yeah,
Yeah.
I would 100% agree.
Okay.
I agree. Tyler, I love your point of it's consistency scales. It means that technically your first 2 abilities are your next abilities never make you any stronger,
Yeah.
assuming you roll perfectly.
It is also funny because
I love that.
considering B is like kind of like between B and C is our kind of average tier. Wild magic just kind of falls on the other side of average, so it just consists out into an average.
Right
Just
now we
roll
have
better
4
for it.
above average and 5 below average, but I think Zealot is going to be above average.
Okay, all right, let's talk about everybody's favorite barbarian, Zealot. Okay, the TLDR of Zealot barbarians is you die and you get to come back. You live,
Well.
you die, you live again. Starting at 3rd level, you channel Divine Fury into your weapon strikes. While you're raging, the first creature you hit on each of your turns with a weapon attack takes extra damage equal to 1d6 plus half your barbarian level. The extra damage is necrotic or radiant. You choose the type of damage when you gain this feature. This is a good feature.
It is, yeah.
It is just
Solid.
a flat damage increase. It scales with your barbarian level. This is good. This is a good feature.
It does it does almost as much damage as a Frenzy Barbarian would, with none of the downsides.
You're kidding.
Well, I mean, at third level, yes. But yeah.
Oh no, but this thing scales. Like, imagine. Okay,
1d6
imagine
plus 10, yeah.
Imagine 20th level. This is 1d6 plus 10, which is 13.5 damage on an attack. I don't know, but like again, like let's say like 10th level. This is 8.5 damage. That's less than an attack, but it's not that much less.
Yeah.
So
I would say this is
solid.
This is great because you get it super early too. And I feel like at this point, as a barbarian, you have the biggest weapon, so you're doing the most damage usually. Obviously that changes somewhat after level 3 when people start getting features and stuff. Or until honestly, you're kind of really on par with fighters until fighters start getting more attacks, right? So this is really good. This is just a straight damage increase once per turn, you know. And the fact that it's necrotic or radiant, your choice is pretty good. You can choose depending on the type of game you're in. These are fairly these are good damage types to have access to, because if something resists necrotic, it's usually not going to resist radiant, I think.
Yeah, actually, 11th level fighters have 3 attacks, but you're going to do the same damage as an 11th level fighter, just about.
So yeah,
this is
a
rage damage
great
and this divine fury. So
true.
Judging the rage punches, yeah. Booch's subclass is S tier. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this right now, Gwen. If we took a look at any of the really broken subclasses I wrote, they would easily be S tier in terms of how effective they are.
Yeah,
they
would be
so
S tier.
Unbelievably broken that they're not even in the same realm. So the other thing, and it's funny because this is the combat feature you get. Like, this is the third level feature, and then the other one is the quote unquote flavor feature, but. At third level, your soul is marked for endless battle. If a spell such as Raise Dead has the sole effect of restoring you to life, but not undeath, the caster doesn't need material components to cast a spell on you. So,
primary ability.
You get resurrected for free. And obviously the usefulness of this depends on the game that you're playing, but like...
It's worth...
In what world is getting rezzed for free a bad thing?
So fun.
At the level that you get this, if your fellow cleric is the same level as you, they can't res you. Like, it doesn't, in theory, it doesn't necessarily help you unless there's a higher level character, but it's always good in theory. Like, if we treat this as a flavor, it's easily the best flavor.
Also, if you go get clerics,
we're all very biased. We all fucking love this ability.
I love this so much. This is straight up.
I know, for instance, in some campaigns, if a character dies, they'll go drag their body to some nearby temple and pay clerics to res them. You might get a discount.
Yeah.
You know, that's fair. Yeah, you should. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So currently, Josh and I are in Dan's campaign playing a cleric barbarian. I'm playing the barbarian, and my goal is historically, I died a shit ton, and Josh's character has just been resurrecting me for free for a very, very long time. Like, that's how we're treating it. It's been very fun. I've been waiting for Dan to kill me. I gave him express permission to double tap me, and he hasn't even done it yet.
You haven't even gotten low health.
Oh my god.
That's your fault, not mine.
Just you wait till next session.
So,
you better not die right away, otherwise everyone else will die.
This is honestly like it's in such a funny, weird, like, niche tier to me, because it's like either super good or worthless, but like, are you gonna dislike having it? No, of course not. Like, I would say in most games, I would say probably, unless you're playing Tomb of Annihilation specifically, in most games, you're going to have access to some kind of resurrection spell, and the real bottleneck is going to be how much money you spend, or waiting too long, right? So, if you have a Zealot Barbarian, you can, cast, like, what is the spell that you get that's, like, extends a person's, like, resurrection timer by 10 days, right?
Something rest. No, I know what you're talking about. The one you have as a bonus action. Fuck me.
I know. It's
the cantrip. God damn it.
Oh well. Anyway, there's a spell that does that. So as long as you cast that spell, you can even. I'm pretty sure you can even cast Revivify. Like, if you cast it within the minute at least.
Yeah.
So like this. If you're playing in a game where, like, death is one of those things that happens. Oh, wow, hi, Vivi, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the Women Respecting Club.
Majima Lurk.
You are never going to think this is a bad feature, I think. Like, because on one hand, like, sure, it's a little niche, but like if it matters, it really matters, and at 3rd level you get a really good ability anyway. So like, actually, this is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's the best flavor by a mile.
Hydrate.
I also think the Divine Fury, if I'm looking at all the subclasses, and in terms of damage, this is the only subclass that does more damage at this level is Frenzy Barbarian. This is the... So...
Yeah, it turns out this one
Jesus.
might be better than Frenzy Barbarian. Oh my god.
Oh god, no.
I'm out of water. Be right back.
I have to pee already.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna pee while Sean gets water.
I'm gonna drink and then pee. Wait, no.
I'm gonna leave you on the tier list screen while I go.
Mm.
We're having a pee break.
Oh. So this is what Josh has to deal with. Those cowards fled to the bathroom. Oh my god. I literally have 3 water bottles on my desk right now. Just because of this. I've refilled them several times. Currently, 1.5 of them are... I have 1.5 water bottles worth of liquid in them currently, but... so...
I got up really early this morning or late last night thinking that I was dehydrated and drank a bunch, so this is probably a really good thing for me.
Yeah.
Wow,
I
so
was not feeling
hydrated.
well.
I was also very dehydrated this morning.
Oh my body.
Yeah,
my
if you ever feel
bladder.
dehydrated, just come on one of my streams.
I'll
Yeah.
keep that in mind.
Like if you honestly, after I got the booster, I should have just started a stream and just sat here as people just tried to drown me. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, I drank a lot of liquids that day too, and I still felt like I was gonna die. So at 6th level, the divine power that fuels your rage can protect you. If you fail a saving throw while raging, you can re-roll it, and you must use the new roll. You can use the ability only once per rage. I would say that this is... It's okay.
Good.
Right, it's good.
Boring.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not super strong. Nothing
I was gonna say,
compared
Steven,
to...
I hope you're hydrating with us, because this is a good measure of how much you should be drinking.
He was. I was out there and he was
So
drinking.
funny. Yeah, I mean, this is indomitable, right? Like, and you get it once per rage, which is actually, I think, more, which is, yeah, more often than you actually get it with indomitable. So this is actually a good ability. This is like, sorry, when do do champions get it, or is it all fighters? I think it's all fighters, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
This is a 9th level fighter ability at 6th level.
Does Indomitable work on death saves?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have any
so-
specifications about being conscious.
So
Why would
that's
you want
one
to? Why would you want to
disadvantage of
succeed
death.
a death save though?
Yeah, you don't care about that.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh, you make a good point.
Yeah.
This
Totally.
So
What's okay? Never mind. Yeah, it's Indomitable.
so barbarians
What?
at 5th to 6th level get 3 to 4 rages. So that is, you essentially get 3 uses like base of Indomitable. As long as you just re-rage every time, which you might not want to do. You might not want to because of your rages or whatever. But like, when fighters get Indomitable, they just get it. So they get 1, and then at 13th level they get 2, and then at 17th they get 3, and that's how many Indomitables you get. As a Zealot
at
Barbarian,
6th level, you
just
get 4.
You just get like 3. Yeah, you get 4, right?
Yeah.
4 potential Indomitable uses. So this is good. Like, this is a good ability.
Wait, what I miss?
We're talking about the 6th level ability on Zealot Barbarians.
Oh yeah, that one's nuts. I know.
Super good. And while it is one of those things that is like more of a passive than an active ability, I would say that
It feels good.
I think it
feels so good.
It feels good
Yeah.
specifically because most saving throw
You
effects
save
are pretty nasty, and also conditions are tied to saving throws, and conditions are the worst thing you can encounter. So
And it is somewhat active because you can choose which saving throw to use this on. You're like, oh, that was like a shatter. I'm not gonna waste a
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So
You can
this,
that was a paralyze
re-rage
effect?
Get it again.
this actually I think is a
True.
fantastic ability.
It's
Especially
super
at
good.
6th level. Like your even with just this, like even with just the 6th level like feature set, you're really good. Like this is really effective
Yeah.
as a barbarian.
I not to belabor the point on that 3rd level point, but I thought of something in the bathroom where, depending on the enemy's AC, that Divine Fury abilities could actually be more damage than an extra attack because you only have to hit one of your 2 attacks to get this damage
True.
for free.
True.
If you miss your extra frenzy attack, that's you don't get any of that. But you're almost always going to get your Divine Fury damage.
Yeah. You're especially as a barbarian, you're pretty much guaranteed to hit at least one attack. per
Reckless
turn.
attacks.
And you're reckless attacking because who cares if you die? Like I think the actual great thing about this class to me is this is arguably to me one of the best barbarians they've ever designed because it plays into the fantasy of playing the Zug like all attack barbarian.
Yeah.
And it gives
This
you
is what Frenzy Barbarian should have been.
right, and it gives you mechanical ways of working around the specific D&D mechanics that encourage you to play in a way that is reckless and dangerous and could get you killed, right? Like when you look at Frenzy, like the Frenzy Barbarian, right, the Berserker, and you read this feature, you're like, wow, that's sure a risk you're taking, and it's like. Kind of, but you have to put like a lot of thought into it, and you got to be cautious about how you actually use it because you're like, I don't want to take more than one level of exhaustion, really.
God,
right?
I would much rather die than get exhausted.
And literally on the other end of the spectrum, you have a barbarian that is like so out there that death is not a barrier for you to continue barbarian-ing, and that is actually legitimately the perfect way to build a barbarian that like is all attack, right? And
I agree.
like I don't even know if they did this on purpose really, but like like with how like well it works, but it's so elegant in just like both encouraging you to play the flavor of it and also just being mechanically supportive of that flavor. Never meet.
I highly advise against meeting death
So,
in every sense of it.
Legion.
but Zealot Barbarian, what if you die? Yes.
So far we've got
I
three winners.
You know what I want? I want that meme that's
Wow.
just like the sickos meme. They're like, haha, yes, but it
my
says
God.
Zealot Barbarian.
We're about to get a 4th winner and a 5th winner, aren't we?
Okay, at 10th level, you learn to channel divine power to inspire zealotry in others. As a bonus action, you release a battle cry infused with divine energy. Up to 10 other creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you that can hear you gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. This is super good.
I'm pretty sure that's
This is just the reckless thing that the beast gets, but significantly better.
So, obviously, at 10th
There's only
level...
one
At
turn.
10th
only one turn.
level...
okay.
Yeah, it's
But
only one
still.
turn, but everyone gets advantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
Saves.
And
Saves,
that's
yeah.
really important because most
Dragons.
of the most of the saves you're going to encounter are very front loaded in the first turn because you want your most powerful attacks to go first as when you're running a monster usually.
True.
Because otherwise they're not going to get to use those abilities, right? Stop, you're already S tier.
It's so true. Stop. Mercy on the other subclasses.
Honestly. So like that's the thing, right? Is that like first turn ability, like 1-round abilities are a lot stronger than people think they are. Because combat is really front loaded, right? It's a lot of combats will end in the first turn.
Yeah.
The next largest portion and on the second turn, and then the next on the third turn, and that's like probably gonna be I'm gonna go out and say probably 85 to 90% of combats will end in those 3 turns.
Yeah.
It is worth noting that you can't do this on the first turn unless you delay
you
your
can't
rage.
do this on the first turn, which is
That's very true.
that is actually
Yeah, that's rough.
that's
it's
that's
still
pretty
good.
rough, but at the same time, this is one of those abilities you don't need to be raging to use, so you can use it on your first turn.
That's true. If you want to.
It almost might be worth it to not rage.
Yeah, I
alternatively,
honestly think this ability is so good you might not want to, right?
Alternatively, though, the combats that would have ended on the first turn, you might not even need this for.
I mean,
So-
your first turn
why
might end
not
up
just-
literally being just using Zealot's presence and dashing in.
You know, if
Yeah,
you're out
then
of
rage on the second turn.
right? Yeah, give your allies, or like it's flexible. You can use it at the most opportune time, and maybe it costs you a rage, or maybe you just don't use it that combat. But if you didn't use it that combat, you probably didn't need it that combat. So I actually, yeah.
Actually, I think Dan's correct because you don't use your bonus action for anything else, and if you use
there's a
this-
reason for that usually.
Yeah. Oh. But
Like-
if
like
you
that-
use this, well, I guess no. Never mind. I was thinking of something else.
I also think this is the only class, this is the only barbarian subclass that's set up to actually like be a DPS class, right? Or to be more
Yeah.
of a DPS bruiser. Because even Frenzy Barbarian is like you get one ability and it increases your damage output slightly, but you get so many negatives that you just like don't really want to use it.
Yeah, this is you just
This
get
actually
damage.
encourages you to do your attacks. But at the same time, I think 10th level, Zealot's Presence, it's a strong ability. Obviously, you can only use it once per long rest, but it's strong enough that I think it warrants that. And
Yeah.
it's tied to your bonus action, which means you can't rage and do it at the same time. But I also think that it's like good enough where you're either going to use it on the second turn to close out a fight, or you're going to open with it on the first turn and just not rage. And I think that's honestly going to be fine, right?
It's good. It's really satisfying to help your allies like that. So
Yeah, like barbarians usually don't get a lot of like ability to help others in combat, which is why Ancestral Guardian is rated so highly. So I honestly this and why like I really like Call the Hunt, right? For instance, so abilities like this I think provide a lot of value to a class that otherwise is, like a meat stick wall. You're not going to die, but it's also very possible that everybody else in your party is going to die and you're just going to be sitting there doing like kind of piddly damage or whatever, hoping for a crit, right? So, I really like this ability. I think this is a good ability.
So that's we like all of them so far.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you about the 14th level ability.
Oh, Jesus.
The divine power that fuels your rage allows you to shrug off fatal blows. While you're raging, having 0 hit points doesn't knock you unconscious. You still must make death saving throws, and you suffer the normal effects of taking damage while it's 0 hit points. However, if you would die due to failing death saving throws, you don't die until your rage ends. And you die then only if you still have 0 hit points. This ability makes you actually legitimately no holds barred invincible.
Yeah, and let's say you have like 6 rages, that's 6 minutes of you just rampaging through the enemy fortress, killing everything. No one could do anything to you except for if they like stun you and drag out your rage somehow.
Right, exactly.
But yeah.
Oh, but at that point you already have that feature.
At the 15th level, you can't
exactly.
unless you're unconscious. So you at 15th level, you are actually unkillable, except for in the very specific circumstance in which somebody can do your entire health point total to you at once.
And you're a barbarian that takes half damage.
Yeah. This
And you'll have like several hundred health.
like I think people don't talk about this ability a lot because obviously because people don't get the 14th level, but like,
Yeah.
this actually straight up is literally you don't die anymore, which is funny for a class that dies for free.
I'm just imagining a situation like there's like this enemy citadel with like hundreds of soldiers, and the entire party is like waiting outside. And they're like, actually, you know what? Just give us like some of your hair. We'll all wait outside and res you after you kill everyone. I'll kill everyone and then fall over dead.
Can you multi-class into another subclass? No. So that's like the one thing you can't really do with multi-classing is you can't pick up more than one subclass.
Yeah. Because imagine if after this you went bear.
Yeah, that would be yeah.
I mean,
the game
at
wouldn't
15th
exist
level,
anymore.
bear becomes irrelevant.
That's true. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, have we
Unless it depends on who you're fighting, but yeah.
Dan, have we talked about the 20th level barbarian?
About the 4 strength, 4 con.
No, specifically the fact that you get
Unlimited
unlimited
rages.
rages.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
I
at
forgot
20th
about
level,
that.
You never die ever.
At 20th level, you can rage for eternity.
Yeah, well, no. After 6 days, you get 6 levels of exhaustion, right? At which point you die.
Oh, from not resting?
Whatever.
Not resting. So if
Oh,
as
so
long as-
6
as long as
entire
someone-
days.
After if no one heals you or you don't drink a health potion for 6 days straight, you will eventually, as long as you just like stay angry and conscious for those 6 days, you'll.
So
and
if you did, so if you were just fighting for 5 days and 23 hours, and then drank the weakest health potion possible, and then just slept for a few days, you'd be fine.
No, not even that, Dan. If you were awake
guys
for
are free.
5 days and 23 hours, and you ate a good berry, restoring 1 hit point,
Yeah.
and slept for a couple days, you would live.
And yeah, you can be.
But you could also be res for free. So like
So there's no
honestly,
consequence for that anyway.
you should just take all of the exhaustion, die, and then have someone res you.
Like, like it's so obvious that this thing
plenty of
has
level.
to be. It's so obvious that this thing has to be at the top of our tier list. But does
Yeah.
it shift other things?
Does it shift other things? No, I don't think so. I think this is obviously to me personally, this is obviously an S tier barbarian.
Obviously.
But
This is
I
better
also
than Ancestral Guardian.
I think this is better. This is I think the best barbarian subclass you can take in most circumstances.
But there are cases where you'd rather have an Ancestral Guardian
yeah,
because
obviously
what if it
there-
just kills the rest of your party?
There are cases where you want to take Ancestral Guardian.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
I would say
And up until 14th level, you're still very killable,
I
yeah.
would say well, I
Which
mean
is
sort
fine,
of.
though.
which is a capstone. So that's most of the
14th
campaign
level,
you're
you get
killable.
the capstone. At 6th level, I would say that it is definitely more of a toss up. Like obviously, like we said, they fulfill different roles. Where Ancestral Guardian is the sort of archetypical like tank, draw aggro barbarian, or draw aggro like physical wall. Whereas a Zealot is more of a bruiser, more of a DPS class. Like Zealot is really selfish because it's all for you. And Ancestral Guardian is really selfless because it's all for everyone else but you.
I like our tier list a lot.
I would say Zealot
Yeah.
is easily S tier, easily the best
Oh my
barbarian
God.
subclass.
It's so
in,
good.
in so
It's so
many ways too,
wonderful.
right? It's not just like it's mechanically the strongest. It is also just like a real triumph of like flavor and how to implement it in your game, or implement it in your mechanics to like support it, because it encourages a certain playstyle with the barbarian that is like the flavor you want in the subclass. So like.
And you know that 6th level feature it has is a lot like the Frenzy Barbarian 6th level feature to avoid being frightened, because you can use those saving throws.
Yeah, you can use them on
reduced to
anything.
not be
So.
frightened.
Well, depends on how high your wisdom is.
Yeah, sometimes
I'm
it might
just
really just be
thinking-
pointless.
I'm just thinking now that like even if I can succeed the save, it doesn't mean even if I can reroll the save, it doesn't mean I'll succeed
Yeah,
if you ever.
you know, in
throw a
my
free.
campaign, there's probably going to be some very frightening creatures eventually, so you might want to have to think about that.
Wisdom. Wait, no,
Did you
Josh.
dump wisdom?
Right? No, I'm saying I didn't dump wisdom. I'm sure I dumped int.
Probably. It's useless. Who wants to be smart?
Who wants to be smart? I've never seen anyone use
Terry
int as a
Crews'
stat.
Axe body spray.
Yeah, Zealot Barbarian, pretty good, pretty good.
Always done. I agree.
so here's our tier list. I think it's pretty.
disagree with on our tier list.
It's pretty well balanced. Like, it's a pretty decent spread too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say
think
I
it's
was
just
not
the best.
expecting 3 F tiers.
I wasn't either. Well, I didn't
thought it
know.
would only be-
Okay, I did not know about Juggernaut.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Juggernaut was
Yeah, me neither.
really kind of. Yeah,
And I had
Juggernaut is
suspicion that
just
maybe
bad.
Battlerager would be like D, but reading it.
That's
no.
what. Okay,
F.
legit. That's what I
Yeah.
thought going into this. I thought that
Same.
either Battlerager or Berserker would turn out to be like a D tier class, but then everything I read in
Yeah.
Berserker turned out to be way worse, and everything I read in
Yeah.
Battlerager was way worse than I remembered.
And depth was just disappointingly bad.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
here's what we can say about these two classes, right? For Battlerager,
Someone fixed
there
that
are
word. Agreed.
some upsides, like doing spike damage is usually pretty strong, like unavoidable damage. Unfortunately, it's a common damage type, and it's so little damage that it almost never ends up mattering unless you're fighting like champion fighters. Like if you had 8 champion fighters doing 4 attacks on you every turn, you would be doing like 12 damage per person per round. Just like
Not
worse,
a lot.
worse
And
than,
you're gonna die anyways from that.
Right.
You know,
It's
the
worse than
common
the other
theme
barbarian features that do extra damage, right?
Storm
Someone
Herald
fix
just
Battlerager.
better.
The common theme of our D and F tiers is 3 of them have a nothing 3rd level feature, and 1 of them has a Berserker level 3rd level feature.
There's nothing features, and then there's features that are actively bad for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
And-
looks
and
at
those
Berserker's
early
frenzy
game
ability.
features
Why
are
can't
so-
I quit you?
You can't have like even depths. Like depths has some pretty good features beyond 3rd level. Like I think everything on in depths is pretty good except for its 3rd level, but it's ruined by having a nothing 3rd level feature.
Yeah. I would say that's generally pretty true. I would also say that like I think that for depths specifically, like every other ability is like pretty good. But it feels like by the time you get them, it's like so little. It's like too little, too late.
Yeah.
You know.
Agreed.
It feels like I wish I was playing the more interesting class that this was like 6 levels ago. And that's kind of criminal to me because I like the flavor of depths a lot. Yeah, Storm Herald was just so like extremely average.
But still a class I would enjoy playing in all likelihood.
I would consider taking it for specific character purposes. It was not
Just low impact.
It wasn't outstanding in any regard. But like, I mean, keep in mind the fact that like no matter what happens, these are all attached to barbarians, and barbarians are a great class in general, right?
It's true.
If like we're probably not going to do this, but if you ranked, because like there's so many things to consider when you look at this, but like if you were going to look at just the combat effectiveness of a class, barbarians would easily be S tier just on their resistances alone. Like rage is such a strong ability.
Yep.
Yeah. Wild magic, very funny, very average, interesting, potentially very fun if you're going to play a kind of a lower leveled game, because it doesn't get more interesting as you go. It just gets more consistent. Time to rank ranger subclasses. Oh my god.
Is
That's
Ranger
so
one-
hard.
I don't know if it's a ranger.
Are they all
No,
F tier?
we're gonna go in alphabetical order, except for Artificer, which we're gonna do last,
Wait.
because Artificers didn't exist. What?
Did I forget to do a ranger tier list?
Oh, did you actually? Hold on, let me see. Let's see.
I think I might have done every one except for ranger.
Oh no, let's see. Druid, cleric, bard, fighter, blood hunter subclass tier, paladin, rogue, sorcerer, warlock, wizard. Oh, you remembered
did
blood
Artificer
hunter,
and
but
Blood
you
Hunter,
forgot
I forgot
rangers.
Rangers.
Oh my god.
You could just put them
Rangers.
all in F tier and move on, right?
No,
It's
no,
okay.
I'm so sorry,
No.
Rangers. I love you.
They
You're
all-
very useful somehow.
They
Yes.
all have to be ranked relative to each other. Even
That's
though
true.
rangers
There
are
is
such
going to be an S tier
garbage
ranger, and it's
class.
probably going to be Gloomstalker.
Gloomstalker is easily the S tier
Yeah,
ranger
for
because
sure.
it's the only
But-
usable ranger.
Nah.
That is for
Ranger. Okay, Ranger is going to be the worst tier list to rank because there's revised Ranger and not revised Ranger. You have to figure out which page are we looking at.
Here's my hot take. I don't think that the revised ranger is any better.
I think it's slightly better.
Animal companion ranger, best ranger. I think
It is best for having your lovey-dovey friend.
I think animal companion ranger gets somewhat better with the like revision that they made to the like ranger.
Yeah, the
but,
revision. It made
it's
your
still
pet
not
scale with you better.
It's still not that good. Yeah, I like that you bring up Drake Wardens because I think Drake Wardens are basically what Animal Companion Rangers should have been. But anyway, yeah, we'll probably go in vaguely alphabetical order. So I think next is we're gonna talk about bards.
Oh boy! So there were how many? There were 10
Wait, to
barbarians.
clarify, not tonight.
No, oh god,
Just want to make that
No,
clear.
we're going until we're
There's actually
done.
not that many bards. There's only
Okay.
13 bards.
only 13. All right, that's doable.
Another day.
Yeah, obviously another day. I think Dan said he's not available next Sunday. So probably
I'm not available next Okay, well, I guess no, I'm not available next Saturday.
Cheaters! Legolas is the Totem Warrior. What do your eagle eyes see?
Yes, good.
next time on subclass cheerless bards. Yeah, pretty much. we're gonna do bards next time. I don't know when it's going to be. We'll figure out a time that works for all of us. Dan does live in Denmark, so that is obviously a contention that we have to make.
Yeah, I'm doing stuff Saturday, which is Saturday morning for you basically. So it's like we'll just I'm right now I'm free for next Sunday.
Okay, all right.
But
So
we'll see.
basically the long and short of this tier list, like if you're gonna take anything away from this, is that 1, Barbarian's really good. 2, a lot of Barbarian subclasses are not all created equal. 3, the top 4 I would say are it's interesting because I think that the top 4 are also just the most interesting in terms of like their flavor and how the mechanics support the flavor. Like Totem Warrior doesn't get that many combat options, but they get one really strong combat option really early on, and then a lot of utility. Bard's gonna be tough. Spells are in the mix. Yeah, that's true. Beast is one of the most interesting ones in terms of like what you do moment to moment. I think you get a lot of options there. Zealot, I feel like is like it's funny because Zealot to me is like the only one that's on here for like basically straight numbers.
Combat.
Like straight combat.
There's no out of combat utility of Zealot besides resurrection.
Yeah. It's like the only one, but it's so funny the concept of dying and coming back for free is so funny that it just works. And then Ancestral Guardian, obviously, like tanks have to tank, and sometimes it can be hard to get that aggro in a game like D&D where it's a lot easier for your DM to just go, gank the squishies.
Gank the squishies.
Yank the squishy. So Ancestral Guardian.
The utility of Ancestral Guardian cannot be understated, really. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, it's basically
your party gets free reign.
It's like basically the only real tank in the game, right? Other
pretty
than
much. I think
there's like a
I don't
paladin
even know if
subclass
there's
or two that has a
paladin
ability.
version of that or a fighter version.
I think it's one of the really bad ones. Because I think you can only use it as a reaction or something.
There's not that many paladins to rank either, so that'll be an easy one.
Yeah, I think like the society paladin or whatever, or like the king paladin.
There's so many bad paladins.
There's a lot of. Oh, I don't know, dude. Paladins, I don't know what it is. Their subclasses tend to be such like garbage.
Yeah, they're like garbage. Here's a good 20th level feature. Thanks.
One DM that likes to split the party and to quit the game because it sucks. I feel like splitting the party is one of those things that's just like. It's funny because of the meme that's like, oh, you don't split the party, that's how you die. But at the same time, like, redemption.
Half the party goes off and just goes and gets like snacks and stuff and just don't pay attention.
I feel like splitting the party is one of those things where it has to be done really carefully because, like, on one hand, I think it's interesting for characters to have like solo moments where they can have some like time for contemplation and character building and stuff, and not have the sort of input of everybody else to deal with. But at the same time, I don't think it's something you should utilize super often because, like, the fun of D&D is like the party dynamic and what you get up to in that, right? I feel like if you split the party too often, it just feels like, like on one hand, like it's less fun because you're not with the whole party, and on the other hand, it's also less fun because half the table is just sitting there then watching like the other half of the table do stuff, and then you switch off, and that doesn't seem that interesting to me.
Josh, you should show them the cleric tier list just to see.
Okay, I'll open the cleric tier list. Let's see, where is that?
Cleric and wizard are tied for the most subclasses, I believe.
Oh my god, how many is this, Dan?
Oh no.
You'll see.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4,
24?
5. Oh,
That'll be a long day.
this is gonna be a long one.
Barbarians was 10.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say we started off so easy with barbarians. Does any sub or any class?
We went nice long form, describe everything.
Yeah, we're definitely not.
Cleric
We're gonna read a lot less of
fan.
that one. We're gonna read a lot less cleric ability. Although, in all fairness, cleric abilities tend to be far shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to read each cleric's special spells and think about each spell.
Oh, you're right. So
Listen,
Artificer.
that's a problem for later us.
Artificer has 8.
Bloodhunter has 4.
Maybe we should do Artificer next.
Oh,
Okay, fine.
I don't want to do Artificer next.
don't make me learn Artificer again.
Save Artificer for like one of the last. We don't have to do.
We'll do Artificer last because it's technically a new class.
The weird ones like
Cleric
Artisan
gonna be
Bloodhunter.
definitely a two-parter. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. It might have to be a two-parter. That Cleric is gonna be
I
so
bet we
rough.
could do it in one part, but we'd have to like really speed things up.
Speed run it. I think that's gonna be Cleric is gonna be a little faster and looser, and then we'll adjust as it goes.
Wizard might. Which one's gonna be slower, Wizard or Cleric?
Wizard.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
There's more.
Everything with Wizard takes forever.
Although I feel like some classes are just like, I don't know, like what is a transmutation wizard? A D tier class?
Well, tune in to find out.
Yeah,
Josh.
I'm sure we'll get to it. So yeah, here's the final list. I guess I should.
I can't wait to rank Lore Master.
Guess I'll take a. Oh God, I can't believe we're gonna include Lore Master. I guess I'll take a screen cap of this.
Yeah. Well, it is an unearthed arcana that has never been updated, so.
Yeah, that's because it has never gone to print because they couldn't figure out a way to
they're not
make
dumb.
it good. Or they couldn't figure out a way to make it not too good.
Yeah.
Or
So
something.
unbelievably
I don't know.
broken.
So yeah, there you go. That's all the barbarians,
Yeah.
and we'll be back. I guess we'll just do it next week. I would say same time, but I honestly think we could do 1 hour earlier at 12.
Easily.
Yeah.
So
For
I was
me.
just a little worried about Sean wouldn't do that. But Sean was awake. So next week, hour earlier, same place. We'll be doing bards, which will be interesting. Okay.
Yeah. End it before they make us hydrate.
Good point.
Escape.
Goodbye. End of stream. Woo.